Chapter 3761. Lin Rusong said, Military Master, this old man is old and has been living in seclusion for many years, so I have lost the will to make progress. Although I was fortunate enough to obtain the qualifications to enter Profound Heaven Palace this time, even if I do enter, I'm afraid I may not have much of a chance. Why don't you let this old man give his qualifications to Lord Yang? Lord Yang is a rising star, a young talent, and has also received the favor of Bright Moon Master. If he enters Profound Heaven Palace, he will definitely achieve great things. Military Master, please enter Profound Heaven Palace together with him to preside over the overall situation. As soon as these words came out, many masters looked at him in surprise, and slowly, that surprise turned into respect. Lin Rusong was indeed not young, but he was far from the old age he claimed to be. Although he looked old on the outside, he was still a fake emperor after all, and still had many years to live. Being willing to give up his qualifications at this time was undoubtedly an attempt to keep the peace. However, this price was really too great. No one could be as bold as him, so how could they not respect him in their hearts? Even Seng Mo, who had made things difficult for Yang Kai, frowned and looked a little embarrassed. He was targeting Yang Kai for his own personal grudge, while Lin Rusong was sacrificing his own interests for the sake of the overall situation. Comparing the two, it seemed like he was looking for trouble. Fu Xi's cold eyes became much gentler when he looked at Lin Rusong. Under the general situation where so many fake emperors were fighting for a place to enter, someone actually took the initiative to stand up and give up the qualifications he had already obtained. This kind of breadth of mind was difficult for ordinary people to match. Li Wei smiled and said, This king appreciates Master Lin's kindness, but this was something I had discussed with the two elders long ago. There are many matters in Star Boundary that the two elders can't directly intervene in, so they need me to stay behind and manage, so I can't leave no matter what. After a pause, he cupped his hands and said solemnly, In any case, many thanks, Master Lin. Lin Rusong sighed when he heard this. Master is righteous, this old man admires you, Li Wei said. I also admire Master Lin's magnanimity. Originally, he had been targeting Kai Yang, but because of Lin Rusong's appearance, he suddenly disappeared. The old man would rather give up his qualifications to settle this matter peacefully, so if Seng Mo continued to harp on this matter, that would be too unappreciative. Does anyone else have any objections? Zhu Yan swept his gaze across the crowd. None of the experts responded. Since that's the case, once we enter the mysterious Sky Palace, we must support each other and avoid internal friction. This old man will wait for your good news outside. Zhu Yan nodded lightly. He also knew that it was impossible to completely avoid internal strife. Even if this group of people from the astral plane could kill all the half-saint in the demon territory, there would still be a fierce battle in the end. This time, when the Xiantian Palace opened, there was only one chance to become one of the great emperors. The path of fighting for that chance was a path of bloody slaughter. However, before the half-saint of demon race was completely wiped out, the false emperors of the astral plane still needed to maintain their alliance and comrade in arms. While the people from the astral plane were communicating, the people from the demon race gradually gathered. Behind the three demon saint, demonic Chiiri figures appeared. Yang Kai looked up and sized them up. He couldn't help but frown. The number of half-saint dispatched from the demon territory was obviously higher than the number of false emperors from the astral plane. This was to be expected. All along, in terms of high-end strength, the demon race had an absolute advantage. This was the case for the great emperors and demon saint, as well as the false emperors and half-saint. The reason for this was that the demon territory was larger than the astral planes, so the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth was also larger. Moreover, the demon race had the myriad demon pill, which allowed the demon race to increase their cultivation much more easily and quickly by swallowing this kind of thing. Fortunately, the demon race had the same concerns as the astral plane's side. They didn't dare to send all of their half-saint. Although the number of people that came this time was a bit more than the astral plane's side, it wasn't excessive. There were about 40 of them, which was still within an acceptable range. It was likely that this arrangement was made to deal with the astral plane's forces. Be careful of that corpse demon. Li Wui suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai. Yang Kai followed his gaze and saw a corpse demon leading the half-saint of demon race's side looking towards them with a sinister grin. His skin was dark green, and his fangs were exposed. His exposed skin was covered in 3-inch long hairs that looked like steel needles. At first glance, this corpse demon looked like a zombie. It had a terrifying appearance and a terrifying appearance. Jialong? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had been in the demon territory for many years, so he knew more about the demon race than anyone else. Even if he hadn't seen the half-saint in the demon territory before, he had at least heard of their names. At this moment, when he heard Li Wuyi's words, he guessed the identity of this corpse demon. Yes. Li Wuyi gently nodded. This corpse demon is ranked first in the half-saint of demon race. I have fought him twice and he is very difficult to deal with. If you encounter him, you must be careful. Yang Kai gently nodded. There wasn't much time left, so Li Wui sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai and pointed out the half-saint in the demon race's side that he needed to pay special attention to. Li Wui felt that these half-saint could pose a threat to Yang Kai's life. Yang Kai took note of it. Jiao Long also seemed to have a great prejudice against Li Wui. Since he appeared, he had been staring at Li Wui. When he noticed that Li Wui was communicating with Yang Kai via voice transmission, Jiao Long cast his gaze on Yang Kai. Then, he grinned and raised his hand to make a throat-slitting gesture. Yang Kai sneered and turned a deaf ear. Suddenly, Yang Kai frowned and looked at a figure in the demon race's camp. Who is that? Why is there a human? Among the many half-saint, there was a human figure. Although this human also had demonic chi, there were still some subtle differences between him and the other demon race members. If one didn't pay attention, they might have overlooked it, so Yang Kai didn't notice it just now. Li Wui indifferently said, One of the 4 great dark lords of the demon heavenly path, Fire Lord. So it's him. Yang Kai understood. The demon heavenly path was a group of traitors of the star boundary who had surrendered to the demon race. Whether they were willing or forced, they had all become demons. The Down Master was the great Emperor's King Yi. Before the demon race's invasion, the demon heavenly path's existence had brought a lot of trouble to the star boundary. Under the Down Master, there were 4 great dark lords, respectively wind, thunder, fire, and mountain. Each of them had the strength of a fake emperor. The Wind Lord had already died in the Flowing Time Temple, and Yang Kai's white hair was all thanks to the Wind Lord. After that, the Thunder Lord seemed to have died in the hands of the Star Boundary's powerhouses, and the Fire Lord and Mountain Lord disappeared. Then, the second battle between the 2 realms began, and the demon race invaded on a large scale. The Down Master King Yi was heavily injured and disappeared, and the demon heavenly path gradually disappeared. The demon heavenly path's existence was originally created by King Yi to create chaos in the star boundary before the demon race's invasion. Since the demon race's army had arrived, there was naturally no need for the demon heavenly path to exist. Even King Yi was secretly healing himself, so the demon heavenly path could only be left to fend for itself. However, Yang Kai didn't expect that the demon heavenly path's Fire Lord would actually obtain the qualifications to enter the mysterious Heaven Temple this time. Although he didn't know the situation on the other side of the demon race, it should be similar to the situation on the star boundary's side. In order to compete for the qualifications to enter, there should be a lot of quarreling and fighting. The fact that the Fire Lord, as a human, could stand out among a group of half-saint of demon race was somewhat unexpected. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that the Fire Lord gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen this person somewhere before. As if he felt Yang Kai's gaze, the Fire Lord turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, the Fire Lord smiled slightly. You have to be careful of this person too. Li Wui's voice sounded beside his ear. Of the 4 great dark lords of the demon heavenly path, the origins of the other 3 are very clear and traceable. Only the Fire Lord's origin is a mystery. Before the rise of the demon heavenly path, this person seemed to have never appeared, But after the demon heavenly path appeared, he suddenly appeared. I don't know where can ye found him. I'll be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly. At this moment, the doors of the mysterious Heaven Palace were already wide open. It was as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth and was about to swallow someone whole. Just the aura that came from the palace doors allowed people to catch a glimpse of the aura of the great Tao. After they all gathered together, whether it was the human false emperor or the half-saint of the demon race's territory, they all looked eager to make a move. As long as they rushed through the doors and entered the mysterious Heaven Palace, they would have a chance to become great emperors. Who could resist such a temptation? However, the 2 elders of the dragon race and the 3 demon saint didn't say anything, so no one dared to act rashly. After all, it wasn't easy to stand out. Their auras collided with each other, causing the void to distort and distort. Suddenly, Xueli raised a finger and pointed at Yang Kai. Once you enter, find a chance to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson light shot out from his fingertip and blasted towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression froze, but before he could do anything, Zhu Yan had already blocked in front of him and dispersed the crimson light with a wave of his hand. This finger seemed to be a signal. When Xueli pointed, the dozens of half-saints behind him all flew towards the open door of Profound Heaven Hall. They arrived in front of Xueli in an instant, and were about to charge into Profound Heaven Hall. As the laws of space fluctuated, Li Wuyi and Yang Kai's figures disappeared at the same time. When they reappeared, the 2 had already arrived in front of the mysterious Heaven Palace. Li Wuyi's black hair and clothes fluttered without any wind. The space around him distorted, and the power of laws fluctuated. Facing the dozens of half-saint from the demon territory charging towards him, his expression didn't change. He suddenly clapped his hands together and shouted, "Condense!" The void froze, and the half-saints who were charging forward paused in their tracks. However, no matter how strong Li Wuyi was, he was still only at the false emperor realm. How could he stop so many half-saint charging at him by himself? Being able to stop them for a moment was already an incredible performance. The half-saint were furious. After activating their secret techniques to break free from the restraints of space, their demonic chi surged. Chapter 3762 Roar, A resounding dragon roar resounded, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. A colossus of 1,000 feet tall appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of Li Wuyi. Taking advantage of the gap created by Li Wuyi, Yang Kai had already transformed into a 1,000 feet tall dragon. The black dragon's spear flickered with light as he gripped the end of the spear tightly and swept it forward. Endless spear might enveloped a large area, and a terrifying killing intent mixed with a mysterious aura enveloped the demon race's camp. The half-saint's expression changed, and they couldn't care less about attacking Li Wuyi and retreated. Learning from the mistakes of their predecessors, the half-saints all knew that Yang Kai had comprehended a kind of power called martial Dao true intent. This kind of power was strange and inexplicable, but also incomparably powerful. Once one was injured by it, it would be like a maggot in one's bones. Even the demon saints would have to spend a lot of effort to resolve it. If they really had to fight, how could they be afraid of a single Yang Kai? In a life or death struggle, even if they had to pay a price, they could still kill Yang Kai here. But now was the crucial moment to enter the mysterious Heaven Temple to compete for the opportunities in the star boundary. Which half-saint would be willing to be injured here? Not to mention, if they were injured by Yang Kai, they would immediately lose their qualifications. So even though they were unwilling, the half-saints still retreated, not daring to face him head-on. The moment the 2 sides clashed, the 2 elders of the dragon race and the 3 demon saint from the demon territory clashed, causing the sky to darken in an instant. Zhu Yan and Fu Shun didn't want to fight the demon saint here. After all, this place was too close to the mysterious Heaven Temple. It wouldn't be good if they affected the mysterious Heaven Temple. Not to mention, the aftermath of their fight was too big. If they accidentally injured the fake emperors of their camp, wouldn't that be embarrassing? But the demon saint didn't think so. They seemed to want to break through the defense of the 2 elders of the dragon race and attack the fake emperors. They wanted to eliminate some of the candidates for the Great Tao. If they wanted to fight, the two elders of the dragon race could only meet them head-on. So a huge battle was unavoidable. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Both the half-saint and the fake emperor paled. They had never been so close to a battle of such a level before. Feeling the power of the top experts of their respective camps, they were all overwhelmed with shock and yearning. "What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai held the 1,000-meter-long giant spear in his hand and roared like a dragon as he and Li Wuyi blocked the entrance of profound heavenly temple, stopping several dozen half-saints from advancing. After his roar, the fake emperors came to their senses and rushed toward the Tianxian palace. Whoosh! 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 One figure after another flitted past Yang Kai and Li Wei. The first to rush over was Tsang Mo. This guy's reaction was much faster than the others. Perhaps he had already made up his mind. The rest of the people nodded at the two of them before disappearing through the door. Watching a group of fake emperors enter the Tianxian palace, the faces of the half-saint realm cultivators on the demon race's side sank. Although no one knew the situation inside the Tianxian palace, those who entered first might have the upper hand. If by the time they entered, the fake emperors of the Star Boundary had already set up a trap, they might suffer some casualties. But they were also apprehensive of Yang Kai's true intent of the martial way, so they didn't want to rush forward at this time. In the blink of an eye, the fake emperors of the Star Boundary had all entered the Tianxian palace. "Let's go!" Li Wei shouted. Now that the two elders of the dragon race were entangled by 3 demon saint realm cultivators and couldn't get away, it was impossible for him and Yang Kai to stop so many half-saint realm cultivators. Letting the people of the Star Boundary enter first was already the best result. Yang Kai also knew this and nodded, his huge body twisting and transforming back into his human form. He took a deep look at Li Wei before turning around and rushing into the palace. After Yang Kai entered the Tianxian palace, Li Wei smiled at Jiaolong, extended his hand, and gestured for him to enter before retreating to the side. Jiaolong's face was ashen. He snorted coldly and didn't have time to tangle with him. He led a group of half-step saints and rushed forward. Their figures disappeared one after another. After a short while, only Li Wei was left in front of the Tianxian palace. Looking at the open door and feeling the deep aura coming from inside, Li Wei sighed slightly. Giving up this opportunity was tantamount to missing out on the peak of the martial way, but in such a situation, if he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice. At this moment, Li Wei suddenly frowned and turned his head to the side, only to see a stream of light rushing over and arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye, revealing a graceful figure. "Xingyuju?" Li Wei glanced at the newcomer and smiled slightly. Although he had never seen Xingyuju before, he had heard Yang Kai mention her before, so now that he saw her, he naturally recognized her at a glance. "Army Commander Li? I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time." Xingyuju looked around with her beautiful eyes and smiled sweetly. "Army Master, do you want to stop me?" Li Wei slowly shook his head. "You are not a member of my Star Boundary army, so I can't control you. Go in if you want, but if you encounter Yang Kai inside, please take care of him." Xingyuju nodded. "I will. Before the final moment arrives, I will not make things difficult for him, but Army Master should also understand that in a battle of the Great Tao, everyone is an enemy." "Naturally," Li Wei agreed. "If I can come out alive, I will do my part to stabilize the Star Boundary," Xingyuju said as her delicate figure flickered and she entered the Tianxian Palace's door, disappearing from sight. Li Wei smiled gently. He also learned about Xingyuju's situation from Yang Kai. He knew that she had been trapped in the void for so many years, struggling at death's door. After escaping, she was naturally anxious to restore her strength, so she did not respond to the call to join the Star Boundary army. Now that she had recovered her strength, she naturally could not stay out of this. According to the information provided by Xingyuju, after the mysterious Heaven Palace completely solidified, it would remain for 3 days. After 3 days, it would enter the void and disappear without a trace. When it reappeared, It would be the end of the battle of the Great Tao. Therefore, Li Wui's current mission was to guard the Shang Tian for 3 days. It was not only to prevent the demon race from adding more demi-saints into the Shang Tian, but also to prevent the fake emperors from the astral boundary from making a move. The battle between the 2 elders of the dragon race and the demon saint gradually came to an end. In the past, Zhu Yan and Fu Shun were suppressed by the 3 demon saint, but after entering the dragon transformation pool, the couple's strength had greatly increased, and now they had the upper hand against Xueli and the others. However, it was unrealistic for the 2 of them to kill a demon saint, just like how the demon saint could not kill them. Continuing to fight pointlessly would only result in both sides suffering losses. Therefore, after everyone who should enter had entered, the 2 sides gradually stopped fighting and stood on opposite sides of the Tianxian Palace, quietly confronting each other. The world was spinning and he was dizzy. The moment he stepped into the Tianxian Palace, Yang Kai felt as if his head was about to explode. This situation was clearly a sign of spatial teleportation. If he, who was proficient in the law of space, was like this, there was no need to mention the others. Yang Kai inwardly estimated that the others who entered the Tianxian Palace would be unable to think for at least several dozen breaths of time. The scenery in their field of vision distorted and changed, as if they were shuttling through a space-time tunnel. Their bodies kept falling down endlessly, making them feel uneasy. After an unknown amount of time, Kai Yang suddenly felt his body relax and his feet touch the ground. A cold wind blew and his whole body felt cold. Only then did Kai Yang discover that his clothes were soaked with sweat. Half kneeling on the ground, he gasped for breath. Without having time to size up his surroundings, Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and sensed his surroundings. No one knew what was going on inside the Tianxian Palace, not even Xing Yuzhu. Although she had experienced a battle of the Great Tao, she had not entered the Tianxian Palace. Who could guarantee that there was no danger inside? Fortunately, there did not seem to be any danger in the place where Yang Kai landed. Under his divine sense, he detected some life auras, and they were all very good, but after all, they did not pose a threat to him. Within the range of his divine sense, there were no familiar energy fluctuations. Yang Kai could not help but frown and murmur, "Is this a random teleportation?" It was not the first time he had entered a similar secret territory. Many secret territories had such a restriction at the entrance. Although they entered together, the places they landed were completely different. This was reasonable. After all, this was the Tianxian Palace, a place where the Great Tao competition took place. In the past, all those who entered here were enemies. If they landed in the same place, they would immediately be beaten to death. As the dizziness gradually disappeared, Yang Kai had time to look around. What he saw made him raise his eyebrows. The place where he landed seemed to be in a forest, and around him, there were huge ancient trees that towered into the sky. Those trees had a diameter of at least a dozen people hugging around, and the largest one was more than a dozen times the size of an ordinary tree. The dense treetops were like huge umbrellas that covered the sky above. Each tree exuded an extremely ancient aura. The world energy in the jungle was so rich that it could not be dispersed. The whole jungle was shrouded in a mist of world energy, and one could not even see their own fingers. Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt his flesh and blood tremble with excitement. Hundreds of millions of pores opened on their own, and the omnipresent pure world energy rushed directly into his body. He was secretly speechless. Should he say that this Tianxian Palace was worthy of being called a heaven and earth secret territory? When it was opened, it absorbed the world energy of the star boundary for 100 years. The richness of the world energy here was not comparable to any other place in the star boundary. Compared to this place, the heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land in the Spirit Lake Palace was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. If one cultivated in this environment, their cultivation speed would increase by at least 10 times. Unfortunately, the Tianxian Palace would only open at certain times. Who could occupy such a heaven and earth secret territory forever? Hiding inside and not leaving was not a bad idea, but in the end, they would not be able to survive the erosion of the flowing time Great Emperor, and would only turn into a pile of bones. Chapter 3763. A strange fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai gently sniffed and followed the scent. Not far from where he landed, there was a cluster of short vines. These vines were full of pale golden fruits the size of longans. These fruits were strangely shaped. At first glance, they looked like lifelike cicadas crouching on top of them. The strange fragrance was coming from these fruits. Yang Kai stepped forward, reached out, and plucked one of the fruits, carefully examining it. Golden cicada fruit? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Although he had not personally performed alchemy for a long time, his foundation as an alchemy emperor was still there, so his vision was naturally not comparable to ordinary people. This golden cicada fruit was an emperor-grade spirit fruit and could be used to refine a spirit pill called the golden cicada pill, which could greatly improve a cultivator's cultivation speed upon consumption. Even if it was not refined, the golden cicada fruit itself had some of these special effects. This information was what Yang Kai had read from some ancient books. In the star boundary, the golden cicada fruit had long been extinct, so he had never seen the real thing. But with such obvious characteristics, how could he not recognize it? This profound heavenly temple world sealed world seemed to be a bit extraordinary. He had just been randomly transmitted here, yet he had already seen the golden cicada fruit, which showed how rich the resources in this sealed world were. No wonder Xingyu had said that for generations, as long as the masters who participated in the great Tao struggle could walk out of profound heavenly temple alive, their strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. Now it seemed that there were opportunities everywhere in profound heavenly temple. Where the golden cicada fruit exists, there must be a golden thread-wind snake guarding it. Just as Yang Kai's mind flashed with the information he had read, a dark shadow lurking above the vines shot straight towards him at lightning speed. Sure enough! Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand to grab the dark shadow. It was smooth to the touch, but it turned out to be a strange spirit snake about 3 meters long with 2 fleshy wings on its sides. The spirit snake had a straight golden line running down its back, and the snake's forked tongue flicked in and out, making a hissing sound. The snake's mouth exuded a foul stench, full of poison. The golden cicada fruit had long since gone extinct in the star boundary, and the golden thread-wind snake that accompanied it was naturally nowhere to be seen. Although it was only a spirit snake that was 10 feet long, its body emitted an aura that was comparable to that of the Monster King. In other words, such a spirit snake was almost equivalent to the humans of the Emperor realm. Furthermore, the venom of the golden thread-wind snake was extremely potent, and its movements were as swift as the wind. Even if someone from the Emperor realm were to encounter one, they would have to admit that they were unlucky. The spirit snake in his hand was still struggling. Its long body curled up and coiled around Yang Kai's arm, as if it wanted to break Yang Kai's arm. With a light smile, he slightly activated his dragon's might. The struggling golden thread-wind serpent immediately stopped moving. Its body that was wrapped around Yang Kai's arm also softened. A trace of fear seemed to appear in its vertical eyes. All snakes in the world had the bloodline of the dragon race, but that bloodline was extremely thin. Under Yang Kai's pure dragon's might, how could a trivial golden thread-wind serpent maintain its original state? Don't panic, I won't take your life, Yang Kai said to it. He didn't know whether it could understand, but Yang Kai guessed that it couldn't. Although this golden thread-wind serpent's strength wasn't bad, it didn't have sentience. It only had instincts. As he spoke, he put it into the sealed world bead and placed it in the medicine garden. After that, Yang Kai plucked the golden cicada fruit in front of him and cast a spell to transplant the entire vine into the medicine garden. The golden cicada fruit vine and the golden thread-wind serpent had a symbiotic relationship. The growth of the golden thread-wind serpent couldn't be separated from the juice of the golden cicada fruit vine, and the golden thread-wind serpent's breath also had a promoting effect on the growth of the golden cicada fruit. If Yang Kai wanted to transplant the golden cicada fruit vine, he would naturally have to move both into the medicine garden. If he took only one, it wouldn't be able to survive. This was probably the biggest reason why the golden cicada fruit and the golden thread wind serpent were extinct in the star boundary. Although the main purpose of entering the profound heaven temple this time was to participate in the struggle for the great Tao, Yang Kai didn't mind enriching the plants in his medicine garden without wasting too much time and energy. The things in this world-sealed world weren't ordinary. They couldn't be found in ordinary times, so it would be a pity to miss them. After leaving the profound heaven temple in the future, these things could be used to rapidly improve the strength of himself and his companions. In just a moment Yang Kai had finished. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and a figure wrapped in demonic chi suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a demon race, and judging from the aura emanating from its body, it was a mid-rank demon king of the demon race. Naturally, this was Yang Kai's captive. Previously, Yang Kai had teamed up with Jiao Feng and Yang Inflammation to wreak havoc in the demon cave outside Surging Waves City. They had killed many demon race members and captured some of them alive. At that time, Jiao Feng and Yang Inflammation didn't know why Yang Kai was spending so much effort to capture some demon kings, and Yang Kai didn't explain anything either. Now, it was time to use these captives. This demon king had been trapped in the small sealed world for many days. At this moment, it had just escaped and hadn't figured out the situation yet. After seeing Yang Kai's figure in front of it, its face suddenly changed and it quickly retreated while throwing out a punch. Yang Kai casually blocked the other party's attack and just stared at it without any intention to pursue. Seeing this scene, the demon king, who was fleeing in a hurry, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Before it could figure out Yang Kai's intentions, its eyes suddenly widened and the aura on its body fluctuated violently, becoming extremely unstable. An angry roar rang out, and in less than 3 breaths of time, the demon king exploded with a loud bang, not even leaving behind a corpse. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He raised his hand again and released the second demon king. A few breaths later, the second demon king followed in the footsteps of the previous demon king and exploded into a bloody mist. Then the third. Only after the third demon king died in front of him did Yang Kai stop. Now, it seemed that the mysterious Heaven Palace's world-sealed world really had a special barrier. If one's strength wasn't at the level of a false emperor or half-saint, as long as they entered this place, they would die without an intact corpse. There was no reason to explain this. And the reason why he was safe and sound was probably because he had received the legacy of the great emperor's Mingyu, so he had the approval of the world will. Moreover, this mechanism should only be applied to outsiders. The 3 demon kings released by Yang Kai had all died, but the monster king level golden thread wind snake from before was still alive and well. The reason for this was that one had intruded without permission, while the other was a native. Since he had come to a conclusion, Yang Kai naturally didn't bother to probe further. But, it's been so long, why haven't they come yet? Yang Kai frowned slightly, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. This time, it wasn't that Li Wui didn't make arrangements for him to enter the mysterious Heaven Palace. With the world will, it was very likely that he would become the focus of the demon race's attention. Even if Yang Kai now had the strength comparable to a half-saint, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist the joint attack of many powerhouses of the demon race. Yang Kai could only work with others to turn the situation around. However, there were very few people who could work with him. Yang Kai didn't trust most of them. Originally, Li Wui had arranged for Yang Inflammation and Yang Kai to work together, but after confirming the candidates to enter the mysterious Heaven Palace, Bing Yun found Li Wui. After a long discussion, Bing Yun also became one of the allies. In other words, in this mysterious Heaven Palace, the only people Yang Kai could trust were Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun. According to the previous agreement, after entering this place, they would immediately use the space spirit bead to teleport to Yang Kai's side. Then, they would hide in Yang Kai's small sealed world and act according to the situation. But in fact, Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun were nowhere to be seen. Under the fluctuations of space principles, Yang Kai's mind connected with the space spirit bead. After a while, he sighed slightly. Sure enough, the worst situation had appeared. In this mysterious Heaven Palace, the space spirit bead couldn't play a role. Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a force suppressing the space spirit bead's teleportation, causing him to be unable to go to Yang Inflammation or Bingyun. The situation was a bit bad. However, it wasn't that he hadn't considered this situation before. In a heaven and earth sealed world like the mysterious Heaven Palace, there were bound to be all kinds of incredible barriers. The existence of the space spirit bead was too unfair to the battle for the great Tao. Perhaps the world had sensed something and made the space spirit bead lose its function in this heaven and earth sealed world. If the space spirit bead can't be used, then what about teleportation? With a thought, Yang Kai took a step forward. His figure quickly blurred, and when his foot landed, he had disappeared. In another part of the jungle, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. He touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. It was good news that his teleportation wasn't restricted. This way, even if he encountered many demons teaming up, he could still escape if he couldn't beat them. However, for now, it would be best if he could meet up with Bing Yun and Yang Yen. After that, he still had to search for the Heaven Void Cauldron. Yang Kai thought that since he possessed the will of the world, he would be able to gain some advantages in this battle for the Great Tao. Perhaps he would be able to sense something after entering the mysterious Heaven Palace, but in fact, the invisible will of the world didn't provide him with any substantial help and he couldn't sense any abnormalities. He didn't know how big the mysterious heaven and earth sealed world was, nor did he know where the Heaven Void Cauldron was located. Yang Kai could only go with the flow for the time being. Hiding his aura as much as possible, Yang Kai shuttled through the jungle. His harvest was huge. This jungle was extremely rich in resources. It was full of precious treasures that had long been extinct in the star boundary. There were many things that even Yang Kai didn't know the names of, let alone their specific functions. Perhaps only the great emperors of wondrous pills would be able to distinguish what these herbs were. However, Yang Kai had the mysterious small world and the medicine garden. Whenever he encountered something, he would naturally collect it into the medicine garden and let the two little wood spirits slowly explore it. After an hour, Yang Kai had already traversed 1,000 kilometers through the jungle. At a certain moment, he suddenly stopped and turned his head in a certain direction, a smile appearing on his face as he muttered, "I've finally met someone." There was a faint sound of battle coming from that direction. Yang Kai didn't know what the specific situation was, but since he had encountered it, he had to go and take a look. What if it happened to be Yang Yen and Bing Yun? Chapter 3764. He quietly crept over, but when he arrived, he didn't find anyone. Many towering ancient trees were crooked, and the ground was a mess. There were also more than a dozen corpses of wolf-like monster beasts lying on the ground. They were all lifeless, and blood flowed all over the ground. The aftermath of the battle still lingered in the air. Although these dozen monster beasts were already dead, Yang Kai could tell at a glance that they were all Monster King level. The leader was larger than the others, and its fur was silver. It was estimated that it was at the peak of the Monster King level. Such a group of monster beasts couldn't be considered weak. From the time Yang Kai heard the commotion until he arrived, it had only been 10 breaths of time. To be able to kill so many powerful monster beasts in such a short time, it could be seen that the attacker was very strong. Not only were the aftermath of the battle lingering in the air, but there was also a faint demonic chi. Yang Kai smiled gently and looked in a direction. "Do you want to come out yourself, or do I have to invite you out?" The surroundings were quiet, and there was no reply. Yang Kai didn't ask a second time. He reached out and grasped the black dragon spear in the air. In a flash, he stabbed the spear into the ground. With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted in the ground by the huge force. Dust flew everywhere, and a figure rushed out from the ground, quickly escaping into the distance. But even though he was fast, how could he be faster than Yang Kai? The black dragon spear turned into a sky full of spear shadows and shrouded him. When the energy was rampant, a series of clinking sounds could be heard. With two swishing sounds, the two figures crossed each other. Yang Kai stood in the air, holding the spear with one arm. He had a smile on his face, and his white hair fluttered in the breeze. Not far from him, a half-saint with demonic chi surging all over his body was looking at him with a livid expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yan Kai! It's this king!" Yan Kai snorted, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Although he had taken his opponent by surprise, he had still suffered a small loss in this fight. His opponent's half-saint cultivation wasn't a soft persimmon, and his full-powered counterattack had shaken Yan Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs, causing him to suffer minor injuries. Although his current combat strength was comparable to a half-saint, his cultivation wasn't high enough. Being able to fight a half-saint head-on without falling into a disadvantage. Previously, he had been able to kill a stone demon half-saint because he had taken his opponent by surprise. He had relied on the black dragon's spear's sharpness and his martial Dao true intent. Secondly, he had Lin Yun'er, Lan Sun, and Mo Shaoqi with him. Although these 3 girls were only Emperor Realm Masters, they were all personally taught by the great emperors. They all had powerful artifacts in their hands, so he naturally couldn't underestimate them. While speaking, Yan Kai glanced at the half-saint's waist and abdomen. There was a foot-long wound there, and blood was flowing out of the wound. Although his demonic chi was wrapped around it, it was of no use. After being injured by his martial Dao true intent, even a small injury could accumulate to become a fatal threat. After the half-saint recognized Yan Kai, he obviously also realized this point. His already livid face became even more unsightly. He stretched out his hand to cover the wound, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. "I remember that your name is Roha?" Yan Kai tilted his head and looked at him. When he was in the demon territory, he shuttled back and forth between various continents to repair and maintain the world gates. Most of those continents had a half-saint, so he met many half-saints. He knew most of the half-saint in the demon territory, and the one in front of him was one of them. And Roha seemed to be a sand demon. Just now, he was hiding underground. Obviously, he knew that after the battle, others might come to investigate, so after killing the monster beast, he immediately hid, just in case. But he didn't expect Yan Kai to come so quickly and find him so easily. "If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you," Roha hatefully said. The first time he met Yan Kai in his continent, Yan Kai didn't have such terrifying power. At that time, if he made a move, he would have the hope of taking Yan Kai's life. But now Yan Kai's wings are full. Unless a demon saint personally makes a move, any half-saint can't kill him. Who can say what will happen in the future? Yan Kai reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth. He pointed his gun at him and said, "I will give you 2 choices, surrender or die." Roha seemed to be angered. His yellow eyes flashed as he said, "Do you really think I am afraid of you?" "Sorry, I got it wrong." Yan Kai grinned, and just as his smile bloomed, he was already in front of Roha. The black dragon's spear rapidly enlarged in front of Roha's eyes. What was coming at him was not a spear, but a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dense dragon pressure made it difficult for a half-saint like him to breathe. Roha resisted the throbbing in his heart as he roared and his mana surged. The black dragon's spear hit Roha's body, but Yan Kai's brows wrinkled. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Roha's body exploded and turned into a huge sandstorm that wrapped Yan Kai in it. The wind whistled and the sand danced in the air. The tiny grains of sand seemed to have turned into indestructible sharp blades at this moment. In just a moment, Yan Kai was already riddled with wounds, his body dripping with blood, and the trees around him had all collapsed. "You dare to offend a half-saint, I will let you die here today." Roha's voice came from all directions, making people unable to figure out where he was hiding. A resounding dragon's roar rang out as the golden dragon's head flashed. Circulating his dragon transformation secret art, Yan Kai transformed into a 1,000-meter-long dragon. The surrounding sand and gravel hit his dragon scales, creating a series of crackling sounds as sparks flew everywhere. The 300-meter-long giant spear swept out, and the sandstorm that enveloped a large area was also cut in half. However, after a breath of time, the sandstorm returned to normal. In the territory of the sandstorm, I am invincible. What are you going to use to fight me? Roha's voice came again, drifting erratically. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin stream of sand separated from the sandstorm, forming a giant sand dragon that opened its huge mouth and bit at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he thrust out his spear. Above the tip of his spear, a huge black ball suddenly appeared. Inside this black ball was a chaotic void. Collapse! Using the black dragon's spear to control the secret technique of collapse, the power it displayed wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Heaven and earth were shrinking toward the black ball. The huge black ball flashed and swallowed the azure dragon that was pouncing down. Even the sandstorm was blasted into a huge hole. At the same time, a huge figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It was Roha, but at this time, Roha seemed to be made of sand. He opened his two big hands and slammed them toward Yang Kai's head. Although he had sensed it, it was already too late for him to dodge. With a loud bang, Kai Yang's body staggered as he felt a burst of dizziness. Not waiting for him to regain his footing, Roha once again punched toward Yang Kai's back. With another bang, Yang Kai staggered forward as if he was struck by lightning. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his injuries were not light, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth still curled into a smile, his pair of golden dragon eyes staring at a certain spot in the sandstorm, grinning fiercely. Found you! If Roha didn't make a move, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to find him. But now that he made a move, Yang Kai will be able to find him. Turning a deaf ear to the huge sandman behind him, Yang Kai used his demonic chi and dragon yuan to shoot toward the side. Roha's figure appeared from the endless sand. His face was full of horror. He kept shuttling back and forth in the sandstorm trying to avoid this attack. But that long spear was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, constantly following him. With a bang, the huge sandman collapsed. All the sand gathered behind Zhou. In the blink of an eye, a thick sand shield was formed. The spear reached Roha and the sand shield broke. Roha screamed in pain and used the force to escape. Yang Kai put away his spear and stared at the blood on the tip. He smiled coldly and chased after Roha. In terms of strength, the two of them were evenly matched. Roha should be slightly stronger than Yang Kai, but the true meaning attached to the blue dragon's spear made Roha wary of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. At the very beginning, he was stabbed by Yang Kai's spear and suffered some minor injuries. In the following few exchanges, Yang Kai used a method of mutual destruction, not letting him off lightly, so how could Roha dare continue to entangle with him? Although Yang Kai's injury wasn't light, as long as he recuperates, he will recover. But Roha's injury wasn't so easy to deal with. There was no demon saint in the Xiantian temple to help him. With his own strength, it would be difficult to suppress it. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai could already feel the strange power from his initial wound wreaking havoc in his flesh and blood, and as his demonic chi circulated, that power seemed to penetrate deeper into his flesh and meridians. If this continues, even if Yang Kai won't have a good time, he's afraid that he won't have a good time. Hateful power! Roha's face was pale. If it wasn't for that true meaning, he wouldn't be so afraid of Yang Kai. And wanting to escape from an enemy who was proficient in the law of space is tantamount to a fool's dream. Now he can only count on meeting other demon saint. When that time comes, they can join forces and repel Yang Kai. As for killing him, the hope was too slim, so he didn't consider it. However, what made him despair was that he didn't know how vast the Xiantian temple was. His fight with Yang Kai wasn't small, but it didn't attract even a half-saint. Even the fake emperor in the astral world couldn't be found. Fighting and retreating, Roha's heart sank. The longer he drags on, the more unfavorable it will be for him. His eyes flashed with a struggle. At a certain moment, the struggle disappeared and was replaced by a look of determination. The figure that was fleeing forward suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared at Yang Kai coldly. Chapter 3765. Run, why aren't you running anymore? Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Roha. Roha said solemnly, The battle has just begun. Do you have to be so aggressive? Why don't we stop here and make plans in the future? There will always be a time when we can compete. Are you begging for mercy? Yang Kai put his spear on his shoulder and looked at Roha mockingly. Yang Kai, you have to understand that it's not that I don't have the power to fight, I just don't want to fight with you. Roha was angry. That depends on whether you have the qualifications or not. Yang Kai slammed the blue dragon's spear into the ground and his expression suddenly became solemn. His hands quickly formed a series of seals as the aura of principles flowed out from his body. The entire world seemed to stagnate, as if time had stopped flowing at this moment. Flowing time, Great Emperor! Roha was shocked. The information about Yang Kai from the demon race was very detailed. Naturally, he knew what kind of divine technique Yang Kai could use, so he knew what kind of attack was coming. In Yang Kai's information, there were many things that could make a half-saint afraid of him, but there were 3 things that could make a demon saint afraid of him. The first was his true meaning. This was something that even a half-saint would have a headache about. The second was his law of space. When he went to the demon territory, he was able to repair the world gate. Now that his strength has increased, his attainments in the law of space became more and more powerful. The third was the flowing time, Great Emperor. After all, it involved the law of time, which was more difficult to defend against than the law of space. In fact, until now, the people in the demon territory couldn't figure out how a person could study 2 kinds of laws, and whether it was the law of time or the law of space, both were very profound and difficult to practice. It was simply incredible that these 2 kinds of laws could be gathered in one person's body. So when Roha felt the aura of the law of time, he wanted to retreat. His firm determination was shattered at this moment. However, before he could do anything, Yang Kai's palm came down on him. The principle of time spread, making Roha's thoughts stagnate for a moment. In a flash, Roha returned to his senses, but what he saw was an invincible spear coming at him. At this moment of life and death, Roha used all his strength and raised his hand to summon a large number of demonic treasures. Each of these treasures bloomed with different colors and turned into layers of protection in front of him. Roha's face suddenly paled. A huge force came from the front. Pain came from his chest and abdomen. It was as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His whole body flew backward, and his demonic blood scattered in the sky. Yang Kai returned to his human form and chased after Roha. In the forest, the battle started again. Even though Roha was seriously injured, he still had the strength to fight. Yang Kai was so aggressive that he naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, somewhere in the jungle, Roha was lying on the ground like a pile of rotten meat. The blue dragon spear pierced his body and nailed him to the ground. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he walked over step by step. When he got close, he looked down at Roha with indifference. That cold look made Roha panic. Ever since he became a half-saint, he didn't feel this helpless for many years. His heart was full of grief and unwillingness. But what's the use of being unwilling? The only thing that made him sad was that he didn't fight Yang Kai with all his strength. If he didn't act so cowardly at the beginning, he wouldn't have lost so badly. Hey! Yang Kai stared at Roha, who was like a dead dog. He thought back to the time when he faced a half-saint and a pseudo-emperor. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't even breathe properly. Once upon a time, he thought that he would have such power. But now, more than one half-saint died in his hands. The vitality of the demon race is really enviable. In this battle, half of Roha's body was shattered. If a human pseudo-emperor was injured like this, he wouldn't be able to recover. But the demon race was different. Even if Roha's body was turned into a pile of rotten meat, as long as his demon heart wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. Of course, even if he could use the demon heart to revive, his strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the corrosion of the pugilist's will would be like maggots in the bones. Fortunately, he wasn't bad. Now that his power of the dragon race was greatly awakened, his body was greatly strengthened. The dragon race's body had a strong recovery ability. "Let me go!" Roja said bitterly. While speaking, a lot of blood came out of his mouth. "I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you didn't cherish it." Yonkai reached out and held the black dragon's spear. He gently twisted it. Roja's face showed pain, but he didn't scream. "Let me go, and I will tell you everything you want to know." "What do you think I want to know?" Yonkai looked at him coldly. "Everything about the secret realm of heaven and earth. Didn't you make me submit to you because you wanted to find out about this?" Roja gasped for breath. Blood came out of his mouth. He looked very miserable. "Presumably, you don't know as much about the mysterious Heaven Temple as we do." Yonkai snorted. "That's because you have a traitor." If the great emperors were still present, the people from the Star Realm who had entered the profound Heaven Palace this time would not be so confused about this mystery realm of heaven and earth. On the other hand, there was Kinyi on the demon race's side. Even if Kinyi was still recuperating, he should still be able to transmit some information. Presumably, the half-saints would have a much better grasp of the information regarding this mystery realm of heaven and earth that belonged to the Star Realm than the Star Realm. "As long as you swear on your pugilist's heart to let me go, I will tell you everything I know." Roja's eyes flashed with the desire to live. Even a half-saint would struggle to survive between life and death. Yonkai said coldly, "Why do I need to swear? What do you want to know? Can I get it myself?" As soon as he finished speaking, his left eye suddenly turned golden and revealed a vertical line. Endless majesty filled the air and shook people's souls. The terrifying divine sense pressed down on Roja like a tsunami. In just an instant, it touched a layer of defense. It was obviously Roja's own divine sense defense. "Don't!" Roja was shocked. In an instant, he felt an incomparable pain in his head. It was as if thousands of needles were piercing his head. He felt Yonkai's divine sense cultivation and was shocked. Yonkai's divine sense was only a high-grade demon king, but the strength of his divine sense was stronger than his. This was simply abnormal. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. Sensing that Yonkai wanted to break through his divine sense defense to pry into his secrets, Roja hurriedly resisted. But he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Fortunately, Yonkai didn't kill him. His divine sense cultivation wasn't as good as Yonkai's, so how could he resist? After barely holding on for a dozen breaths of time, a crisp sound came from his head. His divine sense defense was broken through. The severe pain almost made Roja unable to think independently. He only felt that a godly will was rampaging in his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness was in a mess. At this moment, many secrets hidden in his sea of consciousness were exposed in front of the intruder. At this time, Roja suddenly showed a strange and relieved smile. "You are dead." At the same time, Yonkai, who was investigating Roja's sea of knowledge, suddenly changed his expression and whispered, "Divine sense restriction." He clearly sensed that there was an aura hidden in Roja's sea of knowledge that didn't belong to him. Although this aura was extremely weak, it was incomparably pure and gave people a dangerous feeling. In an instant, Roja's divine sense converged into this aura, causing it to soar and turn into an illusory figure. This figure was tall, with fiery red hair and scarlet eyes. In Roja's sea of knowledge, this figure looked at Yonkai's divine sense and grinned evilly. "Shweli!" Yonkai's expression changed greatly. He instantly understood what was going on. But he didn't expect that in order to protect the secrets of the Xiantian temple in the minds of these half-saint, Shweli, and the others would go to such an extent and leave a divine sense in Roja's sea of knowledge. If Roja was like this, then the other half-saint should be the same. And Roja's previous pleas for mercy might have been sincere. After all, no one would be willing to die if they could live. It might also have been done on purpose to make Yonkai lower his guard. If Yonkai agreed, then he would be able to keep his life. Although he would be injured by the true meaning of martial path, this was the Xiantian temple, where there were countless treasures. Maybe he could find some treasure that could dissolve the true meaning of martial path. If Yonkai didn't agree, then the result would be like this. The Yang Kai who attacked him definitely wouldn't have a good ending. At this moment, Yang Kai was in big trouble. Yang Kai didn't have time to think. His divine sense quickly retreated. Roha's divine sense had been completely merged with Xue Li's divine sense, and all the secrets were gone. He couldn't investigate any further. And Xue Li's divine sense grew rapidly, which made Yang Kai feel threatened. In Roha's knowledge sea, two phantoms, one fleeing and one escaping, clashed with their divine senses in a silent battle. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's divine sense had escaped from Roha's knowledge sea, but Xue Li's divine sense was hot on his tail. It followed the direction Yang Kai had fled in and chased him all the way into his knowledge sea. In the pitch-black knowledge sea, a sky full of stars twinkled. That was the source of the Hongluo star field star territory. And in the center of the knowledge sea, a seven-colored radiance bloomed. Xue Li turned his head and looked around, his gaze fixed on the seven-colored island. His scarlet eyes seemed to be able to see through illusions and see the essence. With a face full of greed, he said, "Soul-warming lotus? You want it?" Yang Kai's divine sense avatar stood to the side and looked at him. "Who doesn't want a supreme treasure of the world?" Xue Li licked his lips, his eyes full of covetousness. "After I kill you, this thing will be mine. But I'm not as easy to bully as you think. Moreover, this is my territory." Yang Kai grinned at him. When he raised his hands, the pitch-black knowledge sea began to churn. Chapter 3766. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai's body suddenly shook. His face was as pale as paper, and two streams of golden blood flowed out of his nostrils. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a trace of palpitations flashed through them. Although the battle of the divine sense just now was silent to the outside world, it was far more dangerous than the life and death battle between him and Roha. After all, that was the avatar of a demon saint, and the battlefield was in his knowledge sea. The slightest carelessness would have caused his soul to scatter. But the good thing was that the battlefield was in his knowledge sea, and he had the geographical advantage. In addition, Xue Li had underestimated the strength of his soul, and with the assistance of the soul-warming lotus, he paid a price and finally killed the avatar in his knowledge sea. His body and soul were both injured. The battle of the great Tao had just begun, and this terrible beginning really made him feel helpless. The injuries on his body were from his fight with Roha. When he fought with Roha, he used a method that neither side would win. If it wasn't for the true meaning constantly eroding Roha's strength, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to win, but killing Roha would have been a pipe dream. There was nothing he could do about it. A half-saint wasn't so easy to kill. The first half-saint that died at his hands was Yin Si, who was seriously injured and still in the process of recovery. Yang Kai sneaked into his territory and took the initiative to launch an attack. Even so, Yang Kai recovered for a full month. The second Wind Lord, strictly speaking, didn't die at his hands, but at the hands of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. The third was the stone demon half-saint that he had killed in the Star Soul Palace. It was thanks to the might of the Black Dragon's spear and the assistance of Lan Sun and the others. This could be considered the first time that Yang Kai had single-handedly killed a half-saint at his peak. Moreover, this sand demon half-saint was slightly stronger than the Wind Lord. After all, he was a high-ranked demon king, so how could he not pay a price? As for the injury to his soul, there was nothing he could do about it. Even though Xue Li's soul clone had underestimated Yang Kai's soul cultivation and had the advantage of geographical advantage, the soul clone of a demon saint had completely inherited the experience of the main body. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus constantly nourishing Yang Kai's injured soul, it would have been hard to say who would have won this battle. Casually running into Roha had a restriction placed by a demon saint in his knowledge sea. It could be imagined that the other half-saints who entered this place should be the same. This news had to be spread quickly. Although the great Tao struggle had reached its end and everyone was his enemy, before the demon race was eliminated, it would be best for the false emperors of the astral plane to join forces. If they were careless and fell for it, it would be detrimental to the overall situation of the astral plane. If Yang Kai could think of searching for useful information from Roha's soul, the other false emperors might have thought of this as well. And this method was the fastest way to obtain information about Xiantian Temple. Thinking of this, Yang Kai took a deep breath and muttered to himself in a low voice. There's actually a demon saint avatar in his knowledge sea. How sinister! The wind blew, and the leaves rustled. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Yang Kai stood in place with the black dragon's spear in his hand, his eyes lowered. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He frowned slightly. Sure enough, it's one of us. When he was fighting with Roha, he felt that there was someone hiding in the dark nearby, but at that time, the battle was at a critical juncture, so he didn't have the time to investigate carefully. He didn't know whether that person was from the human race or the demon race. But until he nailed Roha to the ground, the person hiding in the dark didn't make a move. The possibility of it being from the half-saint of demon race was very small. If there really was a half-saint of demon race hiding nearby, they definitely wouldn't sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They would definitely jump out and join forces with Roha. After killing Roha and fighting with Xue Li's avatar in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai was injured and didn't have the strength to distinguish who was hiding nearby. In fact, he wasn't even sure if that fellow who had been secretly tailing them was still around. It wasn't until now that the feeling of being watched suddenly disappeared that he could determine the truth. That person was always there and just left. He thought that the other person must have heard what he whispered. Whether or not he would pass this information to the fake emperor, at least he knew. This was also Yang Kai's intention. But, sure enough, in the fight for the Great Path, there were enemies everywhere, and no one could be trusted. The situation of the human race wasn't optimistic. Originally, they had 10 less people than the half-saint in the demon territory. Now that they saw Yang Kai fighting with a half-saint, they didn't appear to help. Instead, they wanted to reap the benefits. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He was afraid that this was related to the will of the world. Perhaps they all felt that the will of the world would be of great help in the fight for the Great Path. If Roha could kill Yang Kai in the battle just now, then the person watching in the dark would definitely kill Roha and obtain the will of the world. Since the will of the world could be transferred from the great emperors to Yang Kai, then as long as Yang Kai died, it could naturally be transferred to the person who killed him. But in the end, only Yang Kai knew that so far, the invisible world had not played the slightest role. In any case, this battle injured him greatly, but he also gained a lot. As long as he could digest all the gains and losses from this battle, his strength would be greatly improved. He had to quickly find a safe place to heal. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly turned his head to look at Roha's body. A half-saint's lifetime accumulation was a huge fortune. There was no reason to let him go after paying the price of killing him. At first glance, Yang Kai was taken aback. The originally burly Roha had turned into a dried corpse at some unknown time. It was as if he had been blown away by the wind for thousands of years. He was shriveled up and had no luster. Even the essence of his flesh had disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel his blood run cold. Because he had sensed that someone was watching in the dark, even when he was fighting with Xue Li's avatar in his knowledge sea, he deliberately divided up part of his attention to guard the surroundings so as to avoid giving others an opportunity to take advantage of him. But he didn't notice when Roha's body became like this. This scene was somewhat similar to when the embodiment used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique and devoured his essence. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai was puzzled. Perhaps the person who was watching in the dark just now saw the whole thing, but he didn't even know who that person was, so how could he investigate? There was still a space ring on Roha's body. Yang Kai picked up his spear and put it away, his figure flashing as he rushed in a certain direction. Half a day later, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in the medicine garden of the small sealed world. Rich world energy gathered around his body, and his flesh swelled. The hideous wounds on his body squirmed endlessly, constantly growing granulation. Layers of blood fell off like molting. The 2 little wood spirits floated beside him, one in front and one behind. They had solemn expressions as they formed seals with their hands. A green light bloomed from their small hands and enveloped Yang Kai. The green light was full of vitality, accelerating the recovery of Yang Kai's injuries. For Yang Kai, although his injuries in this battle weren't light, they hadn't damaged his foundation. His physical injuries could be healed by relying on his powerful restorative abilities and the wood spirit's healing abilities. As for the injuries to his soul, he didn't need to worry about them, as the soul-warming lotus would naturally heal them. But the battle of the Great Tao and Profound Heaven Palace couldn't be delayed. Every day he delayed in the small sealed world meant that the fake emperors outside had one less fighting force. In the depths of Profound Heaven Palace, there was chaos and endless darkness, as if the world hadn't been opened yet. And in this chaos, a giant square cauldron rotated slightly. The surface of the cauldron was engraved with countless complex patterns. At first glance, these patterns were simply incomprehensible. Even if the great emperors and demon saints were here, they probably wouldn't be able to distinguish the specific patterns of these patterns. But if one looked carefully for a while, they would be able to see the rise and fall of all living things from these patterns. The crisscrossing patterns seemed to be the evolution of all things in the world. It was truly strange. And from the giant cauldron, there was a mysterious aura that was enough to drive anyone crazy. After the half-saint Roha was killed by Yang Kai in the demon territory, his corpse shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. His essence, chi, and soul disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a dried-up corpse. At the same time, a hazy aura suddenly appeared in the giant cauldron that was slowly rotating and evolving. This aura was pure and clean, enough for any living being to absorb it and increase their strength. When this pure aura appeared, the darkness shrouding the depths of Profound Heaven Palace seemed to weaken a little. The giant cauldron was still rotating, as if it had been doing so since ancient times and would continue until the end of the world. Profound Heaven Palace, the heaven and earth secret territory of the star boundary, a wonderful space that had existed since the beginning of the world. It was the place where the destinies of billions of living beings converged. Heaven and earth seemed to have piled up all the beauty in the world here. Every place in this secret territory had beautiful scenery that made people forget to return. It had rich world energy that couldn't be dispersed. Even the laws of heaven and earth could be clearly distinguished, making it easier for people to comprehend the power of the Tao. But every time this secret territory of heaven and earth opened, it was accompanied by endless slaughter and struggle. And the experts who participated in it didn't have the heart to enjoy this rare beauty in the outside world. In a dense forest, Xingyuju's figure was nimble, jumping lightly on the treetops like a graceful butterfly. Suddenly, her gentle figure stopped, and a clear voice sounded. "Come out, is there any meaning in hiding?" A ripple appeared in the air, and a figure wrapped in darkness abruptly appeared not far in front of her. Another skeleton-like figure followed closely behind, and two balls of will-o'-the-wisps danced in its eye sockets. One in front and one behind, blocked Xingyuju's path forward and back. Chapter 3767. Shadow Demon, Bone Demon. Xingyuju glanced at them and immediately recognized the identities of these two demons. Although she had been in seclusion to restore her fallen strength and had never participated in the War of the Two Realms, this did not prevent her from having the disciples of the Rakshasa sect collect information on the demon race. The demon race was known as the 100 Races, but only a few races were truly worthy of being mentioned. Each race had its own distinct characteristics, and was extremely easy to identify. This is a bit troublesome. Being attacked by two half-saint of demon race, Xingyuju frowned slightly, but unexpectedly, she did not show much panic. A strange laughter rang out as Bone Demon opened his mouth, making the sound of metal clashing. "You are very unlucky to have run into us. Can I ask you to die here?" His tone was polite, but his voice was bone-chilling. Xingyuju pursed her lips and smiled. "Are you that confident?" Bone Demon said. "It's 2 against 1, why wouldn't I be confident?" "Don't talk nonsense, do it!" The Shadow Demon clan had always been stingy with words, just as they were stingy with revealing themselves. After speaking, he turned into a black light and rushed towards Xingyuju. At the same moment the shadow demon moved, Xing Yuzhu also moved. Her delicate body showed an unimaginable speed as she rushed towards the shadow demon. At the same time, she clenched her fists in the air and summoned two scimitar-like artifacts. The scimitars flickered with a cold light, and an ancient aura fluctuated around them. "HM?" The shadow demon was surprised. He did not expect this human woman in front of him to be so bold. She did not think about escaping when facing two enemies at once, but instead took the initiative to attack. However, this was exactly what he wanted. His opponent was alone, so she was always at a disadvantage. A dagger silently appeared. The shadow demon's figure flashed a few times, and the cold dagger cut through Xing Yuzhu's waist. There was no feeling of hitting anything. Instead, Xing Yuzhu's figure collapsed after being hit. The shadow demon was startled. He quickly looked at Bone Demon and shouted, "Be careful!" As soon as she finished speaking, Xing Yuzhu suddenly appeared in front of Guemo. Her figure flashed, and she appeared behind Guemo. The two swords in her hands drew a beautiful arc, and her cold voice sounded, "You should treat your seniors with some respect." Although the half-saint of the demon race had lived for many years, she had lived longer, and was qualified to call herself a senior. Crack! A crisp sound came from the bone devil's neck as its head fell down. Two balls of ghostly fire flickered in its eye sockets as its mouth opened and closed. "What is this?" He didn't even see how Xing Yuzhu attacked before his head was chopped off. Fortunately, he was a bone devil. If it were another member of the demon race here, they would have suffered a great loss. Amidst the roar, the bone devil's headless body raised a hand to catch its falling head, while its other hand shot out 5 bony fingers. They expanded in the wind, turning into 5 bone devils clad in armor and wielding devil artifacts of different shapes. Each of these bone devils emitted dense devil chi, far surpassing the level of a high-ranked devil king. Although they had yet to reach the semi-true saint realm, the combined strength of these 5 bone devils shouldn't be underestimated. "You're really hard to kill." Xing Yuzhu turned around and let the 5 skeleton demons surround her. She stared at the bone devil half-saint with her beautiful eyes. The bone devil half-saint put his head on his neck and turned it around slightly. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he shouted in exasperation, "I'll make you pay the price." Although Xing Yuzhu's attack didn't injure him, it still gave him a fright. He thought that he could defeat her in a 2-versus-1 battle, but who would have thought that this woman wasn't someone to be trifled with? He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. The 5 skeletal devils surrounding Xing Yuzhu immediately moved. 5 powerful demonic treasures flashed and attacked Xing Yuzhu together. With a rumbling sound, Xing Yuzhu's figure collapsed. At the same time, a chill shrouded his body. From the void, a blade light slashed towards his eye sockets. Even though he didn't have a body of flesh and blood, the bone devil still felt cold all over. His hands and feet were ice cold. The biggest weakness of the bone devil was the soul fire in his eye sockets. This race didn't have a demon heart, but the soul fire was their foundation. If the soul fire was extinguished, they would immediately become a pile of bones. On the other hand, if the soul fire remained, they would have an immortal body. Ding dong! With a crisp sound, a black shadow flashed across the sky. Flames splashed everywhere. The shadow demon blocked Xing Yuzhu's attack and said coldly, "Focus! I know!" The bone devil clenched his teeth. The ghost fire in his eye sockets was full of hatred. "I'm going to skin her." "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Xing Yuzhu's voice was indifferent. The 2 scimitars in her hands turned into a blade-light storm, enveloping the shadow demon and the bone devil. In another swamp, 3 figures were chasing each other, one in front and one behind. The one running in front was a half-saint of demon race. This demon race was filled with a rotten smell, as if a corpse that had been sleeping in the mud for countless years had come back to life. He was the half-saint of the corpse demon race. The ones chasing him were 2 human race fake emperors, one of whom was a friend of Yam Kai, Commander Fu Renjie of the Wu Yin army. Fu Renjie's luck was pretty good. Not long after entering this world-sealed world, he met a companion. Both of them were corps commanders from the star boundary and had some friendship with each other. After some discussion, they decided to join forces to search for the legendary Heaven Void Cauldron. Yam Kai didn't conceal the information he obtained from Shinjuju, so the fake emperors of the star boundary also knew that the Heaven Void Cauldron was the key to becoming great emperors after entering the mysterious Heaven Temple. However, even Yam Kai and Shinjuju were confused about the Heaven Void Cauldron, so how could they know anything about it? The harvest was quite good. There were many precious treasures in this swamp, and they were all very old, so the two of them made a lot of money. But after entering the mysterious Heaven Temple, if they didn't become great emperors, everything was just empty talk. While searching, they suddenly sensed the aura of a demon race and immediately gave chase, which led to the current situation. Facing two fake emperors of the star boundary alone, the corpse demon didn't even think about it, and immediately turned around and fled. This chase lasted for an entire day, during which they attacked several times, but the corpse demon nimbly avoided them all. A long night is fraught with problems, don't hold back, Fu Renjie suddenly shouted. He was really annoyed that he couldn't stop the corpse demon race after chasing for so long, but there was nothing he could do about it. The corpse demon race was determined to escape, so it wouldn't be easy for them to stop him. Seeing that no one could escape if they continued to chase, Fu Renjie prepared to use some powerful divine technique. A middle-aged man beside him nodded and said, "I'll stop him." Amidst a series of crackling sounds, the middle-aged man's body suddenly burst with fine arcs of electricity, and he immediately turned into a bolt of lightning, rushed forward, and slashed at the fleeing demon race. The demon race obviously also sensed the danger behind them and turned around, spitting out a thick mass of corpse chi. The lightning penetrated the corpse chi, and a muffled groan sounded. The middle-aged man's figure appeared 1,000 meters behind the corpse demon, an abnormal flush appearing on his face. Obviously, using that move just now had taken a toll on him. If not for this, he would have intercepted the corpse demon from the very beginning and wouldn't have dragged it out until now. However, effort always paid off, and at this moment, a scorched mark appeared on the corpse demon's shoulder, as if it had been struck by lightning. The world energy in the air roiled violently and rushed towards Fu Renjie's body. With a solemn expression, Fu Renjie quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the power of principle lingered around his body. Thanks to the fact that the Dark Heaven Palace was a secret realm of heaven and earth, the rich natural chi of heaven and earth was able to enhance the power of the abilities unleashed by all humans and devils. Following Fu Renjie's actions, a fireball suddenly appeared in front of him. Although the fireball was only the size of a fist, it was as dazzling as the sun. It also emitted an extremely terrifying burning power, causing the dirty water in the swamp to quickly evaporate. It was easy to imagine that if this fireball hit the corpse demon, even a half-saint, it would not be easy to bear. However, in this place, the corpse demon, who was obviously in a bad situation, was grinning maliciously. The middle-aged man in front of him frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. "What are you grinning about?" The corpse demon's laughter gradually grew louder, causing pain in the eardrums of everyone present. "Stupid humans, do you think this king is running away? Wrong, this king is refining." "Refining?" The middle-aged man frowned, not understanding what the corpse demon meant. The corpse demon took a deep breath, his face full of joy. "The profound heavenly temple, the star boundary's profound heavenly temple, is really a good place. You only see the many heavenly treasures here, but in this king's eyes, there are other treasures here, not good, quickly attack." The middle-aged man saw the corpse demon's deranged expression. Although he did not know what tricks the corpse demon was playing, he knew that he could not delay any longer. While urging Fu Renjie, he once again turned into a bolt of lightning and struck the corpse demon like a heavenly punishment. "Come out, my little bastards!" The corpse demon's palms flashed with complex lines, and dazzling patterns lit up as he suddenly pressed them down. Swooshing sounds could be heard as one figure after another shot out from the swamps. In the blink of an eye, over 100 figures had appeared. Among the many figures, one went to meet the bolt of lightning, while another rushed to Fu Renjie, who was in the middle of casting his technique. Boom! 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 A series of collision sounds rang out. Amidst the flashing lightning and rolling thunder, the middle-aged false emperor's figure appeared again, his face pale. Fu Renjie had already launched his killing move, but before it could reach the corpse demon, it was blocked by a figure. Flames burst out, and the figure was directly blasted into pieces. The divine technique, which he had used a lot of energy and strength to display, was indeed extraordinary. However, it did not hit the corpse demon, so everything was in vain. On the contrary, Fu Renjie, who had used this secret technique, was breathing somewhat unevenly. Corpse refinement! The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and shouted, his face changing slightly. Chapter 3768. Putting aside the strength of the corpse demon clan for the time being, their innate divine technique allowed them to refine corpses for their own use. The figures that suddenly emerged from the swamp were clearly corpse demon's army of refined corpses. What made Fu Renjie and the middle-aged false emperor apprehensive was that there was no lack of half-saint false emperors among the many refined corpses. There weren't many half-saint corpses, only 2 of them. Presumably, they had been accumulated by corpse demon in the demon territory. However, there were as many as 4 false emperor rank refined corpses. Moreover, judging from the clothes of the 4 refined corpses, they were obviously dressed in an ancient style, as if they weren't from the same era as them. Recalling what corpse demon said just now, Fu Renjie's expression changed. Oh no, these must be the corpses of the predecessors who died here. The middle-aged man also recovered from his shock, and his expression instantly turned solemn. No one expected that corpse demon would be able to find and refine so many false emperor corpses in such a short time after entering Mysterious Heaven Temple. However, it wasn't surprising. Mysterious Heaven Temple had existed since the beginning of the world, and the Great Tao competition had occurred many times. Countless false emperors had died here, and Corpse Demon was particularly sensitive to powerful corpses, so he naturally had his ways to find them. False emperor powerhouses had powerful bodies, and even if they had died for countless years, their bodies would still remain intact. Although once a corpse was refined into a refined corpse, it was impossible for it to display its full strength, and it could at most display 80% of its original strength. The number of refined corpses in Corpse Demon's army was obvious. There were 6 half-saint rank corpses, and the rest were all high-rank Demon King rank corpses. In addition, Corpse Demon was eyeing covetously from the side with a half-saint. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Originally, the 2 of them were 2 against 1, and even if Corpse Demon had a refined corpse army, they still had the strength to fight. But now that Corpse Demon had refined 4 false emperor corpses, the comparison of strength between them had been turned upside down. You guys sure had a good day chasing me. After summoning his army of refined corpses, Shiremo looked at Fu Renjie and the middle-aged fake emperor calmly. His face was filled with the joy of getting his revenge, and his tone turned ruthless. When you chased after me, did you ever think that you would end up like this? As he spoke, he opened his hand and moved it towards Fu Renjie and the middle-aged fake emperor. As if they had received some sort of order, the refined corpse army that had gathered in the surroundings pressed towards the center. Fu Renjie and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. The moment their divine wills converged, Fu Renjie turned around and rushed towards a pseudo-emperor refined corpse. Now that things had come to this, they could only break out of the encirclement first before making further plans. The reason why they had chosen to refine a fake emperor corpse was mainly because of the time it would take to refine it. Shiremo had found the fake emperor's corpse in Tianxian Palace and had only refined it for a day. Even if he could barely control it, he probably wouldn't be able to unleash much of its power. Amidst the flashes of lightning and flames, 2 figures broke through the obstruction of more than a dozen high-rank Demon King corpses and arrived in front of the fake emperor corpse in an instant. Under Shiremo's control, the fake emperor corpse threw a punch at Fu Renjie. When the punch was thrown, whether it was Fu Renjie, the middle-aged fake emperor, or Shiremo half-saint, they couldn't help but frown. The power of this punch seemed to be, in the next instant, 2 figures flashed by, and the corpse exploded into pieces. Shiremo half-saint's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered in disbelief. How could this be? After all, they were refined corpses of fake emperors. Even if they were refined in a hurry, they should not be so weak. When he found these corpses, he felt like he had found a treasure. However, before he could examine them carefully, he was discovered by Fu Renjie and the middle-aged fake emperor. They chased after him and refined the corpses while escaping. Therefore, he did not know what exactly happened to these fake emperor corpses. Only now did he realize that the things he regarded as treasures were as fragile as paper. Fu Renjie and the middle-aged man obviously also noticed this, so after breaking through the encirclement, they didn't immediately leave. Instead, they glanced at each other, turned around, and split up, each of them rushing towards a fake emperor corpse. After 2 loud explosions, the 2 fake emperor corpses targeted by Fu Renjie and the middle-aged fake emperor corpse exploded, completely unable to withstand a single blow. Although they exuded fake emperor aura during the refinement process, it was just a facade. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside, as if they were empty shells. It was laughable that Shiremo half-saint thought these 4 fake emperor corpses were his trump cards. Looking at the face of Shiremo half-saint, the two knew that the other party was also very surprised. Fu Renjie smiled faintly and looked at Shiremo. You're in trouble now! Shiremo thought that the other party would make a comeback and he could only run away, but who would have thought that such an accident would occur? Without the 4 fake emperor corpses, how could he and the middle-aged fake emperor be afraid of Shiremo? Perhaps it has been too long, but the 4 fake emperor corpses have already decayed. Fu Renjie thought. Shiremo obviously also sensed that something was wrong. With a thought, the rest of the corpse army rushed towards Fu Renjie and the middle-aged fake emperor while he turned around and fled. Hearing the various movements from behind and feeling the disappearance of the brand corpses, Shiremo half-saint's heart bled. The corpse army was his lifelong collection. This time, he was afraid that all of it would be lost. Losing this batch of corpse army would greatly reduce his strength. There was only one question hovering in the depths of his heart. What was the matter with the 4 fake emperor corpses he found? Even if they had been eroded by the flowing time great emperor, they shouldn't have been so weak. Moreover, under his urgent investigation, he found that the body of the last fake emperor corpse had already decayed. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. He could no longer care about the fate of his corpse army. The only thing he could do now was to find his companions as soon as possible and join them in the demon territory. Only then would he have the strength to fight. As the screams rang out, the powerful life fluctuations slowly subsided. On a rolling grassland, a stone demon half-saint was half-kneeling on the ground. His body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and blood was flowing out from them. There were traces of a great battle all around him. It was a complete mess. Although he was seriously injured, the stone demon half-saint wouldn't die in a short time. If he was given a chance to heal, he might be able to recover completely. Unfortunately, this was the mysterious Heaven Palace, a place where the great Tao was contested. With enemies on all sides, who would give him the time to recover? Beside him, 3 silhouettes surrounded him in a triangle formation. Their auras were firmly locked onto him. If the rock demon made any strange movements, it would be met with a storm of attacks. These 3 people were the 3 fake emperors of the star boundary. If they hadn't joined forces, they wouldn't have been able to force a half-saint into a desperate situation so quickly. Say it's the secret of the mysterious Heaven Palace, and we'll give you a quick death, one of the fake emperors said coldly. Just like how Yang Kai had inquired about the mysterious Heaven Palace from the half-saint of demon race, there were many fake emperors who had the same idea. Everyone knew that there was a Kenyi in the demon territory. For this great emperors of the star boundary who had participated in the great Tao struggle and entered the mysterious Heaven Palace, he definitely knew all the secrets in the mysterious Heaven Palace. What he knew, he would definitely tell the half-saint who came in. Ha ha! The stone demon half-saint's appearance was extremely miserable, but he was still laughing when he heard this. He had an unruly expression on his face. He glanced at the 3 people around him and said in a hoarse voice, There's only one secret. Who should I tell? That person snorted coldly. Stop trying to sow discord. Quickly tell us the truth, or else you'll suffer a fate worse than death. The stone demon looked at her coldly. I won't tell you. What can you do about it? Stubborn fool! With a cold snort, she turned to an elderly man beside her and said, Old Chen, among the three of us, your soul is the strongest, so we'll have to trouble you. The elderly man called Elder Chen nodded and said, It's only right. Don't worry, if I find anything, this old man swears with my martial Dao heart that I'll definitely share it with the two of you and won't keep anything to myself. Then we'll have to thank Old Chen, the other man said in unison. I'll have to ask the two of you to support us. Although this demon is an arrow at the end of its flight, it is still a half-saint and cannot be underestimated. Old Chen stepped forward and walked towards the stone demon. Of course. The two people beside him responded and also stepped forward. The stone demon showed a panicked expression and shouted through gritted teeth. You want to search my soul? Dream on! Saying so, a dangerous aura immediately surged from its body. Attack! With a delicate shout, her figure flickered and arrived beside the stone demon, her slender jade finger pointing towards the stone demon's forehead. At the same time, the other man whistled softly. This whistling sound was very strange and sounded like the cry of a bird, but it was also very rhythmic. When the jade finger touched the stone demon's forehead, its aura suddenly fell by a large margin. After the whistling sound entered the stone demon's ears, the struggle on its face weakened and the dangerous aura around it calmed down. Old Chen nodded slightly when he saw this and walked up to the stone demon half-saint and shouted, Look into my eyes! The voice seemed to contain a strange power. The stone demon was already suppressed by the two fake emperors, so when it heard Old Chen's voice, it involuntarily looked towards Old Chen. What it saw was Old Chen's eyes turning into spirals that seemed capable of swallowing one's mind. The stone demon's expression instantly became sluggish. If it was at its peak, even if Old Chen had a secret technique, he wouldn't have been able to use it. However, the stone demon had already been beaten half to death by the three of them and now its soul was being suppressed, so how could it resist Old Chen's divine technique? When the two fake emperors saw this scene, they couldn't help breathing heavily. What secrets were hidden in the profound heaven temple? Where was the heaven void cauldron? How could one become one of the great emperors? These were all questions they desperately wanted to know. Unfortunately, no one in the star boundary could give them answers, so the stone demon in front of them was the best candidate to find these answers. The profound heaven temple had only been established for a few days, so as long as they could obtain first-hand information, the three of them would be able to surpass most people. When the time came, they would see if they should share this information with the other fake emperors. Chapter 3769. As for whether or not Old Chen would keep anything to himself, there was no need to worry. Since he had sworn an oath on his martial heart, he would have to pay a price if he tried to deceive him. If a flaw appeared in his martial heart, then he would have no chance of becoming one of the great emperors in this lifetime. It could be said that as long as they could obtain this first-hand information, then the three of them would definitely be able to gain the upper hand in the upcoming Great Tao battle and have a better chance of becoming one of the great emperors. Thinking of this, whether it was the middle-aged woman or the other man, they couldn't help but stare at the stone demon with burning eyes, as if what was in front of them was not the demon race that everyone hated, but a plate of delicious delicacies. At this moment, the expression of Old Chen, who was exploring the secrets of the stone demon's knowledge sea, suddenly changed, and his aura suddenly erupted. The middle-aged woman and the other man, who were focused on suppressing the stone demon, were caught off guard and were sent flying. What are you doing? The other man was furious, thinking that Old Chen had discovered some incredible information and was unwilling to share it with them, so he suddenly attacked them. If this was really the case, then it could only mean that Old Chen was short-sighted. But after a glance, they found that the situation was not as they thought. Old Chen's condition. Old Chen seems to be a bit off. The middle-aged woman also noticed the situation and said while staring ahead. At this moment, 2 streams of blood flowed out from Old Chen's eyes. Not only that, but his face was also flushed red and a violent divine sense swept out like a tide, as if it had become the demon race. Shwe! Shwe Li! Old Chen gritted his teeth and roared, his figure staggering back as if he couldn't stop himself. Then, he fell to the ground with blood gushing out of his mouth and his aura rapidly weakening. What? The middle-aged woman's beautiful face turned pale as she instinctively checked the situation around her. What did Shwe Li mean? The false emperor of the star boundary naturally knew. This was the demon saint of the demon territory, an existence on par with the great emperors. But could a demon saint enter the profound heaven temple? Soul restriction! On the other hand, the man was quick-witted and immediately thought of the key point. He exclaimed, "There's a soul restriction spell in the stone demon's sea of consciousness. We've been tricked." When the middle-aged woman heard this, she realized that Shwe Li had not entered the profound heaven palace. Instead, he had left some kind of restriction in the stone devil's mind, causing Elder Chen to be killed. Save me! Blood kept flowing out of Chen Laoqi's orifices as he cried for help. Even the two fake emperors next to him could clearly sense that his divine thoughts were fighting against some kind of power. Needless to say, that power must have come from demon Saint Shwe Li. The middle-aged woman and the man looked at each other and saw the struggle in each other's eyes. The demon saint's fame was too great. They really didn't have the courage and confidence to fight against them. It wouldn't be worth it if they couldn't save Old Chen and got themselves trapped instead. However, they couldn't bear to see Old Chen like this without doing anything. Moreover, Shwe Li had probably only left a soul restriction spell in the stone devil's sea of consciousness. The power he could use should be limited. After a moment of hesitation, the two of them moved to Old Chen's side and each pointed a finger to the left and right sides of Old Chen's forehead. Their divine thoughts surged. At this moment, the two of them couldn't care less. Their soul avatars rushed into Old Chen's sea of consciousness. Then, the middle-aged woman and the man's expressions changed. After a long period of an hour, the middle-aged woman and man suddenly opened their eyes, and they both gasped for breath while a wisp of paleness appeared on their faces. The two of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. "We were careless!" The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth. But who would have thought that Shwe Li would leave a divine clone in the mind of a half-saint? Even if he was a demon saint, this method was not without burden for him. However, a mere divine clone was enough to cause 3 fake emperors to fall into a bitter battle. The power that Shwe Li could use might not be stronger than any of them, but the way he used his power was far superior. Moreover, the battlefield was Old Chen's sea of consciousness. Both the middle-aged woman and the man were somewhat restrained. On the contrary, Shwe Li's divine clone could act without restraint. Although this bitter battle killed Shwe Li's divine clone, the price they paid was not small. The man glanced at Old Chen and a pained expression appeared on his face. "Old Chen, The middle-aged woman's expression also dimmed. "Although his life is not in danger, but—" At this point, she sighed heavily. "Let's find a place to settle down first," the man suggested. "That's all we can do." A moment later, the middle-aged woman led the way into a cave. After confirming that there was no danger inside, she sent out a message with her divine sense. After a short while, the man carried the unconscious Old Chen into the cave and placed him in a clean place. Then, he turned around and made some arrangements outside the cave. This time, Old Chen was unconscious for a total of 3 days. It was only after 3 days that he slowly woke up. As a fake emperor, although he was unconscious, he was aware of his own situation. When he opened his eyes, his 2 companions immediately looked over. The middle-aged woman asked with concern, "Old Chen, how do you feel?" Old Chen coughed softly and forced himself to sit up. He smiled bitterly. "This time, we really went for wool and came home shorn," the other man said. "Who would have thought that Shwe Li would make such arrangements?" "Old Chen, you—" Old Chen raised his hand to stop them. "I know my situation. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in this battle of the Great Tao." His expression could be considered carefree, but both the middle-aged woman and the man could see the deep loneliness and unwillingness in old Shen's eyes. Who would be willing to accept this? The Battle of the Great Tao was a grand event that would only occur once every several tens of thousands of years. Many fake emperors would not be able to obtain this opportunity even if they spent their entire lives waiting for it. He finally had the opportunity to enter and strive for the peak of the martial way. However, after such a short period of time, he had fallen to such a state. Although he had managed to survive with the help of his two companions in the battle of spirits, his spirit had been severely injured. This kind of injury had already severed his martial path. As for the injury to his spirit, it was likely that he would never be able to recover in this lifetime. It was only a matter of time before he fell to the level of a fake emperor. It could be said that this battle of the Great Tao no longer had anything to do with him. It was also fortunate that old Shen's mental fortitude was extraordinary. If it were someone with a slightly weaker mental fortitude, they would probably have gone mad immediately. This is fate. However, to be able to obtain such information, this old man's sacrifice was not in vain. Old Shen laughed self-deprecatingly. Old Shen laughed at himself, and then looked at his two companions with a solemn expression. This information, no matter what, must be passed out and told to the other colleagues. Let them be vigilant, and don't follow in my footsteps. Don't worry. If we meet anyone else, we will definitely tell them. The middle-aged woman nodded solemnly. The man sighed. It's a pity. If only the space spirit bead could be used. After they had entered, they had immediately discovered the drawback of the space spirit bead being unusable. As a result, they could not even pass on such an important piece of information. The two of you have accompanied this old man for several days. Don't waste any more time here. Please leave quickly. If you miss this opportunity, this old man will die 1,000 deaths. I can only trouble the two of you to bring this old man along. The middle-aged woman said. If old Shen trusts us, I will naturally risk my life to ensure old Shen's safety. Old Shen smiled. Why would I not trust you? The middle-aged woman nodded and took out the one round bead. She extended her hand toward old Shen and said, Excuse me. Old Shen relaxed and was instantly pulled into the one round bead. In the cave, the middle-aged woman and her only companion looked at each other and said, Let's leave. It's more important to quickly find the others. The man had no objections. Inside the one round bead, old Shen's expression was gloomy. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. In less than 10 days since the opening of the mysterious Heaven Palace, battles had broken out everywhere. Whenever the fake emperors and half-saint encountered each other, there would be a fight. The fake emperors of the astral boundary were more restrained. After all, there were more half-saint. They knew nothing about the situation inside the mysterious Heaven Palace, and were behind in terms of information. Before they had a clear understanding of the situation, they did not want to cause too much trouble. However, if they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, such as old Shen's group, they would not mind eliminating 1 or 2 half-saint. Compared to the fake emperors, the half-saint were much more aggressive. Whenever they had a slight advantage, they would be ruthless and ruthless. In just 10 days, the number of fake emperors and half-saint that died in the mysterious Heaven Palace had reached 5 or 6. This number was extremely terrifying. One had to know that the battle between the two realms had been going on for so many years. Hundreds of millions of cultivators from both races had participated, but only a dozen or so fake emperors and half-saint experts had died. The cruelty and bloodshed of the battle between the Great Tao could be seen. As time passed, fake emperors and half-saint experts found their companions and traveled together. No matter how big the mysterious Heaven Palace was, it had its own limits. Everyone was in the same secret realm, so there would be times when they would encounter each other. However, no matter if it was a fake emperor or a half-saint, as long as they died in the mysterious Heaven Palace, they would instantly turn into dried corpses. It was as if some kind of power had sucked them dry. As the masters died, the hazy chaotic energy in the giant furnace in the deepest part of the mysterious Heaven Palace became more and more solid. The darkness that shrouded the surroundings also became much lighter. Who? In the small sealed world, Yang Kai exhaled softly. The green light on his body gradually disappeared. The injuries left behind by the battle with the half-saint of demon race had finally recovered. Not only that, after digesting the experience and gains and losses of that battle, Yang Kai also gradually realized his shortcomings. After all, that was the first time he had killed a half-saint in his peak state. All kinds of details kept replaying in his mind these days. Yang Kai was confident that if he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to take down that half-saint with the smallest price. He would not have suffered such heavy injuries. However, if he wanted to kill the other party, he would have to pay a price. Power, and power! Right now, he was only a high-ranked demon king. If he could become a half-saint, Yang Kai clenched his fists. There were countless opportunities in the mysterious Heaven Palace. He did not know if he could become a half-saint here. Chapter 3770. In the forest, a giant wolf about 10 meters tall was jumping between the trees. The giant wolf's fur was silver and spotless. It was soft and smooth, and its body was strong and graceful. The aura it emitted was at the peak of the Monster King level. Its two green eyes flickered with a cold light as it looked around from time to time, revealing a human-like expression. At a certain moment, the giant silver wolf suddenly stopped running and listened. After a while, it turned around and ran in a certain direction. Thousands of miles away from the silver wolf, in a valley surrounded by mountains on three sides, violent energy was rampant. Several figures were intertwining and fighting without end. The aftermath of the powerful force stirred up a foul atmosphere in the valley. This should have been a place with extremely beautiful scenery, but now it was full of ruins. The sword energy was biting cold, and the sword intent was cold. The entire valley was shrouded in a chill, and the ground was covered with frost. With a crisp sound, a slender figure was pushed back dozens of meters. She barely managed to stabilize herself, and her white face was slightly red. She suppressed the roiling blood in her heart, and frowned. Staring at the two enemies in front of her, one tall and one short, who were surrounded by demonic chi, Bing Yun sighed. This was going to be troublesome. She unexpectedly encountered these two half-saint in the mysterious Tian Palace. She was alone, and the other side had two people. Naturally, there was nothing to say, and a great battle was about to break out. Although Bing Yun wanted to escape, the two half-saint obviously wouldn't give her the chance. They chased her all the way and blocked her path in the valley. Bing Yun had no choice but to fight. Although she was also a fake emperor, she had only been promoted for a short period of time. It had only been a little more than 10 years. How could she compare to the two veteran half-sages who had accumulated over many years? If it was just one person, she would have a hard time dealing with them, let alone two people working together. She couldn't escape, she couldn't fight, and the road ahead was full of obstacles. However, Bing Yun's face was indifferent. After cultivating for so many years, she had long been indifferent to life and death. Along the way, she had experienced the beautiful scenery. She was lucky enough to participate in this grand event that only happened once in tens of thousands of years. Even if she died in the mysterious Tian Palace, she would have no regrets. The only thing she cared about was Yang Kai. Before entering the mysterious Tian Palace, she and Yang Inflammation would protect Yang Kai and compete for the only opportunity to become great emperors and solve the crisis in the star boundary. Unfortunately, she had been here for more than 10 days. She had found many good things, but she hadn't found Yang Kai. But forget it, she had no time to think too much. He took a deep breath and placed his sword behind his back. The law of ice began to circulate around him. Opposite her, the two half-saint of demon race looked at her coldly. The taller one had a pair of scarlet eyes, and even his hair seemed to be stained with blood. He was from the blood demon race. The shorter one had bulging muscles all over his body and was brimming with explosive power. He was clearly a member of the Power Demon clan. With the two of them working together, suppressing Frozen Cloud would be a piece of cake. If nothing unexpected happened, Frozen Cloud was destined to fall in this battle. The only thing the two of them needed to do was to pay the smallest price possible. Staring at the spotless woman in white, Blood Demon stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Such a cold taste. Her blood must be delicious. Don't kill her later. I want to drink every drop of blood in her body. The Power Demon snorted. Kill her first. The woman in front of them was a stunning beauty, but at their level of cultivation, they had seen all kinds of women. Naturally, they wouldn't let their guard down because of a little beauty. No matter how good the woman was, she was still a fake emperor. If she fought back desperately, she might even drag one of them down with her. Got it. How boring! The Blood Demon didn't insist anymore. As he spoke, he glanced at a pile of rocks not far away and sneered. The Power Demon also glanced in that direction, snorted, and no longer paid attention. In the next instant, the Blood Demon turned into a ray of bloody light and rushed towards Bing Yun. The Blood Demon followed closely behind. Although he was a bit slower, when he moved, the ground beneath his feet crumbled. Before he even arrived, he had already punched out. His fist was enveloped in an aura that could destroy everything. Bing Yun's expression didn't change. She drew a big circle with her sword in front of her, and the cold aura was visible to the naked eye. After the big circle, there was a small circle, and then an even smaller circle. Circle after circle, intertwined with each other. Under the influence of each other, there was a sense of endless. The Blood Demon plunged into the endless sword circle, revealing his body instantly. When the sword intent wreaked havoc, it cut his clothes into pieces, and countless small wounds appeared on his skin. The blood that flowed out of the wounds seemed to be alive. It turned into blood snakes, broke through the sword circle, and attacked Bing Yun directly. Bing Yun frowned. She drew a circle with her sword and retreated. The Power Demon attacked brazenly. He descended from the sky and smashed his fist down. With a loud bang, the intertwined sword circle was disrupted, and a flaw appeared. The Blood Demon took the opportunity to enter. He sneered. If you know what's good for you, you'll be captured without putting up a fight. Then, you'll suffer less. He was still thinking about capturing Bing Yun alive and refining her blood bit by bit. At this moment, he suddenly frowned, and a trace of hostility appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked to the side. Reckless reptile! Just as he was about to make a move, a giant silver wolf that was 10 meters tall and incomparably vigorous actually pounced out from a pile of rocks. Its mouth was filled with fangs, and its huge body was unimaginably agile as it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards his neck. The Blood Demon was so angry that he laughed. Although this silver wolf looked quite extraordinary, it was only a Monster King-level monster beast. He didn't know if it had lost its mind, but it actually had the guts to attack him. When this beast came here, he had already noticed it. After all, the difference in strength was obvious. He believed that he wasn't the only one who noticed it. His companions and the human woman must have also noticed it. However, how could a Monster King be qualified to interfere in a battle between a fake emperor and a half-saint? Therefore, the three of them didn't care. Until now, the silver wolf suddenly attacked. This scene was like a child rushing into a master's battle. The Blood Demon couldn't help but sigh that the ignorant were fearless. He raised his hand and pointed. He didn't seem to use any strength, but the silver wolf that pounced over suddenly whimpered. The blood all over its body boiled, and its originally agile and graceful body swelled up in a very short time. Then, with a bang, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The Blood Demon was an expert in playing with blood. As long as there was blood, it would be the foundation for him to use his secret techniques. Although the Monster King-level silver wolf wasn't bad, how could it block the power of the Blood Demon half-saint's finger? As if he had already expected this, the Blood Demon didn't pay attention to the silver wolf after he pointed his finger. Instead, he focused his attention back on Bing Yun. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a ghostly figure appear in the cloud of blood mist from the silver wolf. Then, a chill enveloped his body. The Blood Demon was shocked. He didn't even have time to see what had happened. He turned into a bloody light and quickly retreated. A cold light bloomed, and a spear shadow flashed. The entire world froze at this moment. With her sword intent disturbed, Bingyun, whose breathing was slightly chaotic, looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her in shock. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a stunned expression, and then she smiled. No wonder the Monster King level monster beast was so unwise. It actually dared to interfere in a battle that exceeded its level. She thought that the silver wolf hadn't developed its intelligence, but now it seemed that it wasn't that it hadn't developed its intelligence. It was clearly being controlled by someone. After all, even if a monster beast didn't develop its intelligence, it would still act according to its instincts. No monster beast would be so stupid as to seek its own death. While Bingyun was smiling, the retreating blood demon suddenly opened his eyes wide. His scarlet eyes trembled violently. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yan Kai!" The figure that suddenly appeared from the bloody mist was the target that the demon's Saint Master had specially ordered to kill. At this moment, this person that was viewed as a thorn in the flesh by all the half-saint of demon race had his back facing him. He was holding a spear with both hands, and there was a short and sturdy figure hanging from the tip of the spear. That figure was the blood demon's companion. The black dragon's spear stabbed into the blood demon's chest and came out from his back, directly piercing through him. Even a half-saint couldn't treat this kind of injury lightly. Being hung on the black dragon's spear, the blood demon's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes bulged with disbelief and hatred as he stared at Yan Kai, who was less than a meter away from him. It was originally a 2 versus 1 situation, and they had the advantage. Who would have thought that Yan Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and turn this beautiful situation around? Yan Kai tilted his head and glanced at the blood demon as a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Are you surprised? Are you happy?" The blood demon grunted as he held the black dragon's spear with both hands. His body wriggled as he exerted force with both hands, as if he wanted to pull himself out of the spear. "Say something!" Yan Kai's wrist flicked, and the black dragon's spear immediately let out a dragon roar. The supreme dragon aura along with the true meaning of the martial path surged into the blood demon's body through the wound. The blood demon opened his mouth and coughed out blood. He looked dispirited. Blood sprayed down and drenched Yan Kai's face, but he didn't resist at all. His smile was filled with evil, as if the world's evilest demon had descended. The aura on his body made Bingyun, who was standing behind him, frown slightly. She wasn't used to it. "Die!" The blood demon suddenly opened his mouth and roared. Not only did he not pull himself out of the spear, but he pressed on against the spear and smashed his fist toward Yan Kai. He used all of his strength to attack, shattering the void. Yan Kai held the spear in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist as he met the blood demon's attack head-on. The moment the two fists collided, a huge shockwave spread out with the two as the center. Chapter 3771. With a series of cracking noises, the sound of bones breaking could be heard as the power demon was sent flying backwards. Yan Kai's figure also couldn't help but retreat more than a dozen feet. Deep pits appeared where his feet landed, and the ground cracked with his feet as the center. "Senior, I'll leave the rest to you. Keep him alive." After stabilizing his body, Yan Kai didn't kill them all. Instead, he hurriedly said as he bent his body slightly, and used all his strength to charge towards the blood demon like a meteor. From the moment the giant silver wolf appeared to attack, the blood demon's finger exploded, Yan Kai appeared like a ghost, and his spear pierced through the power demon's half-saint. Everything happened in a flash. The unforeseen event happened so quickly that the blood demon didn't even have time to rescue his companion before the power demon was seriously injured. It wasn't that the power demon was weak, but that his mind was completely focused on Bingyun. How could he have thought that Yan Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and launch a sneak attack on him? The black dragon's spear's sharpness had already been proven by the stone demon half-saint from Star Soul Palace who died at the hands of Yan Kai. How could the power demon's body block it? With one careless move, he lost most of his battle strength. Bingyun could deal with the rest. She was a fake emperor after all, so there was no reason that she couldn't deal with a seriously injured power demon. While the blood demon was startled, Yang Kai had already arrived. The black dragon's spear emitted a dragon's roar that shook people's minds. Yang Kai's face was like jade, and his spear was like a dragon as it shot towards the blood demon. The blood demon stood stiffly in place, as if he had been struck by lightning. The black dragon's spear had already pierced a hole in his chest, and his face was full of shock. A cicada shedding its carapace? In your dreams! Yang Kai didn't have the slightest joy from his success. He put away his spear and ignored the blood demon. His figure flickered as he chased in a certain direction. After he left, the pierced blood demon suddenly turned into a pool of blood and melted into the shattered earth, disappearing without a trace. This was clearly not the blood demon's true body, but a camouflage created by a secret technique. With Yang Kai and Bing Yun working together, Blood Demon didn't dare to face them head-on. Naturally, it was best for him to escape. Unfortunately, Yang Kai saw through his plan. A bloody light shuttled back and forth in the sky at an extremely fast speed. The aura of a half-saint was emitted from the bloody light. That aura was fluctuating as if it had been frightened by something. It fled like a stray dog. The bloody light suddenly stopped and revealed the figure of the blood demon half-saint. His scarlet eyes were filled with fear as he stared at the void in front of him. A layer of ripples appeared in the void, and Yang Kai's figure slowly walked out. He coldly looked ahead and said, "You want to run away from me? Haven't you woken up yet?" The blood escape technique was an unparalleled secret technique in the entire demon territory and even the star boundary. There were very few escape techniques that could compare to it. In terms of speed, it could definitely be ranked in the top 3 escape techniques. The experts of the Blood Demon clan relied on the blood escape technique to escape the pursuit of powerful enemies many times and survive. Unfortunately, they encountered Yang Kai this time. In front of spatial teleportation, any escape technique was trash in terms of speed. The path ahead was blocked, and an icy aura faintly came from behind. It was likely that the human woman had already dealt with her companions and was rushing over to help. A ferocious look flashed across the blood demon's face. "Yang Kai, if you know what's good for you, you'll let this king go. Otherwise, if this king fights to the death, you won't have it easy either." Yang Kai grinned at him. "The wail of a stray dog is really unpleasant to hear." When the last word fell, an afterimage was left behind. The real Yang Kai held the blue dragon's spear and rushed in front of the blood demon. The blood demon roared and his body exploded, turning into a sea of blood that surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and gritted his teeth. "You really have the courage to cut off your own wrists." The spear danced, and the boundless spear seemed to fill the sea of blood. On the tip of the spear, one black ball after another flashed and disappeared, and large amounts of blood disappeared without a trace. By the time Bing Yun arrived, she was just in time to see Kai Yang cleaning up the last of the blood. A trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. You killed him?" For the blood demon, the sea of blood was his foundation. Now that even the sea of blood had been destroyed by Yang Kai, how could the blood demon still be alive? It was likely that his soul would immediately scatter. But this was too inconceivable. Yang Kai was able to heavily injure the blood demon in one move because he had caught the blood demon off guard. This was the result of a careful calculation. But killing a blood demon half-saint in such a short time was shocking. Even if Li Wui personally came, he wouldn't have the ability to do so, right? For a moment, Bing Yun even felt like she was in a dream. Yang Kai knew what she was thinking. He slowly shook his head and said, "We fell for his trick. This isn't his main body. I don't know if it's an avatar or something like that. As a half-saint, how could he not have some life-saving skills?" Even Yang Kai didn't see through the blood demon's avatar. He chased after the blood demon all the way here and thought that he had intercepted the enemy. He didn't want to fight the blood demon alone. What happened a few days ago was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to go into seclusion to heal. It shouldn't take much effort for Bing Yun to deal with the blood demon. As long as he could delay until Bing Yun came to his rescue, Yang Kai was confident that he could take down the blood demon in a 2 versus 1 battle. The price he would have to pay would be negligible. However, as soon as they started fighting, Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong. The blood demon's strength was much weaker than before. Even if he sensed the blood demon's strength, it was useless. He sighed and said, "What a pity!" Bingyun said, "There's nothing to pity. After this battle, the blood demon will have to pay a heavy price. He shouldn't have anything to do with the Great Tao battle anymore. He can only find a place to lick his wounds." "Senior is right." Yang Kai nodded. The depression in his heart dissipated. He turned his head to look at the thing in her hand and grinned. "Senior is so fast." The one in her hand was the one who had been severely injured by her spear. However, at that moment, the body of the demon was wrapped in a cold aura, as if he had been frozen. However, the aura of life was still there, so he was clearly not dead. Capturing a semi-sage alive, even if the other party was injured, wasn't an easy task. However, Bingyun had only used an extremely short amount of time to accomplish this. It could be assumed that her foundation wasn't as weak as it appeared on the surface. "If you didn't injure him, how could I have the chance to capture him?" A complicated look flashed in Bingyun's eyes. She thought back to the past. When she first met Yang Kai, he was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. At that time, she was already a third-layer Emperor realm venerable. After all these years, although her cultivation was still one layer higher than his, her actual combat strength was probably not as good as his. This brat who was born in the same homeland as her grew at an astonishing speed. In a chaotic world there were bound to be monsters everywhere. The person in front of her could be said to be a monster among monsters. Her two disciples really had good eyesight. "Are you going to soul search him?" Bingyun asked. Since Yang Kai had specifically told them to keep her alive, it was obvious that he wanted to extract some information from her. As a half-saint, she had a firm will, so how could she be so easily tricked? The only way was to soul search. "If that's the case, I advise you to give up on this idea. There is news that the knowledge sea of these half-saint has been tampered with by the demon saint. They have placed a soul restriction. Once you soul search him, you will suffer a backlash." "Oh? Everyone already knows?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. When he found out about this information, he had planned to tell others. However, he could not contact them and was in a hurry to heal, so he could only give up. He did not know how this news spread. Was it related to the person who had spied on him in the dark? "You know?" Bingyun was stunned. Yang Kai revealed a fearful expression. "I almost suffered a great loss. If his divine soul's cultivation had not surpassed the level of a false emperor and half-saint, and if he did not have the soul-warming lotus, how could he still be standing here? However, I am not going to soul search. There are other ways." Yang Kai smiled. He reached out and picked up the frozen power demon. He said to Bingyun, "Senior, please protect me." Bingyun nodded. "Don't worry." Yang Kai's figure flashed and disappeared with the power demon. Only a longan-sized bead was left behind. Bingyun reached out and caught it. She looked at it carefully and said thoughtfully, "Is this the sealed world bead?" The sealed world bead on Yang Kai was no longer a secret. She had seen it from afar before. However, this was the first time she held it in her hand and looked at it carefully. It was said that the one-realm bead in the various armies was refined based on this sealed world bead. Bingyun also had a one-realm bead, so she was not unfamiliar with this feeling. However, the one-realm bead could not be compared to the sealed world bead. Whether it was the size of the interior or the laws of heaven and earth, the difference was like heaven and earth. It was hard to imagine that such a small bead could contain such a huge world. And in that world, as the owner of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai controlled everything. Maybe he could really find out something. Bingyun could not help but look forward to it. For the current fake emperors in the star boundary, the biggest thing they lacked was information about the mysterious Heaven Palace. After half an hour, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Bingyun handed the sealed world bead over and asked, "Did you hide in this bead and suddenly attack?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Yes. When he was healing, He put the sealed world bead into the giant silver wolf's stomach. After all, if he entered the small sealed world, the sealed world bead would be completely exposed. If there was no one guarding it, it would not be safe no matter where it was placed. Just as he was worrying, he saw the giant silver wolf. Yang Kai simply let the giant silver wolf swallow the sealed world bead. With his current spiritual energy, it was not difficult for him to control a monster king. After his injuries recovered, he was not in a hurry to come out. He used the giant silver wolf to investigate the situation and coincidentally found Bingyun. Did you find anything? A little, but it was different from what we thought. Yang Kai frowned. In the small sealed world, how could the force demon resist? Yang Kai used the power of a world lord to pressure him and did get some information. Chapter 3772. What's different? Bingyun asked. They actually don't know about the Heaven Void Cauldron. Senior, don't you think it's strange? Yang Kai frowned. Could it be that the information we received is wrong? Or someone is deliberately confusing us? It shouldn't be. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Bingyun's words had a hidden meaning. How could he not know what she meant? However, Xingyu Zhu had specially come to tell him about the Heaven Void Cauldron. He had no enmity with Xingyu Zhu and even saved her life. She had no reason to lie to him about this. Moreover, if this Heaven Void Cauldron was really made up by Xingyu Zhu, then what was her goal? What good would it do her? Then what do the half-saint in the demon territory know? Yang Kai revealed a strange expression. That's what I find most strange. They actually don't know anything. They don't know anything? Can you not tell them anything? Bingyun was astounded. Can Yi had participated in the last battle of the Great Tao, and had benefited from it, becoming a great emperor. Regarding the situation inside the Dark Heaven Palace, there was no one in the entire Star Realm who understood it better than him. Those in the Star Realm had originally thought that Yi would definitely leak a lot of information, but now it seemed that they had thought too much. They haven't seen Yi recently, but considering that he's healing, it's understandable. Xueli gave the half-saint an order. What order? Yang Kai looked at Bingyun and said coldly. Kill! Bingyun laughed. What kind of order is this? Even without this order, if the half-saint in the demon territory and the false emperor of the star boundary met here, there would definitely be a fierce battle. There was no need to give any special orders. After killing enough, you naturally know what to do, Yang Kai added. This is also the demon saint's words? Bingyun frowned. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Bingyun was silent for a moment and guessed. Could it be that blood and lives are needed to pry into the secrets of heaven? Yang Kai let out a light sigh and said, I think so too. Otherwise, the demon saint wouldn't have given such an order. Also, there's something I'm very concerned about. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, and a dried corpse appeared in front of him. There wasn't a single drop of water on the dried corpse, as if it had been there for countless years. The essence of its flesh and blood had disappeared without a trace. Although it was a corpse, there were still some traces of his life. Bingyun could tell at a glance that this dried corpse was the corpse of the power demon. How did it become like this? Bingyun frowned, and then her expression changed. She looked at Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, are you? Yang Kai laughed and said, Senior, don't worry. Although I know the essentials of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, I have never cultivated this evil secret art. This dried corpse looked like it had been drained of its essence by some special secret art. It had traces of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Yang Kai naturally knew what Bingyun was worried about. In fact, I didn't kill him. Although Yang Kai had the ability to do so in the small sealed world bead, the death of the power demon was caused by the soul seal. The soul seal in his mind could not only cause a backlash against those who tried to soul search, but it would also suddenly erupt when the power demon revealed some information about the profound heaven palace, directly killing him on the spot. This was also why Yang Kai couldn't get too much information. However, the moment he died, I clearly felt an invisible force pass through the barrier of the small sealed world bead, enveloping him and draining all his strength. He was the master of the small sealed world. In the small sealed world, his perception was extremely sharp. Even though that force was extremely hidden, he still noticed it. Recalling what happened before, Yang Kai felt that the fog in front of him had cleared up a little. Why did this happen? Bing Yun looked very surprised. What kind of force could break through the barrier of the small sealed world bead? It had to be known that it was a small world. In fact, before this, I also killed a half-saint. After that guy died, his situation was exactly the same as this power demon's. At that time, I didn't notice anything, but now it seems that this profound heaven palace isn't simple. You mean, all existences who participate in the great struggle will become like this as long as they die in the profound heaven palace? Yang Kai pointed at the dried corpse on the ground, a bright light flashing in his eyes. Combined with Xue Li's previous instructions to the half-saint, I feel that Senior's previous statement is very reasonable. If that's the case, then I'm afraid we have to take the initiative. The demon territory has come prepared. If we don't take precautions, I'm afraid we will suffer. Bing Yun's expression was solemn. She was secretly surprised by Yang Kai's strength. Before this, he had already killed a half-saint. She was also a false emperor, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to kill an opponent of the same level in a one-on-one fight. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. At the very least, we have to let everyone know the situation they are in. If the profound heaven palace's final secret, the key to becoming great emperors, was to sacrifice a lot of people, then the demon race would have the lead in terms of information. After all, they had the demon saints' orders and relied on their advantage in numbers. They would not be so reserved in their actions. On the other hand, the false emperors in the astral boundary were probably planning to avoid the demon race as much as possible before they understood the situation. If they really faced the half-saint of demon race with this mentality, they would definitely suffer a great loss. After speaking, Yang Kai bitterly laughed. But we have to meet others first. Senior is the first companion I've met after coming in. The one who was secretly spying on him was naturally not counted. Bing Yun smiled. I'm luckier than you. You're the second. Oh? Yang Kai was surprised. Who else did Senior meet? Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai was overjoyed upon hearing this. Where is she? In the original plan, Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun were supposed to be his companions. However, they were separated after entering the profound heaven palace, so there was no way to find their whereabouts. It was also a coincidence that he was able to find Bing Yun this time. Yang Kai even faintly suspected that the will of heaven and earth in his body was causing trouble. Otherwise, why would he encounter Bing Yun being besieged as soon as he came out? However, since he met her, he naturally acted according to plan. He originally planned to find Yang Inflammation again, but who knew that Bing Yun would actually meet her? Bing Yun pointed in a direction and said, We found something interesting over there during the day's journey. She stayed behind to deal with it while I came out to look for you. Something that even a false emperor found interesting was definitely an extremely precious treasure. This was not strange. This profound heaven palace was a place where the will of heaven and earth was created. Yang Kai had seen a lot of good things along the way. Let's go and meet up with her. It's always more convenient to work with more people. That's what I was thinking. Bing Yun smiled slightly. The two immediately set off and rushed in the direction that Bing Yun came from. Halfway there, Yang Kai asked around for information. He also knew what it was that actually attracted Yang Inflammation to stay there. Bing Yun did not intend to hide anything and told him the truth. According to her, after she met Yang Inflammation in the profound heaven palace, she began to look for Yang Kai. In the end, she did not find Yang Kai. Instead, she accidentally found a strange pool. The pool was milky white, a few feet deep, and exuded a charming fragrance. Smelling it made one feel refreshed. According to Yang Inflammation, that pool of water was most likely the legendary worldly elixir. If it was an ordinary treasure, it would be fine. However, it was a rare opportunity to fight for the great Tao. Unless it was easy to obtain, who would waste precious time on an ordinary treasure? However, that was the worldly elixir, a treasure that was born at the beginning of heaven and earth. This thing was extremely useful to great emperors, let alone false emperors. If one could consume it, they would definitely comprehend the way of heaven, and their strength would increase greatly. However, there was a natural formation beside the pool. The formation was extremely mysterious. Unless one broke the formation, one would not be able to get close to the pool, let alone obtain the worldly elixir. Yang Yen was a top artifact array master, and whether it was in artifact refining or the Tao of spirit arrays, no one in the entire star boundary could compare to her. If there was anyone in this world who could break this natural spirit array, it was none other than her. Therefore, Yang Inflammation stayed there to break the formation. Bing Yun could not help much, so she came out to investigate Yang Kai's whereabouts. Worldly elixir! Yang Kai's eyes turned red when he heard this. He had heard of this item before, but he never thought that he would actually be able to find it. After all, it was a treasure that could only be born at the beginning of the world. Even if it had once been born in this world, after countless years, the world would have changed, and the clouds would have changed. It was likely that it had long since gone extinct. The mysterious Tian Temple was a secret realm of heaven and earth that was born with heaven and earth. It was not impossible for it to retain some things from the beginning of heaven and earth. No wonder Xingyuzhu said that as long as the false emperors who participated in the great Tao battle did not become great emperors, their strength would increase greatly as long as they could come out alive. This worldly elixir was undoubtedly a good thing that could increase one's strength without any worries. Yang Inflammation alone might not be able to obtain such a treasure. If it was discovered by the half-saint, there would be a fierce battle. Even if the other false emperors discovered it, there would be some trouble. After knowing that it might be the worldly elixir, Yang Kai immediately sped up and rushed forward with Bing Yun. The journey was peaceful. They only took half a day to reach their destination. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun found the pool of worldly elixir in a forest. Huge trees could be seen everywhere in the forest. Only one place was empty. In the middle of the forest, there was a wooden stake about 10 meters in diameter. The wooden stake was hollow and formed a pool. The milky white liquid in the pool might be the worldly elixir. Of course, this was only Yang Inflammation's guess. After all, before breaking the formation, she could not be sure what was in the pool. However, even if it was not the worldly elixir, it was definitely something that would be very useful to false emperors. Chapter 3773. Just a moment ago, the scenery was still pleasant, but in the next moment, they were plunged into the fog. It was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. The change was so fast that they were caught off guard. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly stopped. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Bing Yun. "Senior?" Although he couldn't see her figure, Bing Yun's voice was clearly heard. "I'm here!" Yang Kai secretly sighed. Judging from the direction of the voice, Bing Yun was standing less than 3 feet away from him. However, under the fog, he couldn't even see her silhouette. Moreover, this fog seemed to have the effect of blocking divine sense. Yang Kai released his divine sense, which was stronger than a half-saint or a false emperor's, but it was suppressed by the fog and couldn't go any further. Even he was like this, let alone Bing Yun. Unable to see with the naked eye and divine sense, one was basically blind in this strange place. "Was it like this before?" Yang Kai asked in a serious voice. Bing Yun said, "No, there was nothing special here before. Maybe Yang Inflammation triggered something when she was breaking the array." Yang Kai nodded after hearing this explanation. This explanation was reasonable, but they had originally come here to meet up with Yang Yen and see how she was progressing in cracking the natural spirit array. Now, it seemed that the situation wasn't very optimistic. When the two arrived here, they didn't see Yang Yen, nor did they see the wooden pond from before, only a strange thick fog. In this strange environment, Yang Kai was very alert. He warned, "Senior, be careful. If you find anything, let me know immediately." "I know." "You too," Bing Yun's voice sounded. The two talked as they went deeper. Although they couldn't see with the naked eye and divine sense, they didn't have to worry about being separated from each other by relying on the location of their voices. However, Yang Kai's brows gradually furrowed the deeper they went. According to Bing Yun, the area around the wooden pond that seemed to contain the heavenly source liquid was just an open space of 1,000 meters. However, even after walking for an incense stick worth of time, they still hadn't discovered anything. In half an hour, they had walked more than a few hundred feet. They had probably walked more than 10,000 feet. "Listen," Bing Yun suddenly said. "What?" Yang Kai turned his head, but there was only thick fog in front of him. "You didn't hear anything? Senior, what did you hear?" In this strange place, Bing Yun's unexpected discovery not only didn't make Yang Kai happy, but instead made his blood run cold. He couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. Bing Yun, however, there was no response. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling and said in surprise, "Senior?" After shouting a few times, there was no response. Yang Kai reached out his hand to grab Bing Yun, but he didn't grab anything. After rushing forward for a while, he still couldn't find any trace of Bing Yun. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become a bit ugly. Bing Yun was clearly beside him a moment ago, but she disappeared without a trace in the next moment. Was someone secretly causing trouble, or was it the power of the formation? The latter was more likely. After all, Bing Yun had said before that there was a natural formation protecting this area. Yang Yun stayed behind to break the formation. Among the many half-saint in the demon territory, there shouldn't be anyone who had the ability to kidnap Bing Yun without Yang Kai noticing. In that case, was this a maze formation? However, natural formations were generally extraordinary. They might not only have the effect of a maze formation. What Yang Kai was more concerned about was what Bing Yun said before she disappeared. She obviously heard something, but Yang Kai didn't find anything. Even if he listened carefully, there was no sound at all. Although all formations in the world could be broken through with brute force, now that Bing Yun was trapped, Yang Yun's situation wasn't much better. Yang Kai really didn't dare to act rashly. It wouldn't be worth it if he accidentally hurt them. Standing in place, Yang Kai took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, there seemed to be a flash of golden light in his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation obtained from the great demon god had the ability to break through illusions. It had a miraculous effect on this kind of maze formation or illusion formation. Under the demon eye of annihilation, the fog that shrouded the surroundings seemed to fade a lot in an instant. Yang Kai's heart calmed down a little. Now it seemed that the great demon god was really extraordinary. He seemed to have underestimated the power of the demon eye of annihilation. He hadn't been able to fully exploit it. The natural formations in heaven and earth's secret realms were so mysterious that he could see some clues with the demon eye of annihilation. HM? Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at his surroundings. He hadn't seen it before, but at this moment, under the demon eye of annihilation, he found that he was surrounded by tiny threads. These threads were so dense that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. They were like tentacles floating in the air. From time to time, these threads would reach in front of him as if they wanted to touch him, but they would quickly shrink back, as if they were afraid of something. Yang Kai frowned and reached out to touch one of the threads in front of him. However, the thread avoided him like a living thing. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Instinctively, he felt that Bing Yun's disappearance was inseparable from these threads. Reaching out, he grabbed one of the threads and held it in his hand. In the next moment, a strange voice suddenly rang out in Yang Kai's mind. This voice seemed to be whispering, but also seemed to be summoning him, causing him to instinctively walk in a certain direction. The light in his eyes disappeared and was filled with confusion as his mind sank into oblivion. Inside his knowledge sea, threads appeared and shuttled back and forth. Wherever they passed, ripples appeared on the surface of the sea and spread out in all directions. In the center of his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus suddenly bloomed with 7-colored light, and a gentle force filled every corner of his knowledge sea, smoothing out the layers of ripples. The countless threads that had broken into his knowledge sea were like snowflakes under the scorching sun, instantly vanishing into thin air. Yang Kai's body suddenly trembled, and his blank eyes regained their luster. When he realized what had happened, his face was filled with fear. Looking again, his body was still surrounded by countless threads. Just like before, these threads were constantly hovering around him, but they didn't dare to come close. If he hadn't taken the initiative to attack just now, it was likely that they wouldn't have come into contact with him. What exactly are these? Yang Kai was confused. The only thing he was sure of was that these strange things had a lot to do with Bing Yun's disappearance. Bing Yun obviously heard something before, and when Yang Kai came into contact with these threads, there was a whisper in his mind and he lost consciousness. It seemed that Bing Yun had the same experience. She didn't have a treasure like the soul-warming lotus to protect her knowledge. However, why didn't these threads dare to come into contact with him? Did he have something on him that Bing Yun didn't have? He had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. The most important thing now was to quickly find Bing Yun and Yang Inflammation. Recalling the strange voice and the invisible guidance that had sounded in his mind, Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He took large strides forward. As he moved forward, the threads in front of him couldn't help but avoid him. The direction he was moving in was the source of these threads. The further he walked, the clearer his vision became. The thick fog that shrouded the surroundings also became thinner. At a certain moment, accompanied by a cracking sound, Yang Kai seemed to have stepped on something. When he looked down, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. There was a skeleton under his feet. He didn't know how many years it had been dead, but the white bones were scattered all over the ground. From the shape of the skeleton, it was obviously a human. Those who could die here were definitely strong people who had participated in the Great Tao struggle. They were all fake emperor-level existences. This place was indeed very dangerous. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun found this place. Someone had found it before, but they were killed and died here. Obviously, there was more than one such existence. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around. He saw skeletons piled up on the ground around him. Some of the skeletons were completely weathered, while others were still in their original state. The clothes on their bodies had long rotted into powder. However, from the degree of decay of the skeletons, it was obvious that they were from different eras. In addition to the skeletons, there was also a circular wooden pile about 10 meters in diameter. The wooden pile was hollow and looked like a wooden pool. There was some milky white liquid in the pool. The tip of Kai Yang's nose was filled with a peculiar fragrance. Smelling it, his whole body began to swell, and even his mind became joyful. Worldly liquid. Although he had never seen such a thing before, after seeing the pool of liquid, Yang Kai immediately confirmed that it was most likely the legendary worldly liquid. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun were not mistaken. However, Yang Kai's attention was quickly attracted by something else. Around the wooden pool, there were 5 cocoon-like things gathered. The cocoons were as tall as a person. Strange silk threads were constantly entangled around them, making the cocoons thicker and thicker. One of the chrysalis had yet to fully form. Inside the chrysalis was Bing Yun, who had gone missing not long ago. It was unknown when she had come here. At this moment, her eyes were tightly closed as she stood there quietly, allowing the pure white silk to wrap around her. She was completely unaware of this danger, and the corners of her mouth even curled up in a faint smile. Yang Kai's scalp went numb, and he could not help but swallow his saliva. Inferring from Bing Yun's situation, the remaining 4 cocoons must have people inside them. They were either false emperors from the astral boundary or half-saint from the demon territory. Yang Inflammation was probably among them. Such a master was actually unknowingly trapped. Looking at the countless skeletons around them, if no one came to rescue them, Bing Yun and the others would eventually meet a tragic end. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai secretly circulated his demon qi and activated his demon eye of annihilation to its limit, ready to act at any time. Carefully investigating the source of those strange silk threads, Yang Kai helplessly found that he could not trace them at all. These silk threads just appeared out of thin air and then wrapped around the creatures that entered this place layer by layer, causing generations of false emperors to die without them knowing. Chapter 3774. Yang Kai's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. What a terrifying killing trap! Using the origin liquid as a lure to lure people to investigate, they would unknowingly lose their minds and become intoxicated in an illusion that even a false emperor or half-saint wouldn't be able to wake up from. In the end, they would perish here. The mysterious Tian Palace was a secret realm of heaven and earth. Not only were there endless opportunities, but there were also unpredictable dangers. For generations, the number of false emperors who had participated in the Battle of the Great Paths had never been more than 1/3 of them. Those who had died here were not only those who had been killed due to their lack of strength, but also those who had died in this kind of killing trap. And there were a lot of people like that. There were 5 cocoon-like things here. Apart from Bingyun, which Yang Kai could see, the other 4 were tightly wrapped, but Yang Inflammation should be one of them. Even a veteran false emperor like Yang Inflammation couldn't resist the strangeness of this place. It was easy to imagine what would happen to other people if they came here. Yang Kai guessed that he was safe and sound because he carried a part of the will of heaven and earth in the astral boundary. The mysterious Tian Palace was a secret realm of heaven and earth. It was born at the beginning of the Great Paths and was a place where the Great Paths competed. The will of heaven was probably watching the progress here at all times. Yang Kai had been complaining that the will of heaven and earth in his body was useless, but he hadn't expected it to have such a miraculous effect so quickly. This killing trap wasn't ineffective against him. It could be seen from the fact that he had taken the initiative to touch the threads that he would also be affected. It was just that he had the protection of the soul-warming lotus, and hadn't lost himself in it. The reason the threads didn't take the initiative to touch him was probably because they had sensed the will of heaven and earth's aura. This was a killing trap, and the will of heaven and earth in Yang Kai's body allowed him to avoid the hostility of the Great Paths and prevent the threads from taking the initiative to touch him. It seemed that the will of heaven and earth in his body wasn't useless in the mysterious Tian Palace. He just hadn't discovered it yet. After understanding this, Yang Kai was somewhat expectant. He didn't know what kind of help the will of heaven and earth would provide him in the upcoming battle. However, the most important thing right now was to rescue Yang Inflammation and Bingyun. He quickly stepped forward and arrived in front of Bingyun. His hands turned into dragon claws and tore apart the silk threads wrapped around Bingyun's body. He quickly pulled her out. However, Bingyun didn't wake up immediately. Her eyes were still closed, and there was a smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she had seen something beautiful. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only take her into his sealed world bead and wait for her to wake up before making further plans. The second chrysalis was quickly torn apart by Yang Kai. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it, and was immediately amused. Inside the cocoon was a half-saint of demon race. It seemed to be a corpse demon. As soon as the cocoon broke, a rotten smell rushed out. His previous guess was correct. There was indeed a half-saint of demon race among the 5 chrysalises. When Bingyun left, Yang Inflammation was the only one here. The other 4 should have arrived later, but they all followed in Yang Inflammation's footsteps. This kind of opportunity to beat a drowning dog was rare. Since they were mortal enemies, how could Yang Kai be merciful? First, he searched the space ring on the corpse, then threw a punch at the corpse demon. Under the collapsing secret technique, a black ball flashed and disappeared. The corpse demon and the chrysalis disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel happy after killing a half-saint so easily. The third chrysalis contained a human race false emperor, one of the Star Boundary's 55th Army commander, Gonli. Yang Kai knew him, but they didn't have much of a friendship. They hadn't spoken more than 3 sentences to each other. Coincidentally, Yang Kai saved him and put him into his sealed world bead. The fourth chrysalis contained another half-saint of demon race. Just like before, Yang Kai was liberated. When the 5th chrysalis was torn apart by Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation's figure was revealed. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really worried about what would happen if the one inside the 5th chrysalis wasn't Yang Inflammation. Fortunately, this situation didn't happen. Yang Kai was in a good mood after killing 2 half-saint of demon race and saving 3 false emperors of the star boundary without any effort. Since the beginning of the Great Tao battle, the number of half-saint who died in his hands was as many as 4. Even Li Wui couldn't achieve such a record. Although luck played a large part in it sometimes, luck was also one of the forces a cultivator used to climb to the peak of the martial Tao. Turning his head to stare at the milky white liquid in the wooden pool, Yang Kai's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Ever since he began cultivating, he had obtained countless precious treasures, but few could compare to this pool of liquid in front of him. The soul-warming lotus and the immortal tree could be considered supreme treasures, but this heaven and earth source liquid also had its own magical effects. It was the essence born at the beginning of the world, and every drop of this heaven and earth source liquid contained a primordial aura similar to when the world was created. If one could consume it, it would definitely help one comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. With such a supreme treasure in front of him, even the great emperors would be jealous, let alone Yang Kai, a high-ranked demon king. Swallowing hard, Yang Kai first dipped his finger into the pool of heaven and earth source liquid and put it in his mouth. At such a critical moment, it was natural to eat the meat in his mouth. Before he could taste it carefully, he heard a buzzing sound in his mind, followed by his whole body shaking as his knowledge sea became turbulent. His vision turned black, and his 5 senses disappeared. He couldn't see, hear, or feel anything. It was as if he had fallen into a land of chaos. A ray of light suddenly blossomed, and the primordial chaos was born. Clear air floated up to become the sky, and turbid air sank to become the earth. At the beginning of the world, all things were born. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai finally regained his senses. His eyes shone with wanton light, and he was in high spirits, a pensive look on his face. Just now, he actually felt as if he had become a part of the world, going from chaos to the creation of the world, and then to a beautiful world. Faintly, he gained a bit of understanding. Perhaps this was the peak of the limit that all cultivators pursued, but all of this was too far away for him. He was only a high-ranked demon king, and in the future, there was still half-saint, demon saint. The comprehension he gained this time had far surpassed his original realm, so there were many things that he couldn't understand. However, he wasn't vexed. Something like cultivation could be attained through slow accumulation, and this sort of comprehension was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that he'd memorized this feeling and waited for the right time to awaken it, it would definitely be of help to him. Now, he could confirm that this pool of milky white liquid was heaven and earth source liquid. If it wasn't such a miraculous thing, how could it give him such a wonderful feeling? Without saying anything, Yang Kai immediately put it away. His divine sense surged and wrapped around the wooden pool. He exerted a little force, but it didn't move. Yang Kai's face twitched slightly. He wanted to put the wooden pool directly into the sealed world bead, but it didn't move at all. Using his divine sense, he could clearly feel that this small wooden pool was closely connected to the entire profound heaven palace. If he wanted to take the wooden pool, he would have to put away the profound heaven palace first. This was completely impossible. Yang Kai could only settle for the next best thing, and began to collect the heaven and earth source liquid in the wooden pool. This time, it wasn't difficult. As he worked, the heaven and earth source liquid in the wooden pool was constantly reduced and collected into the sealed world bead. For this purpose, he had specially made a pool in the medicine garden of the sealed world bead. The wooden pool wasn't big, only a few meters in diameter, and the water in it was only a meter deep. But when the heaven and earth source liquid in the wooden pool was reduced by more than half, Yang Kai suddenly paused and turned his head to look around with a solemn expression. At that moment, he felt like he was being spied on, as if there was a pair of eyes watching him. Sweeping out with his divine sense, Yang Kai found nothing, which puzzled him. With his current divine sense cultivation, no one in the profound heaven palace could compare to him. If someone was really spying on him, it would be impossible for him not to notice. Frowning and pondering for a while, Yang Kai sneered coldly. He didn't care whether the spying person was a human or a demon, or what their intentions were. In any case, he had to collect all the heaven and earth source liquid here first. Once he got what he wanted, whether he wanted to fight or stay would be up to him. Even though he thought so, his body was extremely resistant, as if something bad would definitely happen if he really did so. Cold sweat slowly oozed out of Yang Kai's forehead. He tried again and again, but his reason told him to stop while he was ahead. After hesitating and struggling for a while, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and gave up on the idea of collecting all the heaven and earth source liquid. Miraculously, when he gave up on this idea, the sense of crisis of being spied on instantly disappeared and everything returned to normal. The will of the world! Yang Kai's face froze. At this point, how could he not understand that the situation just now was not caused by someone spying on him, but by the will of the world in his body? The invisible will of the world had bestowed upon Kai Yang's body, which was the blessing of the world's destiny. There was always a trace of the ability to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Although Kai Yang didn't know what the consequences would be if he had really acted, he was afraid that it wouldn't have been a good ending. Now that he had given up on this idea, he felt much more relaxed. However, with such a treasure in front of him, how could he be willing to leave without taking it all? Yang Kai struggled, hesitated, and tried several times, but every time he had the thought of continuing to collect the heaven and earth source liquid, that inexplicable feeling would emerge, and everything would return to normal. After repeating this several times, Yang Kai no longer dared to have any devious thoughts, steeled his heart, and walked out without looking back. After a while, Yang Kai walked out of the wooden pool and looked back, only to see the scenery there distort and disappear, replaced by a dense forest that was no different from any other place. He understood that this heaven and earth killing formation that had existed since ancient times had most likely been damaged. Without the protection of the heaven and earth killing formation, how could the remaining heaven and earth source liquid be safely preserved? Now that the heaven and earth source liquid had taken the initiative to escape, it was likely a form of self-preservation. However, he didn't know how many years it would be before it appeared again. Chapter 3775. After finding a secluded place to hide, Yang Kai recalled the missing half of the worldly source liquid and felt distressed. Although he had already collected a lot of it, who would complain about having too much of it? The worldly source liquid contained chaotic chi that could split heaven and earth. It was enough to allow a third-stage Emperor Realm Master who had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years to break through to the false Emperor Realm. If he could collect more, he could create many more false Emperor Realm Masters for the star boundary in the future. It could only be said that what belonged to him couldn't escape, and what didn't belong to him was useless. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai let go of the depression in his heart. With a thought, he entered the sealed world bead and found that Bingyun, Yang Inflammation, and Gonli had already woken up. The three of them were gathered together and talking about something. They obviously realized that they were in Yang Kai's sealed world bead, so they didn't look flustered. However, when they recalled their previous encounter, they all felt some lingering fear. Yang Kai's divine sense manifested. After everyone greeted him, Gonli said, "Many thanks to Lord Yang. If it weren't for Lord Yang, this Gon would have been doomed." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Master Gon is too polite. You and I are both subordinates of Army Commander Li and have contributed to the peace of the star boundary. Now that outer demons are coveting us, if Master Gon has the ability to save this Yang, I'm afraid you won't stand by and do nothing." "Of course." Gonli nodded solemnly. "But in any case, this Gon will remember Lord Yang's life-saving grace. In this profound heavenly temple, if Lord Yang has any orders, please don't hesitate to ask." The two exchanged a few pleasantries, but neither of them mentioned the worldly source liquid. It was unknown whether Gonli hadn't seen it or deliberately didn't mention it. However, thinking about it, Yang Inflammation had seen it before, so Gonli shouldn't have missed it. He must have been lured by the worldly source liquid and fell into that trap. As for whether he could recognize the worldly source liquid, that was another story. "I wonder what Master Gon plans to do next?" Yang Kai went straight to the point. "Naturally, I'll do my best to seize that opportunity of the great Tao and search for the Heaven Void Cauldron." Gonli frowned and smiled bitterly, But then again, this Gon has been searching for the Heaven Void Cauldron ever since I entered the profound Heaven Hall, but unfortunately, I haven't found anything. Have you found anything? Yang Inflammation said. No clue. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, Boy, are you sure that Yuju was not lying to you? Did she deliberately throw out a bait to attract people's attention, and then sneak off to do something? Yang Kai muttered. Although it's not impossible, this is the only clue we have. He didn't get any useful information from the half-saint of demon race, only that the demon saint had instructed them to kill the false emperor of the astral boundary. But why would they need to specifically instruct them on such matters? The war of the two realms had never stopped, and now that the masters of the human and demon races had encountered each other here, was there any possibility of peace? In any case, our top priority is to find the Heaven Void Cauldron and inquire about other information. Yang Kai turned to Gonli and said, Master Gon, if you don't mind, why don't you join us? Bing Yun and Yang Inflammation would definitely go with him. This was something that had been decided before. He carried the will of heaven and earth, so the demon race would definitely target him. Even if he had the method of space, he would still be in a very bad situation if he went alone. Not only the demon race, but the false emperor of the astral boundary might also attack him at the last moment. Gonli was obviously aware of this situation. The current Yang Kai was already in a situation where an innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. Although he wanted to join them, he was afraid that Yang Kai and the others would misunderstand, so he didn't take the initiative to mention it. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so carefree, which made him feel a little ashamed. Without giving him a chance to speak, Yang Kai continued. This time, there are 30 false emperors from the astral boundary that entered the mysterious Heaven Temple, and 40 half-saint realm cultivators from the demon race's territory. In terms of numbers, the demon race has the absolute advantage. If we don't stick together for warmth, I'm afraid that the demon race will have the opportunity to attack us one by one. So, if possible, Master Gon can stay and wait until the final battle of the Great Tao, then we can make a plan. Now that things had gotten to this point, if Gonli still refused, he would be insensible. Moreover, he had just received Yang Kai's life-saving grace, so how could he have the face to refuse? Not to mention, he also had this intention, so he immediately cupped his hands and said, This is my wish, I dare not ask. Yang Kai smiled. That's good, then I'll go fishing. Fishing? Gonli looked at him suspiciously. Yang Yen instantly reacted and pursed her lips into a smile. Don't catch a shark. So what if it's a shark? Yang Kai chuckled and his figure faded away. Before he left, he saw Yang Yen winking at him. At this time, Gonli obviously understood what Yang Kai meant by fishing and suddenly said, Interesting, interesting. As he spoke, a look of expectation appeared on his face. His figure galloped outside while a part of his mind was immersed in the small sealed world, quietly communicating with Yang Yen. Just now, Yang Yen had secretly sent him a look, clearly indicating that she wanted to talk to him in private. Boy, where is the heaven and earth source liquid? Have you obtained it yet? Sure enough, as soon as he contacted Yang Yen, she immediately sent him a message, but on the surface, she was talking to Gonli about something else. Yang Kai smiled and said, If I say that I haven't obtained it yet, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Very good, give me half, Yang Yen said decisively. Yang Kai almost fell to the ground. Big sister, are you trying to rob me? Asking for half as soon as she opened her mouth was simply inhumane. Yang Yen snorted. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have found that thing. Giving me half is only right. Fine, 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 I'll give you half. Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with her. In any case, he had collected so much heaven and earth source liquid, it was impossible for him to use it all by himself. But I only collected half of the heaven and earth source liquid there. I can't collect the remaining half. Why? Yang Yen was puzzled. I don't know, but I feel that if I tried to collect it by force, I'll be in big trouble. That bad? Yang Yen was shocked. After thinking for a while, she said, It makes sense. After all, that thing is a treasure that was born at the beginning of the world. Alchemists are very particular about keeping only one out of every three to avoid cutting off the roots. If such a treasure like the heaven and earth source liquid is really taken away, it will be a matter of self-destruction. But half is still quite a lot. Seeing that you're so enthusiastic about the heaven and earth source liquid, do you know its miraculous effects? Yang Yan chuckled and said, Do you want to know? Tell me. Although Yang Kai had tasted a little of the heaven and earth source liquid and deeply felt the shock it brought to him, he couldn't fully explore its effects. Yang Yan didn't keep him in suspense and said, Do you know why the Iron Blood Master is more powerful than the other great emperors? Isn't it because of the cultivation method? Yang Kai was stunned. Although no one ranked the current 10 great emperors of the star boundary, the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen was recognized as the strongest. Even the other great emperors didn't refute this point. Of course not. As great emperors, which cultivation method is worse than others? Yang Yan sneered. What's more, at their level of cultivation, what they compete with is only their perception. It has little to do with cultivation method. However, Yukong is an exception. His achievements all come from the heaven-devouring great emperor. I have to say, this guy is really a rare genius. Do you mean that the Iron Blood Master used the heaven and earth source liquid? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Yes. Back then, the Master and I casually talked about the treasures of this world, including the heaven and earth source liquid. He also said that he once had the opportunity to drink a cup of the heaven and earth source liquid in the Xian Tian Palace, and that cup of heaven and earth source liquid has benefited him to this day. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stopped in his tracks. He had tried his best to overestimate the effect of the heaven and earth source liquid, but he still underestimated it. The Iron Blood Great Emperor participated in the Battle of the Great Dao 2 years ago, when the Xian Tian Palace opened. So far, it had been 60,000 to 70,000 years. At that time, he drank a cup of the heaven and earth source liquid and gained various insights that still benefited him to this day. It was easy to imagine how precious the heaven and earth source liquid was. Moreover, Zhan Wuhen actually obtained a cup of the heaven and earth source liquid in the Xian Tian Palace. Could it be that he had the ability to break through the heavenly killing trap at that time? So many years had passed, so Yang Kai didn't know the inside story, but he was more and more certain of the terrifying effect of the heaven and earth source liquid. Kid, don't feel bad. I didn't take half of the heaven and earth source liquid for myself. Now that the demon race is invading, if we have the heaven and earth source liquid, the fake emperors of the astral boundary may be able to increase their strength by a lot. Moreover, if the great emperors break free, they may be able to use the heaven and earth source liquid to increase their strength. When the time comes, I will tell them that this treasure was taken from the Xian Tian Palace by me. Yang Kai replied. For the astral boundary, it's only right. In this way, the remaining half of the heaven and earth source liquid would all belong to Yang Kai. Moreover, the world only knew that Yang Inflammation had this thing. Even if someone coveted it, they wouldn't link it to him. However, when the time came, Yang Inflammation might be in some trouble, but considering that she was Zhan Wuhen's subordinate, no one would have the guts to mess with her. By the way, what about the other 2 demon race? Did you see them? At that time, Yang Inflammation was breaking the natural formation. Who would have thought that 2 half-saint of demon race would pass by? Left with no choice, Yang Inflammation could only speed up. In the end, she seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction and then lost consciousness. As for when Gonli was trapped, she didn't know. Those 2 are already dead. Yang Kai laughed. These 2 half-saint were probably the easiest 2 he had ever killed in his life. They couldn't resist at all. It's good that they're dead. Yang Inflammation coldly snorted. Then, Yang Kai told her about the information he had obtained from the power demon half-saint, as well as his and Bing Yun's speculations, as well as the abnormalities of the corpses of the half-saint of demon race. After listening, Yang Inflammation didn't say anything for a while. After a long time, she said, In that case, your speculations aren't unreasonable. Slaughter and blood. Perhaps it's true. Only when enough people die here will the final opportunity be revealed. She chuckled and said, Boy, let's fish well. The more people die in the demon race, the greater our advantage. In the end, no matter who gets the opportunity, we can't let it become the demon race's hands. Chapter 3776. Yan Kai turned into a streak of light as the surrounding scenery flashed past him. He flew at full speed, occasionally glancing back as if something dangerous was approaching him from behind. There was indeed danger behind him. A blood-red light was hot on his tail. 2 figures were hidden within the blood-red light. No matter how Yan Kai changed directions, the blood-red light was like a maggot in his bones, unable to shake it off. The distance of 100 kilometers between them seemed very far, but for a half-saint pseudo-emperor rank powerhouse, this distance was only a matter of a few breaths. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them grew closer and closer. The law of space fluctuated, and Yan Kai's figure flickered, instantly disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had pulled away again, but he still couldn't shake off the blood-red light's pursuit. A flustered and exasperated shout came from within the blood-red light. Yan Kai, you're dead! Today, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to save you! I'll definitely catch you, then suck your blood dry bit by bit and cut off your flesh piece by piece. Only a half-saint of the Blood Demon clan could use the blood escape technique. Even in the entire demon territory, the blood escape technique was an extremely outstanding escape technique. It was extremely fast, and ordinary people simply couldn't shake off the blood demon's pursuit. In fact, Yan Kai's speed alone was inferior to the blood demon's blood escape technique, but he had the law of space. Every time the distance between them reached a critical point, he would teleport and pull away. This situation had happened many times, and the blood demon chasing behind him was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Normally, the blood demon wouldn't chase after him like this. Who didn't know that Yan Kai had the law of space and could come and go like the wind? Who didn't know that Yan Kai had comprehended the true meaning of martial Tao, which was strange and difficult to deal with? If they wanted to deal with him, they would need to gather the strength of at least 3 or 4 half-saint realm experts to kill him in one fell swoop, not giving him the slightest chance to resist. However, this was the mysterious Heaven Palace, and there were all kinds of natural restrictions. The blood demon saw with his own eyes that although Yan Kai's teleportation was effective, he couldn't move very far in an instant. This gave him the opportunity to chase after them. What's more, Yan Kai was currently injured, and his entire body was riddled with scars. Even the aura he exuded was somewhat unstable. Although he didn't know what Yan Kai had encountered before this, it was obvious that these past few days were definitely not peaceful. How could he miss such a good opportunity? As long as he could kill Yan Kai here, he would be able to seize the will of the heavens that belonged to him. This would definitely be of great help to the upcoming battle of the Great Tao. Since ancient times, humans would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. With such a temptation in front of him, how could Blood Demon not be moved? Moreover, he was not alone. He had companions. Within the bloody light, there were 2 figures. A long night is fraught with dreams. We can't wait any longer. Within the bloody light, the voice of another half-saint of demon race came out. When the blood demon beside him heard this, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen. However, he knew that the blood demon was right. They had spent half a day chasing after the blood demon and caused such a huge commotion. If others discovered this, they might end up benefiting from it. Blood Demon said solemnly, I will have to pay a great price to use that secret technique. The second half-saint said, I'll let you kill him, and I'll take the credit. Blood Demon's eyes lit up when he heard this. Really? I swear in the name of the great demon god. Blood Demon laughed. Good, good, good. With your words, I'm relieved. The one who killed Yan Kai could seize the will of the heavens, and the one who took the credit could obtain the demon saint's personal guidance, and the secret to becoming a saint. Neither side would suffer a loss. After a few words of discussion, Blood Demon's expression turned solemn. He formed a seal with his hands, and his scarlet eyes stared at the fleeing figure in front of him. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood-red light that wasn't slow to begin with blossomed with a bright red light. Its speed suddenly increased, and it shot forward like a bolt of lightning, quickly closing the distance between them. It's about time. Yan Kai, who was running in front of him, thought silently. After chasing him for half a day, he had consumed a lot of his opponent's strength. Now, his opponent seemed to have used a secret technique that damaged his yuan qi. It was time to end this. His figure that was rushing forward suddenly stopped. The change from extreme movement to extreme stillness was sudden and natural. Huh! He's actually rushing over! Within the blood-red light, the second half-saint's voice was filled with surprise. He didn't expect that Yang Kai, who had been running for half a day, would actually turn around at this time. Did he realize that there was no hope in escaping, so he decided to fight to the death? You're courting death! Blood Demon's eyes lit up. He grinned and shook his arms. The blood-red light burst out and turned into a boundless sea of blood, which went straight towards Yang Kai. A dragon's roar resounded as the black dragon's spear appeared. The spear shot out, splitting the waves and splitting the sea of blood. The man holding the spear raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a strange smile. Not good, it's a trap! Blood Demon turned pale with fright. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and quickly retreated. When Yang Kai shot out the spear, his companions had already fled to the side. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared beside Yang Kai. As if they had already discussed this, one of the figures flicked her wrist and 3 flames flew out from her white wrist towards Blood Demon's head. Yang Kai and the other 2 figures rushed towards the other half-saint. Despicable! At this moment Blood Demon's face was filled with grief and indignation, as well as deep humiliation. It was no secret that Yang Kai had the one round bead, which could accept living people. When Blood Demon and his companions were chasing Yang Kai, they were also aware of this. However, Yang Kai just kept running and didn't summon any helpers. The 2 half-saint of demon race assumed that Yang Kai was alone. Who would have thought that when they arrived, he would really summon helpers? Moreover, there were 3 of them at once. Yang Kai had concealed such strength, but still pretended to be weak and fled for half a day. It was obvious how vicious his thoughts were. He clearly intended to kill the 2 of them here, which was why he had been patiently waiting for the right time to strike. It was 2 against 4. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for them. Furthermore, Blood Demon had activated a secret technique that damaged his yuan qi. Blood Demon's heart was filled with regret. He only wanted to run as far away as possible. As for his companions, he couldn't care less. However, one of the women threw out 3 flames, which directly turned into 3 huge rings of fire that wrapped around him. They sealed the world and cut off his hope of escape. Yang Inflammation! Blood Demon roared. He had fought with many false emperor powerhouses in the astral boundary for several years. He knew what kind of powerhouses they had, especially this Yang Inflammation. Even among the false emperors in the astral boundary, his strength was second to none. His 3 blazing rings of fire were extraordinarily powerful and had a binding effect. He had once killed a half-saint of demon race. Yang Inflammation smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. She was extremely happy. I've really caught a lot of fish these days. Blood Demon's face became even gloomier. He took a deep breath, and his blood started to churn violently. In this situation, if he couldn't escape before his companions died, he was afraid that he would be doomed. The only thing he could do now was to fight with his life on the line. With a loud roar, he turned into a blood-red light and rushed toward the 3 rings of fire. Yan Yen put away the smile on her face and faced this situation solemnly. Although in her plan, she only needed to trap this blood demon and not give him a chance to escape, in this life-or-death crisis, the strength of a demon race half-step saint was not something she could underestimate. If she wanted to delay the other party, she would need to focus all of her attention. On the other side, Yang Kai joined forces with Bing Yun and Gon Li to deal with the second half-saint of demon race. This half-saint was a feather demon. Regardless of gender, all feather demons had good looks. The feather demon half-saint in front of them was outrageously handsome. However, under the combined attacks of Yang Kai and the others, his handsome face was filled with malevolence. The feather demon race was most proficient in go techniques. If they were allowed to distance themselves, any feather demon would be able to defeat the stronger one. When Boya was a mid-tier demon king, she was able to kill a high-tier demon king by relying on the feather demon's innate go techniques. As for the feather demon, whose strength had reached the half-saint realm, it was even more incredible. Previously, when they were chasing, Yang Kai had been injured by him several times. It could be said that a large part of her injuries were due to this feather demon. Previously, she had pretended to be weak and could only endure being injured. Now, it was finally time to settle the score. Fighting 1 against 3, no half-saint of demon race could withstand it, let alone the feather demon, who was not good at close combat. After fighting for a while, he was first eroded by Bing Yun's cold intent and slowed down. Then, he was hit by Gon Li's palm, causing him to spit out blood. Yang Kai took the opportunity to close in and thrust out his spear. The feather demon was unable to dodge, and his chest was pierced. He barely managed to avoid being hit, but the true intent of the martial path had already eroded his body. There was no path to heaven and no door to hell. The feather demon was filled with grief and anger. He had nowhere to vent his anger. As time passed, his injuries worsened and the true intent of the martial path eroded, causing the feather demon to become weaker and weaker. After an incense stick's worth of time, Bing Yun's sword slashed down. The feather demon could no longer block and was directly cut in half. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. In that instant, the cold intent had frozen his entire body. Die! Yang Kai's black dragon spear smashed down, and the violent force smashed the two halves of the corpse into pieces. She didn't stop moving. She became one with the spear and directly rushed to the other side of the battlefield. Her movements were very smooth and dazzling. Bing Yun and Gon Li followed closely behind. After another cup of tea's time, Yang Yan stretched out her hand and the 3 huge fire rings turned back into 3 fire rings and returned to her wrist. She stared at the dried corpse below and lightly sighed. So troublesome. Bing Yun and Gon Li also had a look of agreement. Even though they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, killing a half-saint of demon race was not an easy task. The 2 half-saint of demon race were on the verge of death and counterattacked. It really made people afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Yang Kai's injuries were needless to say. In the 2 life and death battles, he was at the forefront. No matter if it was the blood demon or the feather demon's attacks, most of them landed on him. If it wasn't for the powerful body of the dragon race, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 3777. Bing Yun, Yang Inflammation, and Gon Li were all injured, but compared to Yang Kai, their situation was much better. They only had minor injuries that could be healed after recuperating for a while. After checking their bodies and confirming that there were no major injuries, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai searched the battlefield below for a while before flying back with a gloomy face. What's wrong? Yang Inflammation frowned. Yang Kai casually threw a space ring to Yang Inflammation and said, Another one fell. Yang Inflammation caught the space ring and probed it with his divine sense. A touch of sadness appeared on his face. This space ring wasn't refined from the demon territory, but from the star boundary. The relics inside were also from the star boundary. Obviously, it didn't belong to the half-saint of demon race. Yang Kai could find this item from a half-saint of the demon race, which meant that the original owner of this item had fallen. The culprits were undoubtedly the 2 half-saint of demon race that they had just killed. In fact, this wasn't the first half-saint they had killed, nor was it the first space ring that belonged to a false emperor from the star boundary. Since that day when Yang Inflammation, Bing Yun, and Gon Li were hidden in the small sealed world, Yang Kai had been fishing in the profound heaven temple. After more than 10 days, he had fought a total of 3 battles. Including the 2 just now, he had killed a total of 4 half-saint of demon race. However, on the corpses of these 4 half-saint of demon race, he also found 3 space rings from the star boundary's false emperors. Normally, how could a false emperor or half-saint master die so easily? When the demon saint great emperors didn't appear in the world, they were invincible existences. They were the overlords of the star boundary and the demon territory. However, the opening of the profound heaven temple allowed these overlords to gather together. Casualties were inevitable. This aura. A thoughtful look appeared on Yang Yan's face as he carefully identified the remnant aura on the space ring. After a long time, he sighed. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Wei Wufa of the Jiang Mao army. Gan Li's expression changed. He's dead? Yang Inflammation nodded solemnly and put away the space ring. Wei Wufa still has disciples. I'll return the space ring to them later. I hope they will rise again one day. Brother Wei, he still has the army commander's token. How could he die so easily? Gan Li was shocked. Every legion commander had a legion commander's token, and the legion commander's token contained the power of the great emperors. Yang Kai also had a legion commander's token, but it was consumed when he fought the Wind Emperor in the Flowing Time Temple. Later, the great emperors disappeared, and no one could refine another one for him. Many legion commanders had legion commanders' tokens. Some had been used, while others still had them. Wei Wufa's legion commander's token was the latter case. Logically speaking, if Wei Wufa had really encountered any danger, as long as he activated the legion commander's token, he should have been able to avert the danger. However, the fact that his space ring had fallen into the hands of the half-saint already explained everything. Yang Kai heard this and said, There are many invisible restrictions in Mysterious Heaven Temple. Presumably, even the power of the great emperors would not be able to do anything here. This was the only reasonable explanation. Gan Li's face couldn't help but turn pale. He also had a legion commander's token. Originally, he thought that with such a trump card, he would be able to rest easy. However, Wei Wufa's death was undoubtedly a wake-up call for him. If he really relied on the divine technique of the great emperors and the legion commander's token, he was afraid he wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, Wei Wufa was an old acquaintance of his. He wasn't weak. If they really fought one-on-one, Gan Li didn't have the confidence to beat him. Of course, if it was a life-or-death battle, it was a different story. Everyone had their own trump cards. No one knew who would win or lose until that moment. However, Wei Wufa's death was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Since entering Mysterious Heaven Temple, he hadn't encountered anyone, let alone a battle. That was until he accidentally fell into a trap and was saved by Yang Kai. After that, he stayed in the Mysterious Heaven Small World and cooperated with Yang Kai, Bing Yun, and Yang Inflammation to kill enemies. They had won 3 battles, and his side had paid a negligible price to kill 4 half-saint. It could be said that everything had been smooth sailing. He didn't expect that Wei Wufa would die so inexplicably. On the night before entering Mysterious Heaven Temple, he was drinking wine with Wei Wufa and talking about the many opportunities in Mysterious Heaven Temple. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he hadn't teamed up with Yang Kai and the others, he might have been the next Wei Wufa. Since his good friend had perished, the joy he felt from killing those 2 half-saints had been diluted greatly, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of sorrow. In this competition for the Grand Tao, pseudo-emperors, half-saints, and other experts were only steps that others used to ascend the peak. So, was he a person that ascended the peak or a stepping stone beneath the feet of others? Not many people can resist the cooperation of a blood demon and a feather demon alone. Yang Kai took something to wipe the blood off his body. He didn't change his clothes. His clothes were ragged and he looked very miserable. Aren't you going to heal your wounds? Yang Inflammation asked. I'm afraid there's no time to heal. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I have a feeling that the secret of Mysterious Heaven Temple will be revealed soon. The key to becoming great emperors will also gradually become clear. At that time, there will be a desperate struggle. Before that happens, it's important to eliminate as many of the half-saint of demon race as possible. Mysterious Heaven Temple had been open for almost a month. Although this amount of time was nothing to the half-saint fake emperors, for the entire star boundary, it was an urgent matter. This time, the opening of the mysterious heaven temple was a mechanism for the star boundary to protect itself. The star boundary was hoping that a great emperor-level powerhouse would come out of the mysterious heaven temple and bring order to the star boundary. In the star boundary, demon intent was constantly nibbling away at the territory of the star boundary. If the struggle in mysterious heaven temple continued for too long, even if great emperors were born, they would be powerless to reverse the situation. Therefore, in any case, this struggle for the great Tao was very likely to be settled in a short period of time. As for whether the demon race or the human race would have the last laugh, it would depend on their own abilities. If others said this, Yang Inflammation might not take it seriously, but Yang Kai had the world will. Perhaps he really sensed something. Then let's continue. I hope some fish will take the bait. After more than 10 days of hard work, they had only encountered 3 waves of half-saint of demon race. As for the fake emperors of the star boundary, they hadn't encountered a single one. The area of mysterious heaven temple was really too big. Yang Kai didn't know how many half-saint he could kill before the key to becoming great emperors was revealed, but in any case, he could only continue. The death of any half-saint was enough to tilt the balance of strength between the human and demon races. Perhaps at that critical moment, the final decision would be made. After taking Yang Inflammation and the others back into the small sealed world, Yang Kai continued on his journey alone. After a few days, Yang Kai didn't gain anything, but the injuries he had suffered in the previous battle gradually healed. Yang Kai secretly became anxious, his divine sense constantly exploring his surroundings, hoping for some pleasant surprise. Another 5 days passed in a flash. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was galloping, suddenly stopped and frowned. Faintly, he seemed to have noticed something, but when he tried to discern it carefully, he couldn't find anything. This wasn't his divine sense detecting something, but another kind of telepathic reaction. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai closed his eyes, eliminated all distracting thoughts, and followed his heart. He stood there for an hour. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Inflammation stared at the projection in the sky with a frown. Bing Yun and Gan Li, who were standing next to him, also showed puzzled expressions. Although the 3 of them had been staying in the small sealed world all this time, they were not completely ignorant of the situation in the outside world. Yang Kai was always projecting his surroundings into the small sealed world so that they could observe the situation, so they were very clear about what was happening outside. What is he doing? Bing Yun was puzzled. Maybe he sensed something. Yang Inflammation remembered what Yang Kai said a few days ago. Is the key to the great Tao struggle about to reveal itself? Gan Li's expression also brightened. If this was the case, then he would have to consider parting ways with Yang Kai and the others. Although it was much safer to act together, for the sake of becoming great emperors, he had to take a risk. Suddenly, Yang Kai opened his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he stared in a certain direction. That way! Saying so, his figure flickered and he sped in that direction. Inside the small sealed world, the 3 of them were all shocked as they paid close attention to the movements in the outside world. Yang Kai flew all the way, and the further he went, the more obvious the vague feeling became. He immediately understood that his previous feeling was correct. The key to becoming great emperors was in that direction, but it had not been completely revealed yet. He was also relying on the world will to sense it. From this point alone, he had already gained a slight advantage. If he could find that key before everyone reacted, he might be able to end this great Tao struggle ahead of time. After flying for half a day, Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. For several days, he had not encountered a single half-saint, nor a single false emperor, but at this time, 2 powerful auras had entered his perception range, and judging from the characteristics of these auras, they were actually 2 false emperors. After carefully identifying them, Yang Kai raised his brow and muttered, "It's him!" The aura he identified belonged to Tseng Mo. At this time, Yang Kai did not know who this guy was with, but judging from the fluctuations of this aura, the situation seemed to be not good. A moment later, Sang Emo apparently also noticed Yang Kai's aura and actually changed direction, leading his companions straight towards Yang Kai. At the same time, several other fierce auras arrived. Yang Kai's face sank as he gritted his teeth and said, "Shifting the blame to the east, despicable!" He could distinguish Sang Mo's aura, and Sang Emo was certainly no stranger to his aura. Sang Emo knew that he was only a high-rank demon king, but when being chased by the half-saint of demon race, he still chose to flee towards Yang Kai. Obviously, he was up to no good. Chapter 3778. Because of the will of the world, Yang Kai was bound to be the focus of all the half-saint of demon race, and Sang Emo leading his pursuers here at this time was undoubtedly because he wanted to borrow Yang Kai's strength to get rid of his pursuers. Just think about it, if those half-saint of demon race saw Yang Kai here, how could they still be interested in Sang Emo? They would probably immediately swarm over and get rid of Yang Kai first. During this time, Sang Emo could easily escape. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. There were many differences between him and Sang Emo previously. When he entered the mysterious Tian Temple, Sang Emo even tried to make things difficult for Yang Kai on the grounds that his cultivation realm was not high enough, trying to prevent him from entering the mysterious Tian Temple to participate in the struggle for the Great Tao. In the end, it was Li Wuyi who stood his ground and made the final decision. The enmity between him and Sang Emo was neither big nor small, but it was true that they both disliked each other. If they encountered each other in the mysterious Tian Temple alone, Yang Kai estimated that they would definitely not coexist peacefully, and there would definitely be a battle to determine who was superior. When he noticed that Sang Emo had led people here, Yang Kai even considered whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. However, considering that the number of false emperors in the star boundary could not be compared to the half-saint of demon race, he gave up on this idea. At this time, the overall situation was more important. In a flash, the two figures rushing over were imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Sang Mo's face was a little pale, as if he had been injured, and the other false emperor accompanying him was a middle-aged man. Yang Kai remembered that he seemed to be a commander of the B Corps, surnamed Feng. Compared to Sang Emo, this man surnamed Feng's condition was even worse. One of his arms was hanging limply by his side, constantly swinging back and forth as he flew, and there was a large bloodstain on his chest. Presumably, Sang Emo and this man surnamed Feng had fought a half-saint of the demon race before, but they were defeated and suffered a great loss. Behind the two of them were 4 half-saints from the demon race, the one in the lead exuding a monstrous aura and corpse chi. Wherever he passed, trees would quickly wither. This corpse demon was none other than Jiaolong, the one Li Wuyi had asked Yang Kai to pay close attention to before. In the previous battle between the two realms, Li Wuyi had fought with Jiaolong 3 times, but he was unable to do anything to him, which showed how strong Jiaolong was. Li Wuyi had also said that this guy was probably the strongest among all the half-saint of the demon race, and was even stronger than the other half-saint of demon race. He was also the biggest enemy of the Star Boundary side in this battle of the Great Tao. In addition to Jiaolong, the remaining 3 half-saint of demon race came from different races, a bone demon, a succubus demon, and a feather demon, all of whom possessed extraordinary strength. Demonic chi surged as Jiaolong chased after Sang Emo and the man surnamed Feng. After a short while, the man surnamed Feng, who was fleeing in panic with Sang Emo, suddenly raised his head and saw a person rushing towards them. A look of surprise appeared on his face, but after seeing the person's face, the man surnamed Feng hurriedly shouted, "Lord Yang, run!" Unlike Sang Emo, who deliberately planned to divert the trouble, the man surnamed Feng's first reaction when he saw Yang Kai was to ask him to escape together. After all, he and Sang Emo were both injured, and there were as many as 4 pursuers behind them. Even if Yang Kai's current strength was comparable to a half-saint, there was no way he could make a comeback. If Yang Kai rashly came to their aid at this time, not only would he fail to rescue them, but he would also put himself in danger. Hearing the man surnamed Feng shout, Yang Kai's originally cold expression eased a lot, and he smiled at him. If only Sang Emo was being chased, Whether or not Yang Kai would have come to his aid was another matter altogether. In this profound heavenly temple, it was important to consider the overall situation, but against someone who always harbored malicious intentions, Yang Kai wouldn't care too much about the other party's life or death. Being able to live was his good fortune. If he died, then he deserved it. However, there was another corps commander besides Sangmo, so Yang Kai couldn't just sit back and watch. Until the final moment of the great struggle, Yang Kai wasn't willing to confront Jia Long head-on. Although he still had 3 elite soldiers hidden in his small sealed world, and with the addition of Sangmo and the man surnamed Feng, he would immediately have an advantage in terms of numbers. But if they really fought, no one would come out on top. At this moment, his plan was to pick up the 2 of them, put them into his small sealed world, and then teleport away. There were many barriers in profound heavenly temple, and the corps commander's order of the great emperor's divine technique couldn't be activated, the space spirit bead couldn't be used, and even his teleportation ability was greatly suppressed. But if he really wanted to escape, no matter how strong Jia Long was, he couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, under the strange and puzzled eyes of the man surnamed Feng, Yang Kai still quickly came forward to greet him. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. A thunderous voice rang out as Jia Long, who was chasing after Tsengmo and the man surnamed Feng, stared at Yang Kai with a look of pleasant surprise, his mouth splitting into a grin. "Little evil beast, you really made this king look for you." Jia Long wasn't the only one looking for Yang Kai. All the half-saint from the demon race were also looking for Yang Kai, but the area of profound heavenly temple was too large, so it was rare for them to run into each other. What's more, during this time, Yang Kai had hidden 3 elite soldiers and was fishing everywhere, so even if a half-saint ran into Yang Kai, it wasn't good luck, but extremely bad luck. However, for Jia Long, running into Yang Kai at this time was indeed a pleasant surprise. Putting aside his tyrannical strength, he also had 3 other half-saint of the demon race with him. As long as he could slightly hinder Yang Kai, there was a great chance he could kill him here. While speaking, Jia Long's body shook violently as monstrous corpse chi swarmed out of his burly body, spreading forward like a dark cloud that blotted out the sky. It was so fast that it caught up to the 2 human race pseudo-emperors in the blink of an eye. The faces of Tsengmo and the man surnamed Feng changed simultaneously. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated Jia Long's strength. It wasn't that Jia Long couldn't catch up to them, it was just that he didn't want to expend too much strength. Now that he saw Yang Kai, it was clear that he wanted to end this battle quickly, regardless of the cost. The corpse she rolled forward as if it was about to seal off the heaven and earth. Struck by this corpse chi, Sangmo and the man surnamed Feng couldn't help but stagger and lose their footing. This caused their faces to change dramatically as they desperately pushed their emperor chi to resist the invasion of the corpse chi. A murderous intent burst forth as a burst of chi locked onto the fleeing Sangmo. With a light swish, an arrow pierced through the air. Sangmo's face changed dramatically. Although he was running for his life, he didn't have to look back to know what had happened. It was clearly the feather demon attacking him. Although this arrow was hurried and there was no danger of taking his life, if he was delayed by this arrow, it was very likely that he would be trapped here forever. At this critical moment of life and death, Sangmo gritted his teeth and reached out, grabbing the man surnamed Feng's shoulder. The man surnamed Feng was startled and his eyes widened. "Song Master?" Sangmo remained expressionless as he whispered, "I'm sorry!" Grabbing the man surnamed Feng, Sangmo threw him behind him and, under the man's stunned gaze, rushed forward. With a light swish, the man surnamed Feng's body shook as he felt the strength in his body rapidly drain away. Looking down, he saw an arrow piercing through his chest. Demonic chi was wrapped around this arrow, corroding his flesh and blood, causing the wound to rapidly expand. When he looked up again, Sangmo was already several dozen kilometers away. It was only at this moment that he realized what had happened. In an instant, the expression on his face was extremely colorful as his emotions constantly changed, eventually turning into infinite grief and indignation as he roared, "Sangmo, you old dog, you will die a horrible death! He had never imagined that in this great struggle, he would be plotted against by his companions, and the one who had plotted against him was only trying to seize a chance to escape. According to his own strength, although he was injured, he might not have been unable to dodge this arrow. Although the Feather Demon's go technique was terrifying, this arrow had been shot in haste, not to kill, but to obstruct. Who knew it would lead to such an unexpected surprise? For a moment, the expressions of the several members of the demon race became a little strange. With a swish, Jiao Long led the 3 half-saint of demon race and sped past the man surnamed Feng, stretching out his hand and twisting it. By the time they passed by, the man surnamed Feng's head had already disappeared, leaving his headless corpse swaying as blood spurted from his neck. Sang Mo! Yang Kai gritted his teeth and roared. He had seen what had happened in that instant. While he was shocked, his murderous intent also surged out like a tide. He had already come to his rescue. As long as he was given 3 more breaths of time, he would be able to arrive. At that time, he would be able to take Sang Mo and the man surnamed Feng into the mysterious small world. Leaving or staying would be up to him. No matter how strong Jialong was, as long as he didn't seal the space around him, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. 3 breaths, it was only 3 breaths, but it allowed him to see the ugliness of human nature. For his own slim chance of survival, he didn't care about the life or death of his companions. It could even be said that the man surnamed Feng died at Sang Mo's hands. The Feather Demon half-saint's arrow didn't have the ability to take the lives of either of them. Unfortunately, Sang Mo was scared out of his wits by the pursuers behind him and directly used his companion as a shield. Kill! Yang Kai's eyes were blood red. As he roared, he grabbed the black dragon's spear and stabbed it towards Sang Mo. After grabbing his companion and throwing him behind him, Sang Mo realized what was going to happen next, so he didn't run in the direction of Yang Kai. Instead, he turned around and fled. In any case, the half-saint of demon race behind him had already discovered Yang Kai. In comparison, Sang Mo was sure that the demon race was more interested in Yang Kai and shouldn't chase after him. As long as Yang Kai could attract the attention of the demon race, he could sit back and relax. But he didn't expect Yang Kai to act like this. Yang Kai shot out his spear from a few dozen kilometers away, ignoring the barriers of space and distance, instantly breaking through and arriving in front of Sang Mo. A dragon's roar rang out, causing Sang Mo's face to change greatly. In his field of vision, a huge azure dragon swayed its head and wagged its tail as it pounced towards him, opening its bloody maw as if wanting to swallow him whole. The dragon's fangs flashed with a cold light, as if a casual bite could crush him to pieces. Chapter 3779. He had long heard that Yang Kai had obtained a great opportunity when he entered the territory of the Become the Demon race. After returning, he had the strength of a half-saint as a high-ranked demon king, but Sang Mo didn't believe it. In his opinion, Yang Kai's aptitude was indeed extraordinary, but with his cultivation realm, how could it be possible for him to surpass the gap between heaven and earth? Even if Yang Kai had the achievement of killing a half-saint, that was also the result of someone cooperating with him. But until now, when he fought with him, Sang Mo found that the rumors were true. This little bastard actually had the strength of a half-saint. When this spear stabbed over, Sang Mo felt the pressure of a mountain, and even found it difficult to breathe. Hastily responding, he raised his hand and slapped forward. With a loud bang, Sang Mo let out a muffled groan, his figure exploding backwards while Yang Kai's body only swayed a few times before stabilizing. This result was not because Yang Kai's strength was much greater than Sang Mo's, but because he had the advantage of the black dragon's spear, and because Yang Kai had attacked in anger, Sang Mo had been forced to parry. Swish, 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 with the sound of something breaking through the air, the 4 half-saint of the demon race, under the lead of Jiao Long, had already caught up. As if they had already discussed, they spread out and surrounded Yang Kai and Sang Mo in the middle, looking at the center of the field with mocking eyes. Today's situation was not something that could be seen casually. Compared to spending more effort to kill the fake emperor of the Star Realm, the half-saint undoubtedly preferred to see the human race kill each other. Damn it! Sangmo gritted his teeth and roared, his eyes sweeping left and right, filled with fear. When he looked at Yang Kai again, his eyes were full of hatred. Yang Kai, what are you doing? Yang Kai lowered his eyes, the long hair in front of his forehead falling, casting a thick shadow, and said in a serious voice, "The one who should die is you, old dog Sangmo." Sangmo gritted his teeth. "Harming others and yourself, what good is it for you? Injustice in the heart, injustice in the Tao." Yang Kai slowly raised the black dragon spear, pointed it at Sangmo, and said in a cold voice, "Today, this place will be your burial ground." "Nonsense! We'll see if you can survive." Sangmo's face twitched and his heart was filled with resentment. Previously, in order to fight for a chance of survival, he instinctively threw his companions behind him as a shield. If he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice. However, what he didn't expect was that Yang Kai's character was so unyielding. Even though he knew that the 4 half-saint of demon race were chasing after him, not only did he not think of escaping, he even blocked Sangmo's path. This was simply harming others without benefiting himself. Could it be that he didn't know the consequences of being surrounded by those half-saint? "Don't worry, I will definitely live longer than you." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He did not move his spear. He turned his head to the side and said, "Jiao Long, how about we make a deal?" Jiao Long's eyes were filled with a playful smile. He said lightly, "Do you think, in this situation, you are qualified to discuss with this king?" Pausing for a moment, he laughed loudly. "Fine, since you let this king see a good show, if you have any last words, quickly say them. If you can make this king happy, I may be able to satisfy you." He had a posture as if Yang Kai was already in his grasp. It was not that he was arrogant, but the advantage he had was too obvious. The 4 half-saints' auras were firmly locked onto Yang Kai. As long as he made the slightest move, he would immediately welcome a storm of attacks. At that time, whether or not he could use his strange space secret technique was another matter. Yang Kai's expression did not change. He was as calm as a volcano that had been dormant for many years. "I want to kill this trash. You guys wait on the side. After I kill him, if you have any other methods, I will take them all." As soon as these words came out, Sangmo's face turned ashen. On the contrary, the 4 half-saint of demon race's expressions were playful. Jiao Long even touched his chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Why?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "If I fight with him, no matter who wins in the end, the remaining one will be an arrow at the end of its flight. At that time, when the 4 of you attack together, who can stop you? This will only benefit you and no harm, isn't it?" Sangmo's heart sank when he heard this. He cried out involuntarily, "Yang Kai, you are crazy!" If Jiao Long and the others really acted according to Yang Kai's words, then he would definitely be doomed today. Whether Yang Kai killed him or he killed Yang Kai, he would not be able to leave this place alive. His original plan would also be completely useless. For a moment, he was in a mess and his whole body was cold. He secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so vicious. In order to deal with him, he even made such a proposal. Jiao Long and the others would not be able to refuse even if they wanted to. Sure enough, after pondering for a moment, Jiao Long nodded and said, "What you said makes sense." Suddenly, he revealed a hideous grin, his face ferocious. "But if this king wants something, he will take it himself." As soon as his words fell, a thick corpse chi rolled out. From the corpse chi, figures emerged one after another. Surprisingly, they were all refined corpses refined by Jiao Long. These refined corpses were basically high-rank demon king. Among them, there were even 3 half-saint of demon race level corpses. Obviously, they were the result of Jiao Long's lifetime collection. The moment Jiao Long made his move, the bone demon half-saint also opened his mouth and spat out a dark green netherworld ghost flame, which turned into a dark green cloud of fire and flew towards Yang Kai. The feather demon knocked an arrow and pulled the bowstring. The succubus demon smiled charmingly and launched an invisible soul attack. In an instant, a great battle broke out. The four half-saint of demon race used their respective divine technique to attack Yang Kai and Sang Mo. In that instant, the world changed color, and the world energy inside the profound heavenly temple became turbulent. A dragon's roar resounded as a golden dragon head flashed. Yang Kai's figure suddenly expanded, turning into a 100-jang-long dragon. With a sweep of the black dragon's spear, the numerous refined corpses pouncing towards him exploded one after another. Even the boundless corpse chi was swept away. His spear did not stop there. With a backhand swing, he cut down one of the feather demon's arrows. Then, he stretched out his hand and used the collapsing secret technique. Heaven and earth collapsed as he swallowed the dark green netherworld ghost flame. Fighting against three half-saint by himself, although Yang Kai was able to resolve the attack at the first moment, the blood in his body roiled and he tasted something sweet in his throat. However, Yang Kai did not delay at all. With a light tap of his foot, he pounced straight towards Sang Mo, roaring, "Die!" Yang Kai was the focus of the three half-saint of demon race, while Sang Mo's situation was much better. Of the four half-saints' attacks, only the succubus demon's spiritual energy attack was targeted at him. Sang Mo's eyes glazed over for a moment, but in that moment, Yang Kai had already closed in on him with his spear. His murderous intent caused Sang Mo's skin to turn cold. Angered, Sang Mo roared, "Since you don't want me to have an easy time, don't think you'll have an easy time either." With a loud bang, a violent emperor chi swept out. Sang Mo's entire body seemed to swell up as some strange patterns appeared on his exposed skin. Reaching out, Sang Mo grasped at the void and a long sword appeared in his hand. Then, he slashed down, sending a sword chi forward. A loud bang rang out as energy raged, causing heaven and earth to turn upside down and shatter. Yang Kai's huge body was forced back a dozen steps, while Sang Mo's entire body was sent tumbling. Not giving Yang Kai any time to breathe, Jiao Long and the other two half-saint attacked again. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk 3 figures appeared beside Yang Kai. Icy principles filled the air, colliding with the boundless corpse chi. Bing Yun formed a seal with one hand, her expression solemn. The 3 blazing flame rings flew out from Yang Yun's wrist, turning into 3 huge rings of fire that flew towards the bone demon. Gan Li's figure flickered as he rushed towards the feather demon. In an instant, they engaged in battle. "You!" Sang Mo, who was sent flying backwards, widened his eyes as he stared at the 3 figures that suddenly appeared. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. He instantly understood how Yang Yan's trio had appeared. Clearly, they had been hiding in Yang Kai's sealed world B for some time now. Such strength, such an ambush! Sang Mo almost ground his teeth to pieces. If he had known that Yang Kai was hiding 3 ambushers, he would not have used the man surnamed Feng as a shield. As long as they could join up with Yang Kai, they would have the strength of 6 false emperors. No matter how strong Jiao Long was, the disadvantage in numbers was enough to make him give up. But at that time, he only saw Yang Kai alone and was fleeing. How could he have thought so much at the moment of life and death? He only thought that he could use Yang Kai to attract the attention of the demon race while he took the opportunity to escape. He did not know if his previous actions were seen by Yang Yun and the others. If they had seen it, he was afraid that he would no longer have a foothold in the star boundary. If it was only Yang Kai who saw it, he was not afraid. Without any evidence, he would never admit that he had done such a thing. Even if the demon race revealed something, it would only be regarded as sowing discord. It was not trustworthy. Treacherous little beast! Sang Mo's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He secretly blamed Yang Kai for not showing his full strength at the beginning, causing him to make such a choice when he could not see any hope. But now, Yan Yun and the others were entangled with the 3 half-saint of demon race while the succubus demon was still dealing with him. Yang Kai was no longer restrained and a huge sense of crisis instantly enveloped Sang Mo. In his life, he had only felt this way when he was suppressed by Cheongchi. This time, it was really a disaster. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A huge buzzing sound rang out and the entire profound heaven temple trembled violently. Whether it was the half-saint or the false emperor, everyone present suddenly lost their footing and their bodies swayed. The rich world energy between heaven and earth quickly converged in one direction, and in a very short period of time, a violent energy wave swept up, causing the ground and trees to sway incessantly. Everyone's expression changed, and they all stopped fighting and vigilantly looked around. With such a change, it was obvious that something big had happened. The rumbling sound continued for a long time. "This is—" Sun Mo's eyes widened and he looked up in a certain direction, immediately revealing a look of ecstasy as he hissed, "Heaven Void Cauldron!" In the direction he was looking, a huge square cauldron suddenly appeared. This huge cauldron was engraved with countless mysterious patterns and patterns that flickered and flowed incessantly. These patterns seemed to be in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao, causing everyone who saw this huge cauldron to be absent-minded for a moment. The huge cauldron was not a physical object, but a phantom, but it was unbelievably solid. As the world energy in the profound heaven temple madly poured in, the huge cauldron grew larger and larger, as if it was going to contain the entire profound heaven temple. Chapter 3780. The world buzzed, the world's spiritual energy was in a frenzy, and the giant cauldron was revealed. The aura of the great Tao flowed through every corner of the profound heaven palace. At this moment, every false emperor in the profound heaven palace, including the half-saint of the demon race, couldn't help but feel as if an invisible door had been pushed open in front of them. Behind that door was the peak of martial arts that they had been pursuing all their lives. It was something that was worth paying any price, even their lives. Inside the profound heaven palace, figures appeared one after another, turned into streams of light of various colors, and rushed towards the giant cauldron. "The Heaven Void Cauldron!" Gonli couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Only at this moment did he confirm that the information he received from the star boundary was correct. There really was a Heaven Void Cauldron in the profound heaven palace, and the key to becoming great emperors was in the Heaven Void Cauldron. Although his heart was restless, and he had the urge to rush to the giant cauldron to take a look, the half-saint of demon race was watching him covetously, so he didn't dare to act rashly. On the other side, Xiaolong stared at the giant cauldron for a moment, then turned back to look at a headless corpse not far away. It was the man surnamed Feng who had been trapped by Tseng Mo previously. Although he had only died for a short while, the twisted head and the headless corpse had already turned into dried-up matter. A hint of contemplation flashed through his earthen yellow eyes. Was this the final step? Compared to the other half-saint of demon race, Xiaolong knew more about the situation inside the profound heaven palace. On the first day of their journey to the profound heaven palace, Xueli had summoned him to the Star Soul Palace for a night of secret investigation. No one knew what Xueli had told him that night, and only Xiaolong knew. The other half-saint of demon race only knew that after entering the profound heaven palace, they had to kill as many false emperors as possible in the star boundary as possible, but there was no need to specifically tell them this. Even if the human race and demon race ran into each other outside, they wouldn't turn a blind eye, not to mention that this was the profound heaven palace where everyone competed for the great Tao. Only Xiaolong knew that the key to becoming great emperors in this heaven and earth secret realm was inseparable from death and slaughter. Only when enough blood was spilled would the key be revealed. The death of the man surnamed Feng was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Now, the giant cauldron had revealed itself, and the final moment of the struggle for the great Tao had arrived. All forbearance and schemes were useless at this moment. If they wanted to obtain the only opportunity, they could only rely on their own abilities. With a loud bang, the energy exploded. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look at the source of the commotion, only to see Yang Kai's ferocious face charging towards Tseng Mo. The black dragon spear swept out and Tseng Mo flew backwards, spitting out blood in midair. Just now, when the giant cauldron was revealed, everyone's attention was drawn to it. He and Yang Kai were no exception. However, Yang Kai came back to his senses a little faster and launched a sudden attack. He couldn't completely block it. That violent energy surged over, causing his internal organs to churn violently. He secretly cursed the little bastard for having such great strength. It was no wonder, with a dragon's body that was 300 meters long, how could its strength be weak? What made Tseng Mo feel even more desperate was that after being swept by Yang Kai, he was sent flying straight towards Jialong. Even if he desperately pushed his emperor chi to stabilize his body, it was difficult to do so. For a moment, grief welled up in Tseng Mo's heart. He only knew that this time he was really doomed. If Yang Kai wanted him dead, how could Jialong let him live? At this moment, he was surrounded by enemies on all sides, a situation where there was no chance of survival. Seeing Yang Kai in front of him thrusting his spear towards him again, filling his field of vision with the silhouette of a giant black dragon, Tseng Mo's eyes filled with despair. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed past him. Then, a huge monster suddenly blocked in front of him. The huge monster that suddenly appeared emitted an extreme stench of corpse. Large pieces of rotten flesh fell from its body and landed on the ground, creating deep pits one after another. This behemoth was none other than Jialong. At this moment, Jialong had used some kind of secret technique, and his body suddenly expanded by more than 100 meters. Although it was not comparable to Yang Kai's 100-meter-long dragon body, it was still extremely extraordinary. A monstrous aura burst out from his body and met Yang Kai head-on. In an instant, a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger ensued. Seeing this scene, Tseng Mo was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that Jialong did not take the opportunity to kill him, but instead bypassed him to face Yang Kai. He was delighted that no one had the time to pay attention to him at this moment. Without stopping, Tseng Mo used the power of Yang Kai's spear to quickly escape. Even after flying a long distance, he could still hear the rumbling sounds behind him, as well as Yang Kai's angry and unwilling roars. After surviving the disaster, Tseng Mo found that his clothes were soaked in sweat. At that moment, he really thought he was going to die on the spot, but who knew that at the last moment, there was a glimmer of hope. However, on second thought, for Jialong to let him go so easily, it was likely that he did not have good intentions. The joy on his face faded and was covered with a layer of haze. However, it was useless to think about this now. The most important thing now was to rush to the place where the giant cauldron was revealed. Such a heavenly vision was undoubtedly a kind of guide. Now, all the false emperors and half-saint stage cultivators who were still alive in Profound Heaven Temple were converging there. If he was late, he was afraid that others would beat him to it. Thinking of this, Tseng Mo threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart and stuffed a few spirit pills into his mouth, recovering as he hurried along. In the battle just now, he was not injured. Although Yang Kai's attack was terrifying, he was not a pushover. Although he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, it was not a big deal and would not affect him in the upcoming battle. At this moment, Yang Kai and Jialong each had 3 helpers by their side. Each of them had found their target and were fighting in full swing. Watching Tseng Mo escape without being able to do anything, the anger in Yang Kai's heart surged fiercely like an erupting volcano, as if it wanted to burn the world together. He showed no mercy in his attacks, using the Space Divine Technique, Soul Attack, Dragon Race Secret Technique, and various other methods to beat Jialong until he was overwhelmed. However, in the end, Li Wuyi was the focus of Yang Kai's attention. This guy was indeed more powerful than the other half-saint of demon race cultivators. No matter what kind of method he used, he was able to resolve it at the critical moment. Even Yang Kai could not leave a single wound on him. Jialong obviously knew that the true meaning of martial Dao was treacherous and difficult to deal with, so in any case, it was impossible for him to let Yang Kai hurt him. As a result, the battle between the two seemed a little funny. Jialong's cultivation was obviously higher than Yang Kai, but the scene of the battle seemed to be suppressed by Yang Kai. However, he was like a sturdy wooden boat, cutting through the waves in the stormy sea. It seemed that he was in danger of capsizing at any time, but in fact, everything was under his control. After fighting for a while, Jialong suddenly laughed loudly. "Let's stop here. No matter what, you can't do anything to this king." While speaking, he jumped out of the battle. Yang Kai held the spear with one arm, his eyes cold. Although he wanted to kill the enemy, he knew that Jialong was right. His cultivation was currently his biggest shortcoming. Facing a half-saint of demon race cultivator like Jialong, it was really difficult for him to use his abilities. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. However, Jialong's actions made it seem as if he was deliberately saving Tsang Mo. He could have taken the opportunity to seriously injure or even killed Tsang Mo, but he let him go. Instead, he went to entangle Yang Kai, making it impossible for Yang Kai to escape. His intentions were so obvious that anyone who was not blind could see it. At this time, Tsang Mo had probably run off to God knows where, so there was naturally no need for him to continue entangling. What's more, the Heaven Void Cauldron had already been revealed, so who would have the heart to fight here? Therefore, when Jialong retreated, Yang Kai did not stop him. As soon as they stopped fighting, the other 3 battlefields also stopped fighting. In the blink of an eye, the storm calmed down. 8 pairs of eyes collided in the void, causing sparks to fly. Jialong grinned and said in a booming voice, "The key to the battle of the Great Tao has been revealed, but this is just the beginning. Yang Kai, I hope you have the ability to survive until the end. This king wants to kill you with his own hands. Don't worry, you will only die in my hands." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Jialong said, "Then I'll take my leave first. See you later." Corpse she swept up the other 3 half-saint realm cultivators, turning them into filthy objects, and flew towards the giant cauldron. "Let's go too!" Yang Kai's huge figure quickly shrank and gradually turned into his original body. Under the surge of space principles, he wrapped Yang Inflammation and the others and teleported away. Seeing this, Gonli secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a little self-deprecating, feeling that he had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own pettiness. Just now, he was worried about what to do if Yang Kai asked them to enter the mysterious small world again. Previously, he was willing to stay in the mysterious small world because he considered that there was strength in numbers and it would be safer to stay together. Now that the Heaven Void Cauldron had appeared, if he entered the mysterious small world again, it would be tantamount to handing everything over to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not let him out of the mysterious small world, he would definitely miss out on this battle of the Great Tao. This was something he did not want to happen no matter what. Now, it seemed that Yang Kai's actions were quite straightforward. Obviously, he had also considered this point, so instead of letting them enter the small sealed world again, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to expend even more effort to carry them forward. Looking up, Gonli's heart was burning with excitement. Now, the key to the battle of the Great Tao had been revealed, but no one knew what to do next, let alone what was inside the giant cauldron. Since the giant cauldron appeared, it had been madly absorbing the world energy in the sealed world's secret domain, rolling up waves of energy without stopping for a moment. As the world energy was absorbed, the giant cauldron grew bigger and bigger, until it stood tall. At a certain moment, the giant cauldron suddenly calmed down and the complex patterns engraved around it flashed dazzlingly, making the aura of the Great Tao in the sealed world's secret domain thicker and thicker. Whether it was the half-saint of demon race or the human race's false emperor, everyone showed a thoughtful look at this moment. Their understanding of the Great Tao deepened imperceptibly. Chapter 3781. With a loud crash, the giant cauldron shattered and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He stopped abruptly and stared blankly ahead. What's going on? The Heaven Void Cauldron was the key to the battle of the Great Tao. After waiting for so many days, it finally appeared, but it suddenly shattered. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that everyone would return empty-handed this time? But soon, Yang Kai calmed down because although the giant cauldron had shattered, the aura of the Great Tao in the world had not disappeared. Instead, it had become even denser. Moreover, the giant cauldron was only an illusion, as if it was a projection of the real Heaven Void Cauldron. The collapse of the illusion did not mean that something had happened to the Heaven Void Cauldron itself. Therefore, he only paused for a moment before continuing to fly forward. As time passed, Yang Kai's expression gradually became strange. The aura of the Great Tao in the world was so dense that he had an impulse to stop and take a good look at it. But if he really did so, it would be a foolish thing to lose a watermelon for a sesame seed, so even though he longed for it, he suppressed it. However, the wanton aura of the great Tao could indeed provide great benefits to all false emperors and half-saints. Although they were limited by the world and could not advance to the level of great emperors or demon saint, with the nourishment of the aura of the great Tao, as long as they could leave the profound heaven temple alive, their strength would definitely improve greatly. What a pity! Yang Kai suddenly thought of Li Wei. With Li Wei's ability, if he had come here, the benefits he could have obtained would have been unimaginable, and there was a high chance that he could have obtained the only opportunity. However, for the sake of the star boundary and for the sake of the common people, Li Wei took the initiative to give up this opportunity. Such a sacrifice could be said to be cutting off his own path, which was both admirable and distressing. Fortunately, Yang Kai had collected a lot of worldly source liquid this time. He could give some to Li Wei later, and it should be able to make up for his loss. The aura of the worldly source liquid contained in it was not inferior to the aura of the great Tao and the profound heaven temple. "Do you smell anything?" Frozen Cloud suddenly asked. As she spoke, the wings of her nose twitched slightly. "A fragrance," Yang Yun immediately replied. She had obviously also sensed it. After the two of them finished speaking, Gan Li's surroundings were indeed filled with a faintly discernible fragrance. It was a fragrance that he had never smelled before. It was indescribable, but it made him feel happy. Even the fatigue from the previous battle was swept away, making him feel refreshed. Although Yang Kai was hurrying along, he was still able to smell this fragrance. At first, this fragrance was not very obvious, but as he moved forward, it became more and more distinct. Of it. With his divine sense, Yang Kai could sense that many powerful auras had broken into his monitoring range. These auras included false emperors from the star boundary and half-saints from the demon race. But now, everyone was attracted by the heaven void cauldron and was rushing over from all directions, so no one was in the mood to fight with others. At this moment, everyone in the profound heaven temple was doing one thing: rushing to the location of the heaven void cauldron. The heaven void cauldron was located in a bronze hall. The bronze hall was majestic and ancient, and no one knew when it had existed. Just by looking at it, one would feel an ancient and desolate aura, as if it wanted to pull one into an extremely ancient era. Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so although he was relatively far away, he had arrived early. At a glance, he saw the bronze hall towering above the ground. The surface of the hall was modeled with the flowing time great emperor, and the hall exuded an aura that made people want to worship it. That aura was like the will of the world. In an instant Yang Kai felt something stirring in his body, resonating with the bronze hall. He understood that this was a trace of the will of the world in his body, and before the heaven void cauldron appeared, he had relied on the guidance of this will to faintly detect the key location of the ascendant great emperors. However, before he had time to investigate carefully, he encountered Sang Mo, Jiaolong, and the others. After a fierce battle, the heaven void cauldron appeared, causing him to lose the advantage he had just gained. This should be the profound heaven temple. Although everyone had called this world-sealed world the profound heaven temple since ancient times, the profound heaven temple should be referring to the bronze hall in front of him. The profound heaven temple contained the heaven void cauldron, and the heaven void cauldron contained the secrets of the ascendant great emperors. Step by step, the greatest mystery was right in front of him, waiting for him to unveil it. It would be a lie to say that Yang Kai was not excited, but excitement was excitement. It was not the time for him to be hot-blooded. Just as Jiao Long had said, the appearance of the heaven void cauldron was only the beginning, and the final result would depend on each person's ability. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai said, "Master Gon, once we enter the profound heaven temple, it's up to you whether you want to stay or leave, but before that, please lend me a hand." Gon Li nodded in response. "Rest assured, Lord Yang. Until the very last moment, this old master's enemy will always be the demon race." At the same time, the last trace of worry in his heart disappeared. He had already considered parting ways with Yang Kai and the others after entering the profound heaven temple. Now that his lifelong pursuit was right in front of him, Even if it meant risking his life, he would strive for it. When the time came, he would naturally not be able to stay with Yang Kai and the others. That's good. Yang Kai laughed as his space principles surged, wrapping around the three of them as they rushed forward. There was a large door in front of the temple, a bronze door that was several thousand feet tall. It was majestic and gave off an oppressive aura. Both sides were wide open, as if welcoming guests from afar. In this pitch-black temple, who could predict what kind of opportunities and dangers were hidden inside? Yang Kai flashed in. In an instant, violent attacks came from all directions. After a short series of explosions, someone cried out in alarm. Stop, stop, we're on the same side! As the figures crossed each other, they scattered to the sides. Bing Yun, Yang Inflammation, and Gomli gathered closely around Yang Kai, vigilantly looking around. When they saw who was attacking them, they couldn't help but laugh. When he saw the two bronze doors open, Yang Kai had a premonition that someone must have arrived at the profound heaven temple before him. If he took the initiative, it was very likely that he would be lying in ambush near the entrance, and then take the opportunity to kill the enemy who came in. Therefore, before he came in, Yang Kai was already prepared to be attacked. If not for this, the previous round of fierce attacks would have left him dejected. So it's Lord Yang and the others. The elderly leader revealed an awkward smile, bowed, and said apologetically, It happened in a hurry, so I didn't see clearly. Please don't blame me. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Master Luo is seriously injured, but we are not injured. As he spoke, he sized up the formation of the other side. There were not many people, only 3. However, none of them were seriously injured and were in good spirits. The elderly man in the lead was a fake emperor from the western regions. He was also one of the current commanders of the army, Luo Meng. This was good news for Yang Kai. The more false emperors survived in the star boundary, the more advantage they would have in the upcoming Great Dao battle. When did Master Luo get here? Yang Kai asked. Luo Meng observed the situation and was secretly surprised. Among Yang Kai's group of 4, he had the lowest cultivation, but they seemed to follow Yang Kai's lead. This made him think a lot, and in the very short confrontation just now, he did feel a powerful force from Yang Kai. It was very difficult to understand how strong a high-ranked demon king could be without actually fighting with Yang Kai. Everyone only knew that he had once joined forces with Lan Sun and the others to kill a half-saint of demon race, but that was only hearsay after all. There was no direct experience until just now. Monster! Luo Meng secretly evaluated Yang Kai. A high-ranked demon king was equivalent to a third-layer emperor realm master. When he was at the third-layer emperor realm, he was not even worthy of carrying Yang Kai's shoes. While sweating inwardly, he replied, I just arrived not long ago. I thought I could ambush a few demon cubs here, but I didn't expect to almost accidentally injure you, Master. Yang Kai said, Master Luo's idea is good, but Master Luo, are you sure this is the only entrance to Profound Heaven Temple? Luo Meng was stunned. Are there many other entrances? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know. I just chose the nearest direction and saw an entrance. Maybe there are other entrances in other directions. Luo Meng's face twitched when he heard this. If that was the case, then what was the point of lying in ambush here? Not only was it a waste of time, but it would also be difficult to achieve anything. After all, even if a half-saint of demon race really rushed in here, who could guarantee that they would be able to kill them? Moreover, Jiao Long and the others should be coming soon. Yang Kai's group was in the same direction as Jiao Long's group, so by relying on the space divine technique, he had arrived first. It wouldn't be long before Jiao Long led the 3 half-saint of demon race here. With Luo Meng's group's strength, even if they were to ambush Jiao Long here, they would only end up worse off. Sure enough, at the mention of Jiao Long, Luo Meng and the others' expressions changed. Lord Yang encountered Jiao Long? I just fought with them. Yang Kai nodded, thinking of the person killed by Tseng Mo. His eyes couldn't help turning cold. This time, he absolutely could not let Tseng Mo leave Profound Heaven Temple alive. How many of them are there? 4. Luo Ming immediately felt a chill run down his spine, secretly feeling lucky that it was Yang Kai and the others who came. If they had encountered Xiaolong's group, they wouldn't have had a good time. Xiaolong was so difficult to deal with that even Li Wui couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, they were able to escape unscathed from Xiaolong in a 4-against-4 situation. Luo Ming found that he seemed to have underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Then in Lord Ying's opinion, what should we do? Luo Ming asked. Yang Kai looked at him and said, Now that the Heaven Void Cauldron has appeared, we can be sure that it is in this profound Heaven Temple. It is more important to find the Heaven Void Cauldron first. No matter what, we will eventually meet. At that time, it won't be too late to fight for the opportunity. Chapter 3782. Luo Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. Lord Yang is right. In that case, let's move forward together so we can look after each other. Very good. Yang Kai nodded and turned his head to look into the depths of the hall. Just now, he had been fighting with Luo Ming and the others as soon as he entered, so he had no time to investigate anything. At this moment, all he could see was darkness in front of him, and even when he tried to probe with his divine sense, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response at all. The entire hall seemed to be shrouded in a layer of thick fog, and the peculiar fragrance was close at hand, and the aura of the great Tao flowed around him. Master Luo, have you checked the situation ahead? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. Luo Meng shook her head and said, We have only just arrived and haven't had time to investigate, but this profound heaven temple is very strange, so I'm afraid the road ahead will be a little bumpy. Yang Kai smiled and said, Our path of cultivation has never been a smooth one. We have encountered many thorns and tribulations, so we can only move forward bravely and cut through them. Luo Meng nodded. Lord Yang is right. I see. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around at everyone. I will lead the way, Yan Yan Master Luo will bring up the rear, and the others will coordinate in the middle. If there is any change, please act promptly. Yang Yan frowned. I'll lead the way. In any case, the person walking at the front was the most dangerous. No one knew if there were any barriers or restrictions in this profound heaven temple. Although Yang Kai's cultivation realm was lower, he carried the world will and was a strong candidate for this battle of the great Tao, so how could Yang Yan let anything happen to him? She and Bing Yun came here this time to protect Yang Kai's safety. She had already mentioned this to Li Wui and obtained his approval. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. We don't have much time. Let's not dwell on this. I still have the ability to protect myself. Seeing that he was so insistent, Yang Inflammation couldn't say anything more. Then you be careful. As he spoke, he gave Bing Yun a look. Bing Yun understood and gently nodded. After a simple discussion, the two groups of people converged and moved forward. Yang Kai took the lead to explore the path, while Bing Yun followed closely behind, secretly circulating his Emperor Qi, ready to act at any time. The others spread out to the left and right, with Luo Meng and Yang Inflammation bringing up the rear, only a few steps away from each other. Stepping into the darkness, they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Even their divine senses were suppressed to the limit. Fortunately, their voices were not cut off. They could hear each other's breathing and light footsteps. At the very least, they didn't feel lonely. The speed at which they moved forward was neither fast nor slow. Unexpectedly, when they entered the main hall, their path was unimpeded. There were no dangers or restrictions as they had imagined, but no one let down their guard. Yang Kai was constantly observing the situation around him, and also paying attention to the movements of the people behind him. At a certain moment, when he was checking the situation of the people behind him, his expression suddenly changed. There was no one behind him. Just a moment ago, he could still hear a slight heartbeat and footsteps behind him, but the next moment, the people who had been following him had disappeared without a trace. He turned around abruptly and looked back, but he couldn't see anyone else. Bing Yun, who had been following him closely and was only 3 steps away, had also disappeared. A trace of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Yang Kai suddenly urged his divine senses to be vigilant of the movements around him. He didn't notice at all how the people behind him disappeared. With his current divine soul cultivation, even the demon saint and the great emperors couldn't do it without anyone noticing. The only explanation was that they had triggered some kind of restriction in the Xiantian palace, causing him to be separated from the others. If he was like this, what about the others? What kind of dangers would there be in this restriction? Yang Kai didn't know anything. All he could do now was to be secretly vigilant and continue moving forward. At the same time, Bing Yun, who was walking in the main hall, exclaimed in a low voice. "What's wrong?" Yang Inflammation asked immediately. "Yang Kai is gone," Bing Yun said in surprise. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt their hair stand on end, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. They were all fake emperor-level powerhouses, and they weren't far from each other. Even though the situation here was strange and their divine senses were greatly suppressed, as long as they wanted to, they could still monitor anyone's movements. But in fact, until Bing Yin spoke, no one noticed how Yang Kai disappeared. Even Yang Inflammation, who had been closely watching Yang Kai's movements, didn't notice. With a whoosh, Yang Inflammation rushed over from behind. He looked over and saw that there was indeed no one in front of him. He said seriously, "When did he disappear?" Just now, she clearly heard Yang Kai's heartbeat and breathing. "Just now? How did he disappear?" "I'm not sure." Bing Yin frowned. She wasn't distracted by anything else. Because she was the closest to Yang Kai, she was constantly paying attention to Yang Kai. But even she didn't notice how Yang Kai disappeared. She only reacted after Yang Kai disappeared. This was somewhat inconceivable. The purpose of her and Yang Inflammation's trip was to protect Yang Kai and participate in the final battle of the Great Tao. Now, even Yang Kai had disappeared. Even if Bing Yun had a strong mind, she couldn't help but feel a little confused at this moment. If that was the case, then what was the meaning of Li Wui's sacrifice? "Everyone, be careful. Lord Yang might have triggered some restriction," Luo Ming said in a low voice. Yang Inflammation frowned and said, "If there was a restriction, why did he disappear alone? We should also be implicated." Although it couldn't be ruled out that the restriction was only triggered by one person, this was a little too strange. And at this moment, in the dark hall, a light suddenly bloomed. This light seemed to come from a distant location, hazy and hazy. As the light spread out, the darkness that had shrouded the hall retreated a great deal, revealing a 10-foot wide passage that emitted a faint light that led directly to the place where the light came from. Kai Yang had suddenly disappeared, and now such a glimmering path had appeared. Everyone was confused. Standing on this path, there wasn't any danger. Instead, there was a faint calling coming from the front, as if the target they were searching for was right in front of them. After a moment of silence, Luo Ming said, "Master Yang Inflammation, although Lord Yang is missing, with his ability, I don't think anything will happen to him easily. If he escapes, he will definitely go to that final place. Why don't we go first and wait for him to come?" Yang Inflammation was silent for a while before gently nodding. She also knew that Luo Meng was right. She didn't know how Yang Kai disappeared or where he was now. Even if she tried to find him, she wouldn't be able to find any clues. Instead of that, it was better to wait at the end where they might see Yang Kai. Since they had made up their minds, everyone didn't waste any more time and immediately set off. However, after learning a lesson from the previous incident, everyone was even more careful. But to everyone's surprise, no one appeared until they reached the end of the faint light passage. At the end of the path, there was a spacious hall. It was over 1,000 feet tall and had a huge space. At the center of the hall, there was an ancient cauldron that was slowly rotating. The patterns around the cauldron flickered with a faint light, and a dense aura of the great path emanated from the cauldron. "The Heaven Void Cauldron!" Luo Ming exclaimed as she stared at the giant cauldron engraved with complex patterns. This giant cauldron was the giant cauldron that had been projected into the world. Although it had shrunk countless times, it was still several meters tall. It wasn't just Luo Ming whose eyes were burning. The eyes of the 6 pseudo-emperors present also burned with desire at this moment. Long before entering the profound heaven palace, Everyone knew that they had to find the heaven void cauldron in the sealed world, but no one knew where the heaven void cauldron was. At this moment, the key to becoming great emperors had finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. And if they could unravel the secrets of the heaven void cauldron, they could become great emperors. With a whoosh, a figure flashed past Luo Meng and pounced straight towards the heaven void cauldron. It turned out that one of his companions had already made the first move. For the pseudo-emperors of the star boundary, the half-saint of demon race was a mortal enemy, but at the last moment, their original companions had become competitors. Luo Meng was startled, but she quickly reacted and chased after him. Whoosh, 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 Gonli and the other pseudo-emperor were not willing to be left behind. In an instant, only Yang Inflammation and Bingyun were left. The two women looked at each other. They didn't expect to reach the deepest part of the profound heaven palace so easily and find the heaven void cauldron so easily. As a result, the battle for the great Tao had reached the most critical moment. Even if they didn't want to, who could remain unscathed in this vortex? Understanding each other's meaning, Yang Inflammation shouted, "Let's go!" Activating his Emperor Qi, he and Bingyun rushed forward together. Now that Yang Kai was not here, their previous mission was meaningless. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was alive or dead, who could turn a blind eye to the great Tao opportunity that was right in front of them? However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, violent energy erupted within the palace as a series of figures emerged from all directions. One ability after another was hurled toward the person closest to the heaven void cauldron. This person was none other than the pseudo-emperor who came here with Yang Inflammation and the others and was the first to rush out. Seeing this, Luo Meng's expression changed drastically and she shouted, "Brother Zhou, watch out!" The man surnamed Zhou was also taken aback. He thought that he and the others had arrived first, and could enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position, but who knew that this was not the case? At this moment, he turned his head and saw passages appearing all around the hall. From these passages, figures flew out one after another. Among these people, there were pseudo-emperors from the star boundary and half-saint of demon race. Obviously, they had just arrived here and arrived almost at the same time as them. It was just that they had not come through the same glimmering passage. Those who attacked him were all from the half-saint of demon race. Although the pseudo-emperors of the human race were fighting for the initiative, it was not yet time for them to kill each other. Even so, the man surnamed Zhou felt his scalp go numb. There were at least a dozen divine technique attacks aimed at him. Although things had happened in a hurry, how could he block so many attacks? With a pale face, he raised his hand and summoned many artifacts, turning them into layers of protection around him. Chapter 3783. With a series of rumbling sounds, as the energy wreaked havoc, the layers of seemingly decent defenses crumbled like paper, layer by layer, unable to withstand a single blow. With a muffled groan, a figure was sent flying back, covered in blood and with a weak aura. Luo Meng reached out and caught this figure before his heart sank. At this moment, this man surnamed Zhou's Emperor Qi was fluctuating. His face was as pale as paper, and his body was covered in wounds. He was obviously seriously injured. This was not surprising. With so many half-saint of demon race attacking together, even Li Wuyi would not be able to resist, let alone this man surnamed Zhou, who was completely focused on the heaven void cauldron. Everything had happened in a hurry, so it was already his limit to arrange layers of protection, but those layers of protection were not completely useless. At the very least, they had saved his life. Being seriously injured at this time was tantamount to losing the qualification to compete for the great Tao. "Brother Luo!" The man surnamed Zhou opened his mouth and coughed up another mouthful of blood. His face looked even more dispirited and his eyes were filled with regret. He had cultivated for a lifetime and reached this point, but he had failed at the last moment. How could he be willing to accept this? He regretted being the one to stand out, but who would have thought that so many people would be here? "Brother Luo, go ahead. This Zhou will heal first," the man surnamed Zhou said with difficulty before turning his head to look at the heaven void cauldron. What he saw was another false emperor from the star boundary rushing towards the heaven-void cauldron with a fiery look on his face. His figure flickered as he rushed towards the heaven-void cauldron. However, before he could get close to the heaven-void cauldron, he was stopped by an invisible force, as if there was an invisible barrier around the heaven-void cauldron. If this barrier was not broken, no one could approach it. During this delay, many more attacks came. The man's face changed drastically and he hurriedly dodged, but he was still hit several times, causing blood to spurt out from his wounds. More people rushed to the heaven-void cauldron, but without exception, they were all stopped by the invisible force. At this moment, the half-saint of the demon race attacked fiercely, completely disregarding the great opportunities contained in the heaven-void cauldron and taking advantage of the opportunity to kill the star boundary's false emperors. One side was scattered like sand, while the other side came prepared. The result could be imagined. In the blink of an eye, the astral realm suffered a great loss. In just a dozen breaths of time, a false emperor from the astral realm died tragically on the spot. After suffering a few losses, the many fake emperors of the star boundary no longer rashly approached the heaven-void cauldron. Everyone could see that although the heaven-void cauldron had appeared, it was not yet the critical moment. It was meaningless to fight for it at this time. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill a powerful enemy. A chaotic battle broke out. Lights flickered everywhere in the huge hall. The might of emperor treasures and demonic treasures blossomed, causing endless rumbling sounds to ring out. Miserable cries could be heard from time to time. In this battlefield that only belonged to fake emperors and half-saints, any carelessness could become a fatal flaw. As the battle continued, both sides suffered casualties. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. Before they could land on the ground, their vitality disappeared without a trace, turning them into dried corpses. The heaven-void cauldron that stood in the middle of the hall seemed to be rotating at a slightly faster speed. The pure grand mist yuan qi inside the cauldron slowly grew, expanding and contracting rhythmically, as if something was about to break out of the cauldron. Inside the hall, while the fake emperors and half-saints were fighting, Yang Kai was in an empty space. Without him noticing, he was separated from Yang Yan and the others and directly came to this strange space. There was not much fear, nor did he sense any dangerous aura. Instead, he felt a sense of peace, as if he had returned home. This feeling was fascinating, making one want to stay here forever and sink into oblivion. As soon as this thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind, a cool sensation instantly woke him up. This was the effect of the soul-warming lotus. Only when his soul was affected with the supreme treasure of heaven and earth, the soul-warming lotus, have such a reaction. Yang Kai was startled. He had clearly been vigilant enough, but he had still almost been bewitched. Furthermore, there was nothing in this strange space, yet he had such thoughts just by being here. What the hell is this place? Just as he was feeling puzzled, a bell-like voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What is heaven and earth? Who is it? Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He looked around, but found nothing. This strange space was empty, and there was no one else besides him. He couldn't help but frown. Now that he thought about it, the voice just now didn't seem to have come from outside, but rather from inside his body. What is heaven and earth? The voice sounded again. Yang Kai became alert and quickly asked, Who is it that is sneaking around? There was no reply. After waiting for a while, the voice sounded again, asking the same question again. What is heaven and earth? This attitude of not wanting to give up until it got an answer gave Yang Kai a headache. If it was a physical enemy, he could make a scene and see if he could escape. But now that he couldn't even figure out the source of this voice, Yang Kai was at his wits' end. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said in a clear voice, Heaven and earth give birth to all things. All things in the world depend on heaven and earth. All things are heaven and earth. After saying this, Yang Kai became vigilant of his surroundings. After waiting for a long time, the voice didn't sound again. Yang Kai raised his brows slightly, wondering if he had passed. Just as he finished thinking this, the voice sounded again, still as loud as a bell, shaking his eardrums and shaking his mind. What is Tao? With his previous experience, Yang Kai didn't compete with it this time, instead replying, Tao is the law, eternity, the origin of all things in the world. What is Tao? This time, the voice didn't stop at all and sounded again. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Did he answer incorrectly? Sorrow and joy are Tao, birth, old age, sickness and death are Tao, ripe melons fall is Tao, successful retreat is Tao, man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature. What is Tao? Heart is Tao. What is Tao? Tao is the road under one's feet. All things in the world, even a tree or a grain of sand, have their own Tao. This Tao is their destiny, their existence, their Tao. What is Tao? At first, Yang Kai needed to think for a while to answer, but as the voice asked, Yang Kai answered faster and faster, as if he was no longer asking questions, but asking questions from his own heart. As the words came out, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel as if the dark clouds had been lifted and the moon was revealed. Many thoughts in his mind suddenly became clear, and he felt refreshed. What is Tao? Yang Kai lowered his head and grinned. What is Tao? After a slight pause, his lazy gaze became firm. Don't ask, if you keep chattering like this, I am Tao. Asterisk Hong, asterisk as if something had exploded inside his body, the surrounding space suddenly shattered, like a broken mirror, peeling off piece by piece. The fog in front of him was swept away, and he suddenly appeared in a large hall. Before Yang Kai had time to investigate his surroundings, he felt many gazes focus on him from all directions. Turning his head, Yang Kai grinned. There are quite a lot of people. Inside the hall, two groups of people were clearly separated. One side was the false emperor of the star boundary, and the other side was the half-saint from the demon territory. In each camp, there were more than 10 people, and the demon race had slightly more half-saint than the star boundary side. But at this moment, almost all of the false emperors and half-saint present were injured. Yang Kai saw Jiao Long in the demon race's camp. Even this guy had a huge and ferocious wound on his chest, showing what kind of cruel struggle he had experienced. In addition to these two groups of people, there were also dried corpses scattered around the hall. Judging from the clothes of these dried corpses, there were false emperors from the star boundary and half-saint of demon race, and there were more than 20 to 30 corpses. This time, no more than 70 people had entered the mysterious Tian Temple. Among these 70 people, there were 30 false emperors from the star boundary and 40 half-saint of demon race. If the masters who had died outside the mysterious Tian Temple before were included, then those who were still alive and still had the strength to fight were gathered here. The battle of the Great Tao finally revealed its ferocious fangs here. It had only been a little more than a month since the mysterious Tian Temple opened, and in this short period of time, the number of masters who had died in the star boundary and demon territory was as high as 40 to 50. This kind of thing was unimaginable in the past, but in the mysterious Tian Temple, death had become a common occurrence. Yang Kai, are you okay? Yang Inflammation's voice came. When she saw Yang Kai appear here, she was pleasantly surprised. Although she felt that Yang Kai was in good condition, she was still a little worried that he might have encountered some accident. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm fine. Not only was he fine, after the strange experience just now, he felt surprisingly good, as if something in his body had loosened. Looking over, he saw the concerned eyes of Yang Inflammation and Bingyun. Not only that, he also saw Xin Yuzhu in the crowd. When their eyes met, Xin Yuzhu smiled slightly while Yang Kai nodded. His eyes swept across the crowd, and when he saw one of them, his face immediately turned cold and murderous intent surged. Old dog Tsangemo, you still have the face to show up. Tsangemo looked at Yang Kai with a face full of resentment, but he did not say a word in the face of his curses. This was because he knew what he had done. At this time, arguing with Yang Kai would only expose what he had done. When the time came, there would be no place for him in the star boundary. Many false emperors frowned when they heard this. Although they knew that Yang Kai and Tsangemo had a grudge, it was just a personal grudge. No one knew why Yang Kai suddenly attacked this time. Yang Inflammation sent a voice transmission. Let's talk about Sangemo when we return. Right now, it is more important to deal with the current situation. Yang Kai gently nodded when he heard this, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards the Star Boundary people. Although he wanted to take this opportunity to stab Sangemo to death, if he really did, it would only make a fool of himself in front of the demon race. It was very likely that he would break the strange peace in front of him. Chapter 3784. As such, even though Yang Kai's killing intent surged like a tide, he could only secretly restrain himself. Arriving in front of Yang Yen, Yang Kai whispered, "What happened before?" The tragic situation in front of him undoubtedly showed that before he arrived, the human and demon sides had experienced an unprecedented war, and the cause of this war was definitely related to the Great Tao opportunity. "The Heaven Void Cauldron is here!" Yang Yen pointed behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked back and narrowed his eyes. Behind him, in the center of the hall, there stood a simple giant cauldron. It seemed to have emerged from the ancient river of history, flowing with a desolate aura. The giant cauldron was engraved with countless strange patterns. At first glance, these patterns didn't seem special, but upon closer inspection, they all seemed to contain the truth of the Great Tao. Even though he had seen the giant projection of the Heaven Void Cauldron from afar, when Yang Kai saw the real thing for the first time, he couldn't help but be stunned. His mind was drawn to the Heaven Void Cauldron, giving him the impulse to desperately study the mysteries contained in this giant cauldron. Moreover, at this moment, the Heaven Void Cauldron wasn't empty. There was a small tree inside the giant cauldron. It wasn't very tall, only about 10 meters tall. The branches and leaves were emerald green, and on one of the branches hung a fruit. The fruit was the size of a fist, sparkling and translucent, and flowed with an inexplicable variety of colors. A peculiar fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose and rushed straight into his mind. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was the same one he had smelled before. Yang Kai suddenly realized that the source of the fragrance was here. "What is this?" Yang Kai frowned. The information he obtained from Xingyuzhu only mentioned the existence of the Heaven Void Cauldron, but at this moment, there was actually a small tree inside the Heaven Void Cauldron with a fruit hanging from it. He turned his head to look at Xingyuzhu, but the latter slowly shook her head, indicating that she also didn't know. He didn't know if she really didn't know, but at this moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that the key to becoming great emperors wasn't the Heaven Void Cauldron, but the fruit on the small tree inside the Heaven Void Cauldron. Yang Yen explained to the side. It turned out that after they had parted ways with Yang Kai, they had rushed all the way here. However, when they arrived, they found that everyone had gathered here. When they saw each other, they naturally had nothing to say and a great battle broke out. People continued to die, and as the number of deaths increased, a small tree gradually grew out of the Heaven Void Cauldron. A fruit gradually grew on the tree, and the scene before their eyes became what it was now. Too many people had died on both sides, and the remaining people were all injured. Death and pain made both sides gradually calm down. Before Yang Kai arrived, both sides were confronting each other. "This is a heavenly source fruit!" Jia Long's voice sounded from the opposite side. Yang Kai raised his head and saw Jia Long staring at the only fruit on the little tree with an infatuated expression. He couldn't help licking his lips as he spoke. "Whoever obtains the source heavenly fruit and consumes it will be able to seize the Great Tao opportunity." He cast a sideways glance at Yang Kai and said provocatively, "Do you want it? Heavenly source fruit?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Can he tell you?" It had to be said that the Star Boundary was at an absolute disadvantage when it came to obtaining information in this battle of the Great Tao. Many great emperors were trapped in an unknown space and couldn't leave. On the other hand, the half-saint of demon race had Qin Yi who could point out the maze in advance and let the half-saint of demon race know what the goal of this trip was. For generations, those who entered this mystery realm were all false emperors. Which one of them didn't seize the fortune of heaven and earth and obtain the favor of heaven and earth? Jia Long didn't answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, he said, "Not to mention the false emperors of your Star Boundary, which one of us half-saint in the demon territory aren't in the same situation? Even though they were enemies, Yang Kai couldn't refute Jia Long's words. Elites who could cultivate to the level of false emperors and half-saint were all people with great fortune and had lived a wonderful life. Take himself, for example. On his path of cultivation, he had encountered countless opportunities. If it weren't for those opportunities that made ordinary people jealous, how could he have reached this step? In this world, there would always be some people who were especially lucky and didn't die after falling off a cliff. Instead, they would obtain the treasures left behind in the cave abodes of the ancients, and cultivate divine arts. They could escape in one move and soar 90,000 miles into the sky. The false emperors and half-sages standing here all had their own fortuitous encounters and opportunities. The heavenly source fruit in this mystery realm is formed from these fortunes and fortunes as nutrients. If it weren't for these fortunes and fortunes, this fruit wouldn't have appeared. Jiao Long looked indifferently at Yang Kai, a playful smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before he furrowed his brows and said, "You mean to say that this sealed world snatched away the luck and fortune of those who died and produced this source heavenly fruit?" "More or less." Jiao Long's expression turned solemn. "So in every battle of the Great Tao, more than half of the participants die. If they don't die, how can this fruit appear? Only when most of the participants are dead and the heavenly source fruit is returned to the world will the heavenly source fruit be born. The total amount of heavenly source luck is limited. The reason why only one heavenly source fruit was born this time was because only one great emperor was allowed to be born. If the bottle of heaven and earth still had the capacity, there would be more than one heavenly source fruit on the little tree. If that's the case, if I consume this heavenly source fruit, it is equivalent to stealing the fortunes and fortunes of those who died." His heart trembled. With so many false emperors and half-saint fortunes added to one person, it was no wonder the heavenly source fruit had such a miraculous effect. "Of course," Jiao Long said in a deep voice. "Moreover, this battle of the Great Tao is different from the past. This time, we demon race will participate." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. "This is a lot of fortunes from two different universes." Jiao Long's arms shook as a crazed look appeared on his face. "This heavenly source fruit is more powerful than all the heavenly source fruits in the past. Whoever obtains it may stand above all the great emperors and demon saint in the future." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "So that's how it is." Soon after, he grinned. "It seems that not enough people have died this time." Jiao Long also smiled. "Of course, the fruit hasn't ripened yet." Although the heavenly source fruit on the little tree exuded an alluring fragrance, and light flowed within it, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the heavenly source fruit had not fully ripened. There was also an invisible restriction around the heaven-void cauldron that prevented anyone from approaching to steal it. However, since the fruit had already grown to such an extent, even if it wasn't fully ripened, it would be soon. Jiao Long suddenly raised 3 fingers and said in a deep voice, 3. At most, we only need 3 more people to die for the heavenly source fruit to ripen. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and nodded. In other words, we only need to kill 3 more people to complete the mission. Jiao Long grinned. Where do you get such confidence from? We have the advantage in numbers. Yang Kai looked at him expectantly. If we really have such a huge advantage, why are you wasting time with me? All of you are injured while I am at my peak. If we really fight, it's not certain who will suffer. Jiao Long said. So, I have a suggestion. Speak. 3 individual battles to determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. No one is allowed to interfere. Life and death are up to fate. After the 3 battles, the heavenly source fruit will ripen and everyone will rely on their own abilities. Yang Kai frowned and swept his gaze across the half-saint of demon race behind Jiao Long. He faintly felt that these half-saints' injuries seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. If not, why would Jiao Long make such a suggestion when they had the advantage in numbers? However, when he turned his head to look at the astral boundary camp, the situation wasn't any better. Jiao Long said, If we continue to fight, no one can guarantee that they will stop. This time, Whether it is your astral boundary or my demon territory, the losses are big enough. Therefore, I am willing to use the smallest price to exchange for the greatest benefits. What do you think? Jiao Long was the leader of the demon territory camp. The other half-saint wouldn't object to his decision. However, there was no leader on the astral boundary territory side. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't rashly agree on behalf of others. He pondered for a moment and said, "We need to discuss." Jiao Long gestured with his hand, turned his head, and continued to stare at the source heavenly fruit, unable to conceal the greed in his eyes. There was no way he wouldn't be greedy. As long as he could obtain this source heavenly fruit and consume it, he would instantly rise to the ranks of the demon saint. What kind of supreme glory would that be? Moreover, as he had said before, this source heavenly fruit was different from the previous ones. It had gathered the fortunes of 2 different worlds. If he really consumed it, no one knew what kind of miraculous effects it would have. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the many fake emperors of the astral boundary. At this time, there were only 12 people left on the astral boundary's side, including himself. It should be known that when he entered the mysterious Heaven Palace's world secret domain, there were a total of 30 people. In just a short month, 18 fake emperors had fallen here and turned into nutrients for the source heavenly fruit's birth and ripening. Gonli, who had been following him before, was also gone. His fate was most likely tragic. Yang Kai's eyes involuntarily revealed a pained look. He took a deep breath and said, "Master, you must have heard that guy's words. What do you think?" Yang Yanyan frowned. "Do you believe him?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment. "I believe the part about the source heavenly fruit. At this point, it's useless even if he lied. Moreover, I feel that the fruit is indeed the key to becoming great emperors. As for the rest..." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Bingyun said, "The information about the source heavenly fruit doesn't seem to be false. When we came here, the fruit tree didn't exist in the heaven void cauldron, but as more and more people died, the fruit tree and fruits slowly appeared." Someone else said, "If that's the case, then there's no harm in agreeing to his proposal. In any case, there's no harm to us. On the contrary, it's their side that will suffer a loss. There are only 3 battles. We still have to carefully consider who will go on stage." Chapter 3785. There were only 3 battles left, so the remaining people could rest up. Although they didn't know how long they could rest, at the very least, they would be able to avoid the risk of dying here. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they most likely wouldn't have a good ending. It was very likely that they would miss out on this battle of the Great Tao. This was a lifelong pursuit, so no one would be hot-blooded enough to take on such a task. After all, this wasn't a battle to determine victory or defeat, but a battle to determine life and death. If the source heavenly fruit wanted to fully ripen, people must die here. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Yan Yen interrupted him. "Since that's the case, we'll agree to their proposal first. As for who will go on stage, we'll see what they choose first." Everyone nodded. Yan Inflammation fiercely glared at Yang Kai, warning him not to speak carelessly. Yang Kai helplessly sniffed. Turning around, Yang Kai looked at Jiao Long and said, "We've discussed it. What do you think?" Jiao Long put his hands behind his back and smiled indifferently, as if he already knew that the Star Boundary side wouldn't refuse his proposal. "We can accept your proposal." Jiao Long chuckled. "That's good. But these 3 battles..." Just as Yang Kai was about to carefully discuss the candidates, a sudden change occurred. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the ground, causing him to pause abruptly. He vigilantly looked forward and saw that Jiao Long's expression had also turned solemn. 4 pairs of eyes met, and both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They knew that the other side shouldn't have done anything. In the next moment, ripples appeared on the ground. In the originally spacious hall, a huge piece of foundation suddenly floated upwards, rising more than 300 feet in an instant before stopping. Then, 2 translucent light curtains descended from the sky, covering the Star Boundary side and the Demon Territory side respectively. It happened so suddenly that no one could react in time. By the time they saw the light curtains descending, it was already too late to escape. Roars rang out one after another as Emperor Qi and Demon Qi surged. Both sides tried their best, but without exception, they all failed. Two semicircular light screens descended, separating the human race false emperor from the half-saint of demon race. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and his body swayed. At that moment, he seemed to have become illusory, but he soon solidified again. This was undoubtedly a sign that he couldn't use teleportation. The sudden appearance of the semicircular light screen actually had the effect of sealing the heaven and earth. No matter which side it was, all of them were in a state of chaos at this moment. Divine technique was constantly being launched at the screen of light, but the screen of light's toughness was far beyond their imagination. Those who launched the attacks were all fake emperors and half-saint realm experts, yet they were unable to do anything to the screen of light that sealed the world. Another series of rumbling sounds rang out as the ground within the range of the two light curtains rose until it was more than 100 feet above the high platform in the middle before stopping. At this moment, both sides were standing on a high platform. The high platform was surrounded by a light screen. In the center there was another high platform, but this one was much larger. When all the changes stopped, the more than 20 fake emperors and half-saint realm experts all looked at each other in confusion, none of them knowing what had happened. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and looked towards the center of the high platform, but before he could get a clear look, he suddenly heard a soft rustling sound beside him. Then, a figure appeared on the side of the high platform near him. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he exclaimed in surprise, "Master Lin!" The figure who suddenly appeared on the high platform in the center was surprisingly the Dingshan Army's corps commander, Lin Rusong. This man was a good person. When Tseng Mo attacked Yang Kai when they entered the mysterious Heaven Temple, he even took the initiative to offer a spot to enter the mysterious Heaven Temple to calm the storm. His broad-mindedness was admirable. Yang Kai was extremely surprised, and the other fake emperors around him also exclaimed in surprise. Because Lin Rusong was standing with them just a moment ago, no one saw how he appeared on the high platform in the center. Lin Rusong himself was obviously very surprised as he suddenly appeared on the high platform with a blank expression on his face. At this moment, on the opposite side of the high platform, a half-saint of demon race suddenly appeared. Like Lin Rusong, the half-saint of demon race did not understand the situation when he appeared and looked around blankly. On a lonely high platform, a fake emperor and a half-saint of demon race appeared strangely, less than 1,000 meters apart from each other, while the others were trapped in the light screens on the other two high platforms, unable to escape. Wasn't this situation the best interpretation of a one-on-one battle? Heaven and Earth Spirit! Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, looking up at the sky, but there was only darkness in the hall. He had just agreed to Jiao Long's suggestion when such an unforeseen event occurred. It was as if there was a will in the unseen world that was paying attention to this side. Once both sides agreed, it would immediately create a one-on-one battlefield. Now, no one had to worry about the other side secretly interfering. Jiao Long also understood this and couldn't help but grin. It seems that this heaven and earth spirit can't wait. Interesting. Previously, the human and demon race had stopped fighting, and the source heavenly fruit was not ripe yet. Now that there was an opportunity, the will of heaven and earth immediately accelerated the process of the battle of the Great Tao. They didn't even give the two sides a chance to choose a candidate to participate in the battle and directly chose one from each camp. Master Lin, do it! Yang Kai shouted. Lin Rusong quivered. But he quickly reacted. It didn't matter why he had appeared on this high platform. But there was a semi-sage devil on the opposite side. So, he had to kill his opponent first if he wanted to survive. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he raised his hand and summoned out a ruler. This ruler was only the length of his palm, and as he poured his emperor chi into it, it turned into a boundless number of ruler shadows that shot towards the enemy. Strange laughter rang out as the half-saint of demon race on the opposite side turned into a streak of blood-red light and rushed over, shuttling through the endless ruler shadows without taking any damage. Lin Rusong didn't panic. Although he was old and had been living in seclusion in the mountains and forests before the demon race invaded the star boundary, he still had his foundation as a fake emperor, and this ruler artifact had been refined by him for countless years, so he had long since become one with it. Seeing his opponent rush over, Lin Rusong immediately clenched his hand, and the boundless ruler's shadows twisted and turned into a giant ruler that swept horizontally. Even if they didn't face this attack directly, all the fake emperors and half-saint spectators could feel the power of this attack. Even if there was a mountain in front of this ruler, it would most likely be flattened in the next moment. And the blood demon half-saint was a little overwhelmed and was directly swept away by the ruler. Cheers immediately rang out from the Star Boundaries camp. However, at that moment, a loud boom rang out. The blood demon that was swept away instantly collapsed and turned into a sea of blood. It went around the ruler from both sides and enveloped Lin Rusong. Lin Rusong's expression changed, and he formed a seal with one hand, summoning the giant ruler to defend himself, once again turning into a boundless ruler's shadow and bombarding the sea of blood. A large amount of blood was swept away, but the sea of blood seemed to be endless and didn't slow down at all. Lin Rusong retreated again and again, but there was no way out. There seemed to be an invisible barrier on the high platform, so he couldn't leave the range of the high platform at all. In a hurry, Lin Rusong bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The ruler shone brightly and instantly broke through the obstruction of the sea of blood and returned to him, quickly rotating around him and turning into a solid layer of protection. This artifact was a top-grade offensive and defensive artifact. Strange laughter continued to ring out, and the sea of blood enveloped Lin Rusong like a tsunami and disappeared without a trace. The two had only fought for a few breaths of time, so it was still unknown who had the upper hand. But after Lin Rusong's figure disappeared from their field of vision, many fake emperors from the star boundary couldn't help but show worried expressions. Rumbling sounds came from the high platform, but due to the obstruction of the sea of blood, no one could clearly see what was happening inside. However, judging from the movements, it was clear that Lin Rusong and the blood demon were engaged in a life-and-death battle. "How is Master Lin's injury?" Yang Kai looked over with a grave expression and asked in a deep voice. Bing Yun shook his head sadly. "It's not light. He had some internal injuries before, so he can only display 70% of his peak strength at most." Yang Kai's expression darkened when he heard this. He knew that Lin Rusong was most likely going to die this time. Although his opponent was also injured, judging from the attacks just now, it shouldn't be as serious as Lin Rusong's. Moreover, Lin Rusong's strength largely relied on the ruler-shaped artifact, but the sea of blood of the blood demon had a strong corrosive power. If Lin Rusong couldn't end the battle in a short time, once his artifact was corroded by the sea of blood, he would lose his greatest reliance. At that time, the situation would only become worse. This feeling of knowing that his companion's life was in danger, but not being able to rescue him, was terrible. Yang Kai repeatedly tried to teleport to the high platform he was on, but he was powerless. The light curtain that shrouded the high platform had completely locked this space. Looking at the central high platform with a gloomy face, Yang Kai clenched his fists. Although he and Lin Rusong didn't have much interaction, the fact that the other party was willing to give up the quota to enter mysterious Tian Temple was still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. Such a selfless person shouldn't die here. On the contrary, the old dog Tsangmo, who had plotted against his companion, was still standing on the high platform. Yang Kai looked back at him coldly, vaguely understanding what it meant to be ruthless. "I hope that Master Lin will be blessed by heaven." Yan Yin sighed, but he also knew that this was nothing more than self-consolation. Fighting alone in such a closed environment, the only thing he could rely on was his own strength. Opposite him, Jiaolong looked over with a smile, and after meeting Yang Kai's eyes, he reached out and wiped his neck. The fierce battle continued. Surrounded by the sea of blood, the situation inside was completely unknown. Only rumbling sounds constantly came from the sea of blood. On the high platform, demonic Qi and Emperor Qi were also fiercely colliding. Yang Kai's heart kept sinking. Too much time had passed. Chapter 3786. After a full half an hour, the commotion on the high platform slowly subsided. Under everyone's gaze, the sea of blood retreated with a loud crash, and the scene inside was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Although they were mentally prepared, when they saw the scene on the high platform, the expressions of many fake emperors on the star boundary's side couldn't help but dim. At this moment, Lin Rusong was lying in a corner of the high platform. His old body was emaciated, and his shriveled body was covered with wounds of different sizes. He was also dripping with blood from head to toe. It was a tragic sight. His ruler-shaped artifact had also fallen to the side. The ruler, which was originally overflowing with brilliance, was now dim, just like Lin Rusong's turbid eyes. There were many traces of corrosion on its surface. The shriveled body and the artifact that had lost most of its spirituality clearly showed the intensity of the previous battle. As for his opponent, the blood demon half-saint, he was half-kneeling not far away, gasping for breath. His scarlet eyes were full of murderous intent as he coldly stared at Lin Rusong, who was less than 300 meters away from him. Judging from the blood demon's condition, although he had won this battle, it was definitely not easy. Under normal circumstances, a fight between a fake emperor and a half-saint would result in both sides suffering, unless one side had an obvious advantage in strength. Staggering, the blood demon stood up, let out a strange laugh, and walked towards Lin Rusong step by step. "Elder Lin!" someone shouted. Although Lin Rusong's appearance at this moment was extremely miserable, his chest was still rising and falling slightly. Obviously, he was still alive. Now, both sides were arrows at the end of their flight. Even though the blood demon seemed to be in a better condition, as long as Lin Rusong still had a fatal blow, he might be able to turn the tables. But even when the blood demon arrived in front of Lin Rusong, he still didn't react. The blood demon raised his hand, and a dark red blood mist appeared on the surface of his body. He pointed at Lin Rusong, and the thick blood mist turned into blood snakes that drilled into Lin Rusong's 7 apertures. Lin Rusong suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely painful expression. He looked towards the fake emperors of the star boundary, and reached out to grab at them, as if he was trying to grasp at a life-saving straw. When they met that pair of turbid yet still yearning eyes, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up in the numerous fake emperors of the star world. They felt as if there was a volcano brewing in their chests that could erupt at any moment. Watching a veteran fake emperor walk step by step towards his demise, no matter who it was, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Apart from the heartache, they were also secretly worried that the next one to go up the high platform to participate in the battle of life and death would be themselves. Would they follow in Lin Rusong's footsteps? What made the fake emperors even more furious was that the blood demon half-saint actually turned his head at this moment, and grinned maliciously at them with a complacent expression on his face. Yang Kai stared at him, the coldness in his eyes like ice that would never melt. Meeting Yang Kai's eyes, Blood Devil grinned fiendishly. His mouth moved a few times. From the shape of his mouth, he seemed to be saying, "If you have the ability, come and kill me." In the end, Lin Rusong was unable to turn the tables. The injuries he had suffered before were not light to begin with. Under the control of the blood demon's secret technique, he had no power to resist at all. After 10 breaths, the last bit of vitality he had left dissipated. His shriveled corpse turned into a dried corpse at a visible rate. The source heavenly fruit in the heaven void cauldron was indeed fuller, and its alluring fragrance was even richer. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that Jia Long was right. Indeed, only 3 more people needed to die here for the source heavenly fruit to fully mature. At that time, the final battle of the Great Tao would begin. With a swoosh, the victorious blood demon disappeared from the high platform and instantly returned to the demon race's camp. He didn't return on his own accord, but just like before, he had suddenly entered the battle of life and death and involuntarily returned. Jia Long glanced back at him and nodded slightly. "Well done." Blood Demon smiled proudly and sat down cross-legged to meditate. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. In the battle with Lin Rusong, he had also suffered serious injuries. If he didn't quickly recover, he definitely wouldn't be able to participate in the battle of life and death. At this moment, whether it was the fake emperors in the star boundary or the half-saint in the demon territory, an uneasy thought emerged in everyone's mind: who will be the next to enter the battle of life and death? If it's me, who will my opponent be? Before they could finish their thoughts, there was a slight movement beside them. With their previous experience, no one panicked this time and immediately looked towards the battle of life and death. What they saw made the star boundary people cry out in surprise. Yan Yen Yun and Bing Yan's beautiful faces sank. Because the star boundary side's candidate for the second battle of life and death was Yang Kai. When they looked to their side, Yang Kai, who was standing at the side previously, was indeed nowhere to be seen. Yan Yen Yun suddenly revealed an anxious expression. He couldn't understand why the will of heaven and earth would choose Yang Kai to enter the battle. Didn't Yang Kai carry a part of the will of heaven and earth? Logically speaking, heaven and earth should be biased towards him. At this time, he shouldn't be allowed to enter the battle no matter what. Regardless of winning or losing this battle, Yang Kai wouldn't benefit. If he won, he would only consume his own strength. If he lost, he would end up in a miserable state. At this moment, Yang Yan even had the urge to curse out loud. This damned heavens really don't have eyes. On the opposite side, Jia Long's eyes suddenly burst with light. He stared at Yang Kai with a restless expression. He was the strongest person under the demon saint in the demon territory. He was the most powerful half-saint. If Yang Kai didn't have the space divine technique, he was confident that he could kill Yang Kai. However, whether it was outside or inside the secret realm of heaven and earth, even if he could win against Yang Kai, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Once the situation went south, Yang Kai would immediately escape. No one under the demon saint could stop his instant movement technique. However, the life and death arena was different. It had a diameter of 300 meters and was surrounded by invisible restrictions. Yang Kai's space divine technique couldn't be used at all. As long as heaven and earth chose him to enter the battle, he would definitely be able to make Yang Kai bleed here. Jia Long's eyes filled with expectation quickly turned into disappointment. When he heard a sound beside him, a half-saint of demon race appeared in the corner of the life and death arena. When he looked over, Jia Long's face immediately became gloomy. Yan Inflammation and Bing Yan's originally worried expressions also became a bit strange. Bing Yan smiled and said, "As expected of someone blessed by heaven and earth. Even at this time, he can still take advantage of the situation." Yang Inflammation also let out a sigh of relief. "Then I'm relieved." On the high platform, Yang Kai was at a loss for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He was on the life and death arena. Just as Yang Inflammation thought, he was slightly surprised. He didn't know why the will of heaven and earth would choose him to enter the battle. However, he didn't think too much about it. Since he was chosen, then the only thing he could do was to kill his opponent with the smallest price. As for whether he had this ability, Yang Kai was full of confidence. When he arrived here, the fake emperors and half-saint had already experienced a chaotic battle. They were all injured and couldn't use their full strength. On the other hand, he entered a strange space and asked about his Tao heart. Not only was he unharmed, but his thoughts were also clear. There was no way he would lose when he was at his peak state against an injured opponent. In the first battle, Astral Realm was defeated and Lin Rusong died. He had to win the second battle no matter what. Before he finished thinking, a figure appeared in the opposite corner. Yang Kai immediately looked over. When he saw who his opponent was, he couldn't help but grin. 1,000 feet away, Blood Demon, who was covered in blood and had a pale face, looked around in panic. He couldn't understand how he came back up in the blink of an eye after leaving the life and death arena. There were 14 to 15, half-saint of the demon race, and it was him both times. This probability was simply unimaginable. Jia Long's face was gloomy. The will of heaven and earth. If the opponent wasn't Yang Kai, he might believe that this was a matter of probability, but since it was Yang Kai, it wasn't so simple. Previously, everyone was guessing what kind of help the will of heaven and earth could provide to Yang Kai in this battle, but no one could say for sure. After all, there was no such record in the past. It had always been those who seized the opportunity of the great path and became great emperors who received the will of heaven and earth. However, it was the opposite for Yang Kai. Such a situation was unprecedented, and there was no precedent. And now, whether it was on the side of the star boundary or on the side of the demon territory, they all deeply felt the benefits of the invisible and inexplicable will of heaven and earth. Blood Demon fought with Lin Rusong for half an hour before. Although he won in the end, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. At this time, not to mention Yang Kai, a half-saint high-rank demon king, even an ordinary high-rank demon king would be able to take his life. In this battle, the star boundary would undoubtedly win. There was no need to doubt anything. It was precisely because of this that Yan Yun and Bing Yun, who saw Yang Kai enter the life and death arena, completely relaxed. In the crowd, Sung Mo's face was gloomy, and the expectation in his eyes turned into disappointment. On the life and death arena, 1,000 feet away, Yang Kai looked at Blood Demon indifferently, but he didn't choose to make a move immediately. This silent oppression made Blood Demon panic. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Jiao Long for help. It was just like how Lin Rusong looked before he died. At this moment, he seemed to have experienced the despair of his previous opponent. The light in front of him was completely shrouded in darkness. *ta. Yang Kai stepped forward. Blood Demon couldn't help but retreat, but where could he retreat to? He was originally in the corner. The invisible barrier on the life and death arena sealed the world, so he couldn't continue to retreat. Looking over in horror, he saw Yang Kai lowering his head. The hair in front of his forehead covered half of his face, but he could vaguely see a ferocious light through the gaps of his hair. There was also a dried corpse on the life and death arena. It was Lin Rusong. Yang Kai came to the dried corpse, squatted down, and waved his hand, putting it into the small sealed world. When he got up again, he looked up at Blood Demon, who was hiding at the edge of the life and death arena and looking at him vigilantly. He slowly raised his hand and suddenly shouted, "Die!" The wind blew. Yang Kai's figure was still in the same place, but there was another him at the edge of the arena. At this moment, Yang Kai was holding a spear with one hand, and there was a figure on the tip of the spear. Chapter 3787. The blue dragon's spear pierced through the Blood Demon half-saint's chest, causing blood to flow down the spear. The Blood Demon's eyes widened as he gripped the spear with both hands, a look of shock on his face. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd was in an uproar, even though they knew that Yang Kai would definitely not lose after seeing who was on the other side, but seeing him lift the Blood Demon half-saint up so easily still gave them a strong visual impact. In front of the furious Yang Kai, the heavily wounded Blood Demon simply had no strength to resist. The Blood Demon struggled and squirmed as he made a gurgling sound. His blood chi surged as he held back for a long time before he angrily shouted, "I refuse to accept this." If he was given a fair opportunity to fight Yang Kai alone, he would definitely not be so miserable. However, he had fought with Lin Rusong before, so at this moment, he only had less than 20% of his combat power left. Facing Yang Kai's thunderous attack, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. He was well aware of how terrifying and difficult it was to deal with a martial Dao true intent. Under this spear attack, a strange force was destroying his body and mind. His grief and indignation finally turned into a roar. Many of the Star Boundary's fake emperors who watched this scene were full of joy. They recalled how this guy had made a silent provocation to Yang Kai when he was tormenting Lin Rusong. They didn't expect him to hit the nail on the head in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, karma came quickly. "This king won't let you off easily even if he dies!" The Blood Demon half-saint roared again, and the power of his vitality suddenly exuded a dangerous aura. His hands quickly formed seals, and his body suddenly expanded. "Yang Kai, be careful!" Bing Yun exclaimed. Looking at this situation, the Blood Demon seemed to be about to self-destruct. Even though he was now an arrow at the end of its flight, the power of a half-saint's self-destruction was not small. If he wasn't careful, he might suffer a big loss. Just a dying struggle! Yang Kai coldly snorted. The black dragon's spear trembled, and a violent power was transmitted from the spear. With a boom, the blood demon on the tip of the spear was directly shattered, turning into pieces of bones that scattered in all directions. Before the skeletons even landed on the ground, they had already lost all of their energy and turned into dried corpses. It had only been 10 breaths of time since Yang Kai had entered the arena to the end of the battle. The Blood Devil half-saint hadn't even used a single move. Perhaps, such a situation wouldn't have happened even if he had faced a real demon saint. This was definitely the fastest death of a half-saint in history. Sheathing his spear, Yang Kai coldly stared at the demon race's camp. He pointed his spear forward and shouted, "Who's next? Die!" As soon as he said this, Yan Yen frowned and said with a worried expression, "He can't be thinking of using his own will of heaven and earth to influence the next selection, right?" Bing Yan's expression changed slightly, but he nodded and said, "It's possible." There was no pattern to the two selections, so the fake emperors and half-saints present could only passively endure. However, if it was Yang Kai, it wasn't impossible for him to do as Yang Yen said and use his own will of heaven and earth to influence the next selection. After all, the karmic luck of the heavens and earth had given him a huge advantage in the second round. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win so easily if it was any other half-saint who had entered the arena. However, in the next instant, Yang Kai's figure suddenly disappeared from the life and death platform. By the time everyone reacted, he had already returned to the Star Boundary Camp's high platform. Yang Kai frowned and sighed inwardly. Just as Yang Yen said, he really did want to use his will of heaven and earth to exert some influence, and see if he could continue to stay on the life and death platform for the third battle. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. His gaze swept across the crowd. Since he had returned, who would go on the next battle? Under his gaze, the fake emperors all had solemn expressions. From the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw a figure disappear. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly turned his head to look at the life and death platform. His eyes immediately shrank. Yan Yen beside him also reached out to cover her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. On the life and death platform, in the corner near the Star Boundary Camp, a white figure stood alone. There were specks of blood on her dress, and she exuded a cold aura. Bingyun turned her head and looked around, then smiled lightly. "Is this me?" She raised her eyes and looked forward. In the opposite corner, there was also a burly figure. After seeing who it was, Bingyun's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. "Jia Long!" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. He couldn't help but want to curse. It was fine if the Star Boundary side's third selection was Bingyun, but the Demon Race side selection was actually Jia Long. This time, Bingyun was in danger. Jia Long was the strongest person in the half-saint of Demon Race. Yang Kai knew that even if he encountered him, he wouldn't be able to win. His endless army of refined corpses was simply annoying, and his strength was also very tyrannical. If it was just a battle of victory or defeat, it would be fine. If he couldn't win, he would still have a chance. However, on the life and death platform, one side was bound to fall. According to Yang Kai's estimation, Bingyun's chances of winning were less than 30%. There was a great possibility that she would die on the life and death platform. Both of them came from Hung Luo's star field. Ever since they came out of the solitary void-sealed world, Bingyun had been taking care of him. Later, she even accepted Su Yan as her last disciple and taught her carefully. If something happened to Bingyun here, Yang Kai didn't know how to explain it to Su Yan and Ji Yao. Should he tell them that he watched Bingyun get killed by Jia Long without being able to intervene? Thinking about the possible outcome of Bingyun's death, Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. What should we do? Yang Yun was also a little panicked. She never thought of this situation. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and suddenly shot his spear forward. A violent energy swept out, but the barrier on the platform was undamaged. Instead, it scared the others. At this moment, the battle on the life and death platform began. Just like how Yang Kai wouldn't give the blood demon half-saint any time to breathe, Jiao Long obviously didn't plan to give Bing Yun much time to recover. After he appeared, he immediately urged the boundless corpse chi to fill the entire life and death platform. Bing Yun swung her long sword, and sword halos swept around. A cold aura filled the air, blocking the spread of the corpse chi. Jiao Long sneered and raised his hand. From the corpse chi, figures appeared one after another, each exuding a powerful aura. Seeing this, Bing Yun's expression became serious. She reached out and wiped the long sword with her fingers. Blood flowed out, and the sword hummed. The sword swept out like a waterfall. The refined corpses were cut in half, but under the nourishment of the corpse chi, they quickly healed and stood up again. They continued to attack Bing Yun. Jiao Long hid in the corpse chi, and his figure was erratic. Powerful secret techniques covered Bing Yun from time to time. Ice law filled the air, and snowflakes fell from the sky. When the snowflakes fell on the refined corpses, they immediately turned into hexagonal ice crystals. They quickly spread and froze the refined corpses into ice sculptures. However, there were still 2 refined corpses that were not affected. These 2 refined corpses were refined from half-saint corpses. They were the most powerful refined corpses under Jiao Long. Each of them seemed to have retained a little of their strength from when they were alive. They attacked from left and right, assisting Jiao Long in harassing Bing Yun. In comparison, Bing Yun had only been promoted to false emperor for a few years, while Jiao Long was a veteran half-saint in the demon territory. He was also the strongest under demon saint. There was a gap in their strength. Now that Jiao Long had the help of refined corpses, how could Bing Yun be his opponent? After a few dozen breaths of time, Bing Yun's breathing became a little chaotic. She was careless and was hit by Jiao Long's palm. A cracking sound came from her shoulder, and she was sent flying. On the life and death arena, Bing Yun and Jiao Long were fighting to the death. On the Astral Boundaries grandstand, Yang Kai used all his means to bombard the light screen. At first, he was the only one, but Yang Yun soon joined in. Then, Xing Yuzhu also joined in. However, even with the combined strength of the 3, they could not shake the light screen at all. A person next to him sighed and said, "Please stop. This restriction is not something we can break. We have already tried before. If we don't fight to the death over there, I'm afraid we can't get out." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear. Anger burned in his heart, and his attacks became more and more fierce. The wanton energy made many false emperors' expressions change. On the life and death arena, Bing Yun's exclamation came again. She was hit by Jiao Long's divine technique again. A dark green light appeared on her originally pale face. It was obvious that the corpse poison had invaded her body. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bing Yun desperately trying to escape. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. According to the situation, Bing Yun would most likely die in less than half a cup of tea's time. At that time, all he could do was collect Bing Yun's corpse. His heart was burning with anxiety. What could he do to help Bing Yun resolve this calamity? Not to mention that the restriction on the grandstand was so tough that they couldn't break it. Even if they broke it, what could they do? There was another layer of restriction on the life and death arena. If they couldn't solve this problem in half a cup of tea's time, they wouldn't be able to save Bing Yun. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to think of something and turned his head to look at the Heaven Void Cauldron. In the Heaven Void Cauldron, the source heavenly fruit on the small tree was slightly swaying like a living creature. Light flowed inside as if it was about to ripen. When Lin Rusong died, the source heavenly fruit had already undergone some changes. When the blood demon half-saint died, the source heavenly fruit had undergone some changes again. As long as one more person died here, the source heavenly fruit should be completely ripe. As long as one more person died. The person who died might not necessarily be Bing Yun. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly became enlightened. He secretly transmitted a message to Yang Yan and fiercely circulated his demonic qi. Yang Yan, who was casting spells to attack the restriction, was startled for a moment before her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded imperceptibly and abruptly turned around. The 3 rings on her wrist turned into 3 flames and shot towards one person. She shouted in a low voice. Tseng Mo killed Feng Wuliang while escaping. He's heartless, despicable, and shameless. The heavenly Tao will not tolerate him. At the same time, Yang Kai also abruptly turned around. His spirit power swept out like a tsunami. The golden vertical pupil in his left eye appeared and met Tseng Mo's eyes. The black dragon spear in his hand fiercely stabbed out. On the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black dot exuded an aura that could devour all things. Chapter 3788. Everything happened so quickly that no one was able to react. Even Tseng Mo himself was still waiting to watch a good show, coldly watching Yang Kai, Yang Yan, and the others bombarding the barrier. But who would have thought that in the next moment, they would all turn their spears against him? Caught off guard, he was affected by Yang Kai's divine soul power, and his mind was in a trance. Fortunately, he had a good foundation and quickly reacted. With a roar, he punched out with both fists, which turned into a sky full of fist shadows. With a series of booming sounds, Yang Yan's 3 blazing flame rings were blown away. The 3 blazing flame rings flashed wildly, and Yang Kai's figure also leaned back, taking a few steps back. On the black dragon spear, the black dot flashed and disappeared, collapsing a large area of the void. Tseng Mo took advantage of the situation to fall back, his face pale. Yang Kai showed a surprised look, secretly thinking that this old dog's strength was really good, but in a hurry to withstand his and Yang Yan's 2 divine technique, he estimated that his current situation was not much better. However, before he could attack again, he heard a low voice coming from beside him. Yan Ru Shenhua! A green figure flashed, and when it reappeared it was behind Tseng Mo, blood dripping from the 2 curved blades in Xingyu's hands. Tseng Mo looked like he was struck by lightning, lowering his head to look at his chest and waist, each with a huge wound. Turning his head, he cursed. Bitch! He had no enmity with Xingyu, and had never even met her before. He really couldn't understand why this woman would attack him, and at such a critical moment, leaving him no chance to dodge or resist. Thanks! Yang Kai shouted, and when he exhaled, the long spear leisurely retracted, and once again stretched out like a dragon coming out of the sea. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk with 3 whooshing sounds, Yan Yan's expression became solemn, his hands forming a series of seals, and the 3 blazing flame rings returned, turning into 3 shackles that covered Tseng Mo unable to dodge. Tseng Mo was directly tied up. Tseng Mo's face really changed this time. The scorching power of the 3 blazing flame rings had imprisoned his freedom and Emperor Qi. Seeing Yang Kai mercilessly thrusting his spear at him, Tseng Mo roared. Yang Kai, how dare you! I am from the Star Boundary, facing a great enemy. If you dare kill me, you will be committing a crime against the world. Yang Kai was unmoved, his voice cold. When Master Feng was trapped by you, why didn't you think you were from the Star Boundary? Now you mention it, don't you think it's ridiculous? As soon as his words fell, the black dragon spear, Tseng Mo, sung his chest. Tseng Mo's body shook, and he glared angrily at Yang Kai. 10 meters away, Yang Kai looked back at him without any hesitation, his eyes cold and callous. In the stands there was silence. All the Star Boundary fake emperors looked at this sudden scene in horror, their minds unable to recover. From the time Yang Kai launched his attack until now, only 3 breaths had passed. It was so fast that no one could react. Before this, they were still watching the battle on the life and death stage, secretly worried about Bing Yun's safety. Who would have thought that Bing Yun was still alive, and Tseng Mo, who was beside her, would be killed? It was not that Tseng Mo was weak. He was able to cultivate to the fake emperor realm because of his own good fortune. But in the stands 3 people had attacked him, and all of them were sneak attacks. How could he block them? Not to mention his freedom was restricted by Yang Kai's 3 blazing flame rings. Not only were the stands on the Star Boundary's side silent, but even the stands on the Demon Territory's side were also silent. Many half-saint of demon race members stared at this side with wide eyes, all of them wearing inexplicable surprise. Drip, drip. Blood dripped to the ground, splashing everywhere. Blood overflowed from the corners of Tsangmo's mouth. He reached out and grabbed the black dragon spear, as if he wanted to hold on to his last bit of life. His eyes were full of resentment and regret as he said bitterly, "If I had known this would happen, this king would have killed you in the lower star territory." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "This king can refine pills for regret. Do you want to buy one?" "Pooh!" Tsangmo vomited blood. Yang Kai coldly snorted. "There is not much time left. For the sake of the star boundary, for the sake of the common people, please, die!" With a shake of his hand, demonic chi surged wildly, shattering Tsangmo's meridians and annihilating his vitality. Tsangmo's eyes were full of unwillingness, but the light quickly dissipated. Yang Kai pulled out his spear and swept his eyes around. Nearly 10 star boundaries false emperors frowned and looked at him with slight vigilance. Although they had heard some clues from Yang Kai and Yang Yan's words just now, no one knew whether what they said was true or false. However, since Tsangmo was dead now, no one would turn on Yang Kai and Yang Yan for a dead person. The necessary vigilance would not be lacking. Yang Kai also knew that his actions were very likely to alienate the false emperors who were still alive in the star boundary, but this matter concerned Bing Yun's life and death, so he couldn't care less. At worst, he could explain it when he returned to the star boundary. He believed that with Yang Yan as a witness, the truth should be figured out soon. He glanced at Xingyuzhu again and nodded slightly to her. This time, Xingyuzhu didn't ask anything and didn't say anything. When she saw Yang Kai take action, she immediately came to help. It was probably because she had been saved by Yang Kai before. And if it weren't for her, he and Yang Yan wouldn't have finished the battle so quickly. Under those circumstances, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him and Yang Yan. Sensing his gaze, Xingyuzhu smiled slightly, then pointed to the side and said, "Get ready." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he secretly urged his demonic chi. In the stands, Tsangmo fell to the ground, and his body quickly turned into a dried corpse. The patterns on the surface of the heaven void cauldron, which had been slowly rotating, suddenly bloomed with dazzling light, and the aura of the great Tao flowed out. The source heavenly fruit on the small tree in the cauldron also changed inexplicably at this moment. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, constantly circulating. At a certain moment, it suddenly turned into a rainbow-colored light, illuminating the entire hall in a dazzling and colorful light. With a crash, something seemed to break. The light curtain that had been shrouding both sides of the stands suddenly collapsed and disappeared. At this moment, whether it was the star boundary's false emperors or the half-saint of demon race, their eyes became extremely fiery. Swish, swish, swish. Figures flew into the air and rushed straight towards the heaven void cauldron. Their target was the ripened source heavenly fruit. When the light curtain shattered, Yang Kai's anxious heart finally relaxed. He knew that Jialong was right. They only needed 3 more people to die for the source heavenly fruit to completely ripen, and his plan to rescue Bing Yun would succeed. His figure flickered, and just as he was about to compete for the source heavenly fruit, he involuntarily glanced at the life and death stage. Yang Kai frowned. On the life and death stage, Bing Yun was not Jialong's opponent, and she had been dodging Jialong's divine technique attacks. However, when all the restrictions were broken and the source heavenly fruit ripened, she actually took the initiative to attack. A dazzling light swayed from her sword, turning into sword rings that enveloped Jialong. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she wanted to delay Jialong for a while. Jialong was furious. The greatest opportunity in the world was right in front of him, so how could he have the mood to fight with Bing Yun? He naturally wanted to snatch the source heavenly fruit as soon as possible, but Bing Yun was a fake emperor. If she really wanted to stop him, it would not be easy to get rid of her. In his rage, he opened his mouth and inhaled, causing his chest and abdomen to swell. He then spat out a mouthful of turbid corpse chi towards Bing Yun like a dragon emerging from the sea. He roared, "Scram!" Icy cold energy lingered around her body, but it couldn't stop the corpse chi from invading her body. Frozen cloud was directly sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Jiao Long ignored her and pounced towards the source heavenly fruit as fast as lightning. Just as Bing Yun was about to fall to the ground, a figure suddenly appeared behind her and supported her with one hand. He asked worriedly, "Senior, are you okay?" Bing Yun looked up and met Yang Kai's eyes. She couldn't help but feel anxious. "Don't worry about me, go." She took a blow from Jiao Long to stop him for a moment in order to create an opportunity for the people in the star boundary. Who knew that Yang Kai would come for her? What was the point of her previous efforts? After saying this, Bing Yun's face turned even paler, almost draining of blood. Yang Kai also knew that time was of the essence. Seeing that Bing Yun's life was not in danger, he immediately put her into the sealed world bead with his divine sense, and handed her over to the two wood spirits. Not daring to stop, his figure flickered again and disappeared in an instant. "Get out here!" Jiao Long's roar rang out. Yang Kai, who was shuttling through the void, only felt a huge force coming towards him. He was involuntarily shaken out of his body, and was still some distance away from the Heaven Void Cauldron. At this moment, next to the Heaven Void Cauldron, figures rushed forward one after another like cats that had smelled fish. They were all scrambling to fight for the greatest opportunity in the world. At this time, whether it was the false emperor or the half-saint, even though the intent to form the spirit array was still there, it was more for themselves. Everyone around them was their competitor. Next to the Heaven Void Cauldron, a chaotic battle broke out again. Divine technique after divine technique was used, one after another, dazzling like a flower. However, at this final juncture of the battle for the Great Tao, everyone became extremely careful. No one wanted to be easily injured at this time, so no one used their full strength, leaving a large part of their mind to protect themselves. The scene looked extremely fierce, but the cruelty of the battle was far from what it was at the beginning. Everyone was holding back, only preparing to snatch the source heavenly fruit. Unfortunately, under the obstruction of each other, no one could get within 10 meters of the Heaven Void Cauldron. Anyone who had the opportunity would be blocked by the enemy. In terms of the number of people who entered the profound Heaven Temple, the demon territory had an absolute advantage. Although this advantage was not as great as it was at the beginning, the demon territory still had 4 or 5 half-saint realm cultivators more than the false emperors from the star boundary. And these 4 or 5 half-saint realm cultivators were the key to determining the outcome. As time passed, the half-saint of demon race gradually gained the upper hand. They formed a triangle and slowly approached the Heaven Void Cauldron, while the false emperors from the star boundary were blocked outside. For a moment, everyone was anxious. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.